Welcome to Flat Earth Debate Uncut and After Show. I'm your host Nathan Oakley, and if you are new to this channel or you've not done so already, then be sure to subscribe, hit the bell notification icon and join button to keep up to date with the Flat Earth Debate. If you would like to support the channel, there is a super chat that runs alongside each of these shows while they premiere, and there's also a PayPal, Patreon, crypto and thanks button in the info box below the video. Speaking of Patreons, I'm going to do a quick shout out to all of you who do support me on Patreon. So, a massive shout out of thanks and appreciation to Moon Harvest, Amish Earther, Naughty Thumbnails, Mitch Kennedy, Original D Rose, Rod, The Names Burley, Todd Wazzle, Jason Hornsby, Christoph Fournier, Flat Earth Travolta, J Melds 24, Unimento, M Iron 26, Endless, Flat Earth Sage, Goldie McKinnon, Retro Bill, More Books, Fibre Oats, Michael Kahn, John Kays, Patrick Gunnels, Banter, Mel B Styles, Hairy Blade, Mobile Mac 777, Rob W, Reese Pound, Del West Watson, Marie and Elands, Unbelievable Productions, Blue Ridge Ranger, Abraham Mohammed, Skeptic 936, Life is Short, Texas Mike, Tina Baker, David Wayne Foster, and Dank. So another massive thank you to all of you for supporting me on Patreon. Now I will hand over to whoever is in Discord and Google so you can enjoy their dulcet tones while I set up for today's live show.
Well, the thing is, somebody got to looking into the background of Professor Phil Bell. You know how weaponized autism on the internet and such. It's kind of interesting video. It hasn't got any talking. Are there any cultures that, I mean, do they call high school teachers professors?
I was just going to ask you, is he a professor? Not high school teachers. You're a professor when you enter into the college domain. Now, I don't know if you're after college, if you come back and teach in high school, do they still call you professor? I don't know.
If you're in a wastewater treatment facility, are you working with satellites?
Oh, no, absolutely not. You're working with shit.
Yeah, wastewater, yeah. I don't know, that video was interesting. I'd like to see some more people dig into it.
Listen, they all show their dishonesty. I don't know if I'm roboting or not. They all show their dishonesty, and it goes back for years now when they keep skirting around the gas pressure without containment. I'm sorry. When that's shown to you, and you're going to go and skirt around it instead of coming to terms with where we are and what's going on, then you're a liar.
I was having an interesting conversation about this last evening on Element. We had a first Flat Earth panel because we had a few people join, and I was talking to a Flat Earther who'd probably converted in, or come to a realization of reality in 2015, 2016, along with Richie, because he knows Richie 007. And he was of the correct impression that, he didn't believe in the Earth being flat or a globe, because when he was presented with this, or the David Weiss, Eric Dubay type information, there was no proof presented to him. So I tried to present our arguments, and I think it would be the first time he'd ever been challenged on it, for a long time. So it'll be interesting to see what he says when I talk to him next time.
Well, at least you gave him proof.
Yeah, he was like, if you go 60 miles up, then there'll be no pressure. And I just tried to explain the argument to him, because the problem is when you say, can you have gas pressure next to a vacuum? I mean, a vacuum is also pressure. So what we're saying is you just need containment in the first instance. No matter what the dynamic system and the pressures are inside that system, containment is required.
Correct. To get that, to have, what did he say? To go 60 miles up, there'll be no pressure or less pressure?
Yeah, and eventually you get to zero pressure, yeah. Yeah, he said this about 8 times, but I tried to press him on the fact that he needed containment, but I didn't get anywhere in the end. I spent about 30 minutes, but, it was a pleasant conversation, aside from not getting through.
Thing is, Paul, when they start talking about the pressurized system, the atmosphere and all that, they're immediately presuming that they live on a globe. and they don't live on a globe.
He knows
because
that we don't live on a globe, and he's of the feeling that we don't live on a flat Earth either, because he was presented with the David Weiss type stuff, and then left the arena.
I was trying to sort of get, hello. I was just trying to get a point across what Nathan was talking about today. Is you don't need to go to all that bullshit. He needs a globe for that, and the Earth's measured flat.
Yeah, I know. This is what I was trying to put across to him.
You don't have to waste your time with all that crap.
No, but he was genuinely didn't know our arguments, because he'd left this years ago, and he just does other stuff, philosophy, other things. He's not looked into the flat Earth debate for many years. So he was an honest recipient of this information.
You did lay down our arguments, though, right? After the gas pressure nonsense, you did break it down to him. So he's got the information now.
Yep, several times, yep. I don't think he was up on, gas law and thermodynamics, etc. Sorry, Neil.
If you did it the way you read it to us the other day, that was very concise. And I'm sure he's thinking about it, because that's a proof. That's a silver bullet. You can't get around that.
Well, yeah, I mean, all of the things we talk about are either natural laws or just, what is. And if you disagree with them, then you're denying reality, which is a very illogical position to hold.
Now, when did this take place? Because I was looking
I was
for
in the Flat Earth voice room on Element. I made a Flat Earth room long ago, and we chat in the chill lounge and places like that. But this BC is really for new people to come in and to debate the nature of Earth. But this was the first sort of panel we had. Me and Hammer were there. Michael Kahn was there for a little bit, and just Bill, Matt Eastman. And we had a nice conversation with this guy called Keith, who goes by Obi-Wan Kenobi. He follows 007 Richie's show, and he's one of the people who joins on occasion.
This thing on? Obi-Wan Kenobi. Well, I was looking for places to go last night. I didn't see anybody. I would like to have been in that. You said it was in voice chat? I guess I have no reception.
Sorry, Neil. No, I did hear you. I was testing a program to replace this G+, and Paul has just joined, so I was just talking to her. I didn't mean to ignore you. But I'm on 2 panels at the moment, technically.
Well, it's interesting where we go in 2024, because I agree with Nathan totally. Enough with the nonsense. Divorce from that bull crap over there, the David Weisses and the Gerans and all the nonsense that they talk about, constantly reifying a globe. And let's just talk about what we talk about here. Bring it right to the point. Earth is measured flat, navigated flat, built on flat. Flat. That's all there is to it.
Right, yeah, so that was my Flat Earth. The space with the yellow water sky horizon? That space on Element, that's the one where we're going to hold open discussions, a bit like a Discord, And he came in there. And I've also had an interesting to and fro with someone on Telegram in text chat, and I've still got to screen capture all of it and present it. But I did invite the guy on the show to test his knowledge, because he seemed very convinced that you could not use celestial navigation on a flat Earth, which is a very interesting position to hold.
I would have liked to see him do. How's he doing on a globe? You tell me that.
Yeah, well, he said I didn't understand basic geometry while telling me you could have a curved adjacent, without actually saying that directly. That is what he's claiming. You're measuring a curved ocean when you do celestial navigation, and that's obviously not possible.
That's the bottom line. That is the bottom line, and that line is not curved.
Yeah, lines are lines, curves are curves. Curves have a rate of slope, lines do not.
That's how I would have threw at him, too. How do you have a horizon on a globe? It's an impossibility. Look at the word horizon, horizontal. Yeah. Oh,
Hey, I heard something about the argument saying 20 miles up from
60
what? Or 60 miles up from what?
from a flat plane, and that's what one deck was getting across.
Yeah, like there's no up on a sphere. You know, such concept doesn't exist. Like the
It's
minute
only in,
you
it's only in and out, right? On a sphere, it's either in or out.
yeah, they don't get elevation. They go somewhere else.
We find ourselves in a great position here. It's like you're a martial artist master, and everybody that's coming at you is amateurs, and it's just like you're just swatting them away, you know, like a Bruce Lee type coming at you with little kindergarten karate that they learn.
Like Hoist Gracie in them first MMA fights.
Yeah, like not even a challenge. Boom, 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 tap out. The problem with them is they tap out and they don't even realize it.
Now they just end up with all their arms and legs broke, laying in the center of the ring, talking about how bad they are.
Trying to bite you, right?
Yeah, yeah. I mean, ain't much else you can do to them, you know, mentally.
I mean, at the point where they're telling you the horizontal horizon isn't horizontal and mean sea level isn't level, I mean, I think it's all over at that point.
Do you think they understand what they're saying? That's what you got to tell them, listen to what you just said. Got to comprehend what you just said, because words have meaning.
But they live in a model, Neil. They don't live in reality. They're in a little model. And in their model, they can change these things. So horizontal can become curved and mean sea level can become curved. It has to for the globe to exist in
Yeah,
their model world.
they could get away with that all they want, but now with the Black Swan and celestial navigation, you can't have that no more.
Right.
Yeah,
Well,
but I mean, you don't even need that. You just
sea level, and you can't curve sea level and then still claim a model that utilizes level as horizontal.
Correct.
exactly. And tell them that the globe was measured using mean sea level. All elevation profiles acquire the mean sea level. All maps.
Well, what's that you said? Sea level?
Yeah, level. Mean sea level. That's how the globe was measured, from mean sea
Not
level.
curve.
No. And when you look out at that horizon, it's horizontal. That curve you're talking about is horizontal, isn't it?
Right. And when you look out at the horizon, the only reason you're seeing a horizon is because you're not on a globe. You're on a flat plane.
You can see it's horizontal. Everybody can. That's what we do observe.
Yeah.
Maybe that's why they named it Horizon.
If you didn't have mean sea, if level wasn't horizontal, you wouldn't have a baseline for your angles to, form the globe with.
I mean, if their sea level was curved, then the height of mountains along that sea level would have different heights, depending on what part of the curved sea level you was on.
You couldn't derive a height. It wouldn't work that way.
Exactly.
Yeah, well, exactly. That's what I'm saying.
You could say the distance from the center is further, but there would be no level to, you know what I mean?
Yeah, because you need your baseline.
Right.
You can just, anybody can look at the elevation profile of where you live, and it's all from 0 degrees mean sea level. All the elevation angles are from there. It's level. Measured level.
It's game over.
Max level. And when you look at out at the horizon, it's horizontal. That curve you're telling us is the curve. Looks quite horizontal to me. I don't see no curve.
Hey, I was thinking about what Brian said, not to change the subject, but to change the subject. I was thinking what Brian was saying to Tinfoil Hat Man yesterday. At first, I kind of agreed and understood what he was talking about. But then I was thinking about it. I was saying, the hell with them. The guy enjoys going out and getting this footage. So what? I don't give a crap what they say. I don't care what they try to do with it. Who gives a shit? They're in a delusion. Bring it on. That's his word. Bring it on.
Well, no, Brian was trying to help him with his presentation style, and the mistakes that he had made in the past. Brian was talking to Brian 10 years ago. Is what Brian was doing.
But Brian was going out to show them something. This guy just like, he is in a way, but he enjoys doing it. So he don't mind going back. Oh, you want the rocks? Okay, fine. I'll give you the rocks. Because he don't consider it a waste of time.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with Tim Paul's position towards the end there as well. He was saying he wanted to go back to do all the observations with all his new equipment and get everything nice and clear. It's much better than going back retroactively and cutting bits out, because that's even worse, I think, because they'll say, well, why did you cut these bits out? Tim Paul is promised to go back and do everything in a nice, clear resolve, and I think that's the best way forward. Show them everything, link it on his channel. We'll cover sections of it on here, but then the full everything that he's taken is uploaded for everyone else to check themselves, and I think that's the best policy.
Just show them a map and say all the elevation profiles on that map were measured from a mean sea level.
Well, Brian's point is, like, say you're a prosecutor, right? And you have a CCTV video of a murder, right? And it's real crappy footage. But you also have, like, a high-res, really good video of the murder, right? Which one do you want to present? He's saying don't even waste your time with the CCTV one, because they're just going to latch onto that and try to pick that apart.
And that's the point. Who cares? Who cares? He enjoys doing it. Him and his wife enjoy doing it. Put it all out there. Let them go crazy. They're only lying to themselves. Even when they had Anthony going back, laying on his stomach, they're only lying to themselves. They've seen it in advance. They know. You think they haven't looked and seen these things? Of course they have.
I just think Brian might have been taken wrong, because I don't think he was saying you can't show it or anything like that. He was just saying, if you're offering up a case, use your best stuff.
I don't know. I understood exactly what he was saying, but I'm at the point, and I agreed at first. But then I thought about it. I'm saying, leave the guy alone. Let him do what he wants to do. Let them go crazy all they want. But they do sway the public. I will agree with that. So if they take that not so good footage and do their little tricks with that, the public will pay attention to them when they say, see, look how much is missing.
Yeah, but I don't really care either way. You know, like, yeah, I'm of the opinion that it doesn't really matter, you know, but I mean, I see what Brian's trying to say, and I see what Tinfoil Hat Man is trying to say, and I don't know if I can say that I disagree with either. It might be because I don't care what people think. That might be it.
Yeah, I'm at that position too. I really don't care.
Just to not change the subject, but change the subject. It was funny before I was speaking. I was popped on that politics server before on the Flat Earth, and Michael Learns was in there. So I was having a chat with him about the horizontal horizon and the mean sea level, and that guy is deluded because I got him into a corner, and he basically said, "Well, yeah, the horizon is horizontal, but that's only because our eyes look at it that way, and the mean sea level may be level, but it's actually curved."
Yeah, he's delusional.
Yeah, he's living in a, oh, it's not a cardboard box. He's living in a model. He's not in reality. He's living in.
I was never present. Go ahead.
Sorry, I'm breaking up. Sorry.
Well, they don't live in a model. They live in the belief that there is a model. That's pretty much where they're at. There's nothing for them to show as a model.
They can't accept reality for what their belief is. Everything that they observe in reality and measure in reality is not.
Hold on, one deck. Have they presented this model yet?
I've not seen it, mate. I've been asking for it. I don't know where it is.
How can they live in something that don't exist? Now, if you want to say they live in a fantasy that they think is a model, I can agree with that.
Well, as far as that fantasy goes, the next time one of them says that level is curving, I'd like to have, like Walter Bislin's Earth curve calculator just to whip out real quick and be like, well, if sea level's curving, this geometry's crap. Let's go ahead and get rid of that. Let's go to NASA and you got these orbital mechanics. No apogee or perigee. Yeah, let's burn them too. Let's just get rid of all of it.
That's why I keep asking him, how's that horizontal horizon working out on that globe? And how's that mean sea level working out for you on that globe? They hate it. They hate the horizontal horizon and they hate the mean sea level. And that's just fucking strangle them with them two things, and that's all you need.
Yeah, it seems like they hate the truth more than anything else.
Well, because the truth is damning to them.
So in the model.
Well, think about it. Like you got this model of reality. You can kind of build your head up thinking that I'm looking at the universe as if I am God. Look at these pitiful mortals. That might be the allure.
They keep asking me for my model. My model is reality. Things I observe in nature, measurements I take in reality from the mean sea level, from horizontal baselines. That's my model. Reality, the reality.
Or hold on, or you could just start telling them how we've been lied to, and that there's a corrupt system, and that the Jesuits, it's all because of them, and the Masons and all this other conspiracy stuff. They'll eat it up, and then you could start telling them about this ether.
Well, if they really desperately need a model, let them have the celestial sphere to ponder, because they can't throw it out because it's what the globe is based on. It's kind of like a
Is that the
fly
one with the
trap.
horizontal baseline, John?
Yeah, the plane at the center of the celestial sphere that all measurements are taken from. Yeah, give them that one. Say that's my model, and your model is a mathematical derivative of my model. So your model's my model too. Give it back.
Right, I still haven't gone because I can't get hold of this guy. Well, I am going to have to do it, so I'm definitely going to be late. Just so you're aware.
Late starting the show.
Yeah, unfortunately, I can't start and then disappear. It's just too risky. I mean, I'm content to leave you guys temporarily, but I'm not going to leave a live stream running and just nip out. Nah. I'd rather just start late.
Well, yeah, definitely don't do it
I can't
and announce it.
My kids are going to see Santa, so I don't have a car to do it in if I leave it later, if that makes sense. So while she's chomping at the bit to go and get a Christmas turkey, and I'm like, well, I've still got this to do. So if she disappears to Santa at 2:30 or 3 o'clock or whatever it is, no matter what happens, I'm not gonna get this done. Anyway, hopefully you'll be able to chat amongst yourselves for a brief while. I've let the chat know in the live stream that the show might be a little bit late.
We'll run the show today, Nathan. You go and do some shopping and enjoy yourself, mate.
Hardly.
We'll take care of business.
See, I would not have, if it was going to be done like that, I would not want anyone to know it, because there are so many anti-flat earthers out there that would use that as a chance to do something stupid.
Boy, John, you really think that they're out there, and as soon as Nathan's not around, they're going to come in and plunder.
That's what they do. You know that's what they do. They do it in Discord all day, every day.
They're going to have to deal with it. Sorry, John, they're going to have to deal with the horizontal horizon and mean sea level when they get here, and explain how it's not horizontal and not level. That's what they'll be doing.
I remember when I was in Discord a lot, and as soon as the show ended, it was like turning the lights off at a really seedy motel, and just like cockroaches come out from everywhere, man.
It always reminded me of that song, "The Freaks Come Out at Night." Freaks come out at night.
Should ambush them. We should ambush them. We should plant the seed that Nathan's off for a couple of days, but Nathan's in the background waiting to pounce on them when they come in to try and destroy us, which they won't do anyway.
Oh, like have Nathan come under a different name to the Discord? That would be funny.
What could we call him?
You call that that'd be like specialty episodes of headhunting, you know? Like you could do it like what was that guy that got stung by the stingray? You know, the Australian dude. Be like, all right, crikey, we're looking at the glober here. As you can see, he's in his element. He's making shit up. We're going to take our thumb, stick it up his bum, and piss him off real good.
Poor fella.
It is funny how they tell you the horizon is the physical edge of a sphere, but when you look at it, it's horizontal. I find that very strange.
Well, what they want to say is the dip angle from their eye level to that curve is equidistant in all directions, giving it the appearance of horizontal. That's what they want to say.
But what they actually say is they can't claim it's physical anymore. They haven't been able to claim that since 2020. Right, so they allude to a physical geometric location without actually claiming it. Kind of like how they allude to gravity. Because they're pathetic. They don't have an argument.
Yeah. It's not working out, is it, that horizontal horizon for them?
But they don't know
Rate
it,
of
though,
slope
Brian.
0.
Or do they? Or do they know it? Since the Black Swan, I didn't know it.
Well, if you can believe that the horizon is not horizontal and a consistently refracted position that's refracted at different rates, that refraction calculation is based on the horizon, an actual physical geometric horizon being seen and measured to, which would be a day of no air and temperature in their paradigm. If you can believe that, then you can carry on from 2020 onwards. But you're heading down into it's like like in these movies from years ago, these Twilight Zone type things, where this big twirly, circly tunnel of crazy, and it going down the way. But that's what you're starting to go down into.
Oh, we're in it now. It's there. I mean, they'll tell you that all the elevation profiles are measured from a curved mean sea level. This is what they're telling you. This is the world that they have to. This is the mindset they have to go into.
Well, they'll tell you anything.
It must be painful.
It's kind of about the size of it. Sorry? What you say one day?
I'm saying it must be painful to think that the sea level is actually curved.
Well, if you deny the perspective exists, and you add in all the other nonsense I said a few minutes ago, then you can go down that tunnel. The best way I describe it is they're all on the Titanic, and there's a perfectly good ship of equal size next to the Titanic, even bigger. And they won't get on that other ship. They're staying on this sinking ship because they want to believe that it's not sinking. That's the best analogy I could give it. Because that's what they're doing.
Or it's like a video or a video game where you're trying to get through a maze, or you're getting from one place to another and you're hitting obstacles, and one of the obstacles is a horizontal horizon, but you can't move forward because the horizon's horizontal. So you need to make it curved. So you're going to have to find that magic sack in that cupboard, get the code for it, get the magic pill out of it, take the magic pill, and then when you look at the horizon, it becomes curved, and then you can move forward. And then you might hit another obstacle, like you might be on a boat on a sea level, which is level, but you can't get to where you want to go because it needs to curve to get to that point, but the sea level is level. So they're going to have to find another magic wand now to make that sea level curved in order to get to the island.
Hold on, they can never get the first magic wand. It don't exist.
Look, why they still argue is only due to consensus. That's about the size of it. They have a consensus, and because consensus says it's a globe, that's good enough for them. That's about the size of it. There is no other reason. There's no other logical reason that you could continue on this argument.
That's the safety cushion, isn't it? That's the comfort blanket.
It is the consensus. I only had it said to me in the past 12 hours. A baller said, everything in all your videos is always wrong. Everyone, read the comments, everyone says it. For a start, that's not true. There's people in there who agree with me because they're flat earthers. But secondly, it's like, even if everyone in my comment section said I was wrong, that doesn't make me wrong. That's a consensus belief situation. Why is that the best argument that they've got? Everyone else says that it's a globe, so it's a globe. Who cares what everyone says? That doesn't make it correct,
Right, and that's what I run into with my sister-in-law, Brian. You're right. It's the consensus. They're gonna lie. It's all about consensus.
Well, Neil, I think the days of laughing at us and calling us idiots is coming to a close, because with the exception of the David Weisses of the world, right? And even some of the things David Weiss says are not stupid altogether. Like, you can't say everything that David Weiss says is wrong. You know what I mean? Some things he will say will be correct and will make logical sense. You know, some of the arguments he might make or whatever. So you can't say everything he says is wrong. It's just that he seems to be either a useful idiot that's paid to be a useful idiot, or just purely a useful idiot, one or the other. But the problem is we exist, and people like us. So there's loads of people like us out there, I think, and who use logic and want to have things that actually prove their claims and total debunks of the opposition's claims. It's like you can only keep calling those people stupid for so long. You know, how long can you call a group of people stupid when they keep on disproving your claims? I mean,
Correct.
You have to look in the mirror eventually.
And I can't agree with you on a David Weiss thing. Come on, stars are sentient.
I said some things. Well, I don't know what the stars are, so I have no idea. See, this is the thing. That's a claim I couldn't say they're not. How do I know? I don't know what they are. Do you know what I mean? So, but he shouldn't be saying they are, because that's stupid.
Yeah, I mean, that things like that. Then for a glober or a anti-flat earther, that they'll just jump all over that. These flat earthers are saying stars have got feelings and things like that. It's just not good.
But
you need to stick to the hard and fast facts. The fact of the matter is, the Earth is observed level and horizontal, and that's how it's measured.
yeah, but at the same time, then the people laughing at David Weiss for saying that are saying that the stars are balls of gases and plasmas that are uncontained in a vacuum. So, I mean,
That's
you know
true.
what I mean? It is one group of believers with a crazy belief versus another group of believers with a kind of a crazy belief that's not as crazy, that does adhere. Let's be honest, the David Weiss and all the things they say, they do adhere to reality much more than what the ballers say. So really, the ballers can't even laugh at David Weiss for saying that, because what they're claiming is a complete physics impossibility. Sorry, one neck one.
Sorry, I remember telling one of my kids that when I was a glober that we're only here because of when a star dies and collapses in on itself, that releases carbon, and we're all made of carbon. And if it wasn't for stars, you wouldn't be alive.
Shit, there you go. That's the story. That matter can collapse in on itself and disappear.
Okay.
Which is a weirder claim, that the stars have feelings or the stars are your daddy?
I think the stars being your daddy is a weirder claim, because the heliocentric. Let's put it into perspective. The heliocentric claim concerning what stars are, right? It all begins and ends with what the sun is, right? But besides that, their claims about what stars are and your connection to them is like, that is far more outside the realms of what we experience than what David Weiss says. If David Weiss says the stars are sentient, you can roll your eyes. But if I had to put money on one of those bets, I would definitely put it on what David Weiss is saying, because at least he's not trying to give a composition to the stars and trying to say that they're a ball of gas or plasma in a vacuum, which is a physics impossibility. So what the opposition are claiming, the ballers, what they're claiming is more ridiculous than what David Weiss said about them. At least what David Weiss says, you could just say, the best I could say about that is, hey, that's a stupid thing to say because you can't prove that. You know what I mean? But what the ballers say about stars and what they are, and the fact that they don't go back to where the origin of that claim came from, it's just like so ridiculous. And like, how stupid are you to believe that nonsense? Even when I wasn't a flat earther, that nonsense never washed with me. You know what I mean? It's like, nah, that's total nonsense. You know what I mean? The only things they said about stars was total nonsense. You know, we're made of stars, all this rubbish. Yeah, right.
What about you seeing the light? How does it go? when you see a star, you're actually seeing it.
Oh yeah, it used to be there and now it died, but you're still seeing its light.
Right.
This kind of rubbish. Yeah, depends on
Yeah,
what.
when I heard that, I was like, "Come on!"
yeah, if you're looking off in some direction, you're looking into the past. You're this complete rubbish.
Do you know these?
Yeah.
Do you know these people? These people who sell the stars. I remember years ago, my mate bought a star for his wife.
Lad, you need to have a
like
word with your mate.
Yeah, I know. Well, he's a Glober still. Yeah, I do have words.
Yeah.
Hello, everybody.
Hello.
Hello, good to have you all. Quick shout out to James Mays in the chat for smashing the super chat before the show even began. So thank you very much indeed for the support, James. Really appreciate it.
Thanks, Nathan, for letting us know when you were about to start the show. That was really good.
I didn't end up doing what I wanted to do. It's one of those, if you can't get hold of somebody, you can't get hold of somebody, and you delay it and delay it and delay it, and then you just go, okay, well, I'll have to do that another time. And my wife's about to, or has already disappeared with the car, so that doesn't permit me to do it. Anyway, that makes no sense to anybody who's watching this live. Thank you, Brian. Really appreciate it.
No, it was just it was the way you came in and said, "Listen, I'm about to start the show there," and we all got ready for it. That was excellent, as opposed to just starting the show over the top of our conversation.
Oh, were you having a really good natter?
No, I just had my little moan.
Oh, well, I don't know that. I've obviously closed the lines a couple of minutes before I start the show. This is a great way to start the show, by the way, Brian. Thanks. I mean, it beats housekeeping, I guess. Shout out to Slow Motion Moon Buggy, who just says thanks, gives me money, thanks me. I don't know why, but thank you. I'll give it a little heart like I did to James's. Really appreciate the support. Thank you very much. Okay, let's actually do some housekeeping. Any evidence of a self-perpetuating molten iron core at the centre of a presupposed spherical Earth?
Well, first of all, you're going to have to prove that we live on a globe, and you can't do that because the Earth where we live is measured flat. It presents itself flat, observably, and measurably. So no, there's no evidence whatsoever of a molten iron core because, first of all, you need to prove that you live on a globe.
Although
and we have no proof of that.
Exactly, indeed.
Why can't you have a
How about a core at all? Just a core.
You can't.
Yeah,
Where would it
why
be?
does it have to be on a sphere?
Because it's part of the question.
Because it's part of the specific question I asked.
Where's the center of your flat Earth, flat earther?
Nobody's claiming it or has any requirement
Self-perpetuating,
to
you say.
claim
I
it.
know.
Right, I admire one deck's extremity, right? So I was earwigging to a certain extent while I was trying to get hold of somebody on the phone in the pre-show. And even when Paul's trying to explain how somebody who has come to Flat Earth several years ago and then left it because they're sick of the feast of nonsense, from what I gleaned, gets put our arguments to them. And in so doing, the story of that process was put to one deck, and he was still critical. He's like, doesn't matter, you need a flat Earth for that. Doesn't matter, you need a flat Earth for that. And it didn't seem to matter what Paul said to him. No, he's a flat Earther. No, I'm a flat Earther. No, we both know that. It's like, yeah, but to be discussing this at all, you need a flat Earth. Didn't matter where you went. Your dogged determination to make people aware that it's all based on the genesis of having a flat Earth to measure is critical. And I think people hearing you do that one deck will inspire them to have the confidence to do it themselves. And I do believe it's a lack of confidence. Now, I actually listened to all of yesterday's show. It must have been a good show, and I listened to all the show again. You know, it's good. Or at least I think it is. My own show. But sometimes I don't listen to them back. But yesterday I was keen to, cement my own ideas because I was spitballing while I'm talking with you guys, other than the list of, redefined groups of people in this arena. I want to know that this is the right path to be taking. Now, John's trailblazed this for the last year, and normally it's met with a bit of a stony silence, and then the subject change will come, and the importance of the point was occasionally lost. Now, that is true with a lot of different subjects, and I think this was Brian's point on the show before that, which was to say it wasn't until I got to the elevation angle argument, and I'm not going to try and portray that importance that I lay on that right at this particular explanation point. I'm just saying that Brian's point was that there was lots of flat Earth proofs that I didn't necessarily go, oh, well, that's a golden bullet. I'll have that. And that's enough to start with, like I'm making my point now. So he would argue, well, you didn't say this 2 years ago when we very had firm grasp on, the planes over a plane argument. You weren't saying that we shouldn't be starting by debunking the globe then. And my response was, it doesn't matter which proof of a flat plane that requires Earth to be flat for it to function you start with, nor does it matter that it's taken me a while to recognise that we should be starting with those points, not just celestial navigation, but anything that's the starting basis for something that's practically applied to an Earth that you're actually stood on, and that is going to be flat in all the circumstances that we have come across so far. So while it used to be the case that we would say, well, you'll need R in all circumstances, where'd you get your R value? Wrong. Why are we asking them? It's their burden. Let them prove it for themselves rather than challenge from the offset that they can't prove it. Oh, well, your R value comes from a flat Earth. Also wrong. Why are we telling them where their globe belief comes from and how they can utilise a flat plane that they can then justify with an already in place sphere that doesn't give them a flat plane, but they can get a tangent to it? It's like you're already in the wrong frame of mind. What's the right frame of mind? Earth's flat. That's how it's measured. That's how it's dealt with. That's how it's navigated. That's how it's built on. That's how we practically apply the horizon if you want to get into that particular angled angle. And if that is your launching point, when they start saying, well, what about this? Well, go ahead and prove it to me. That's your claim. I'm not interested in being converted, but if you choose to try and convert me onto a ball I know I'm not standing on, then that's your burden to do. Not that I am that interested in accepting your claim, because I've already gone through the process of relinquishing that claim based on it being flat, measured, navigated, obviously and observably flat. So hearing one deck do that without any interjection from me, like, yeah, this is the right way to go. Regardless of your starting point for a flat Earth that you are in no uncertain terms recognising as being the case, that will be a better grounding than I'm a flat earther. Well, what does that mean? It means I've got a really good understanding of how the globe doesn't work. Oh, really? Okay. Why? If you're leaving, this was my feelings on yesterday's show, the best point that was made. If you're leaving the cult of Scientology, would it be pertinent for a Scientologist to tell you that upon leaving the cult, the way to leave the cult is to really gen up your knowledge on Scientology, become the best Scientology expert you can? So if anybody comes to you to tell you that the Scientology aspect and religion doesn't work, you can explain from within the religion exactly how it doesn't work. So you better get learning the Scientology religion if you're going to try and get away from it. Right, okay, now let's insert heliocentrism and globe earth belief. If you're going to leave globe earth belief, nay, call yourself a flat earther, you better become an advanced heliocentrist. What the bloody hell? That sounds really advantageous for any argument that comes for someone who stands in opposition to only argue within the context of how a globe does or does not work. That's the wrong starting point. And we need to alter that. I'm going to be banging on this door, walking through it, and now shouting it, having been outside and trapped within these confines of anti-globe rhetoric that we should be fighting as flat earthers. I'm tired of it. Does that alter that you, to be a good debater, need to have a good stance on this stuff? No, it doesn't change that. If you want to debate.
Now.
Go on.
No, I'm saying now we're getting somewhere. Yes. Now we're getting somewhere.
I've been listening to...
I knew you were going to like that.
Well, I've been listening to people like Ben Shapiro and whatever his name is, the grey-haired guy that talks psychology that we covered the other week. People like that, right? Mainstream stuff. It's like, if I'm going to be pummeled with
Jordan Peterson,
in for a penny, in for a pound, I'll just listen to what these mainstream rhetoric YouTubers have got to blart about and see what it tells me about my society that I'm living in, right? And while you're listening to this, I'm thinking, I don't actually care about what's being discussed. I just want to see how you behave and how you react as an individual YouTuber to represent society, because people will respect this Ben Shapiro, whoever I'm watching, right? They're going to admire that guy and in some way emulate as a society things that they respect and want to replicate about his demeanour, rather than the point he's arguing. So, for instance, if he's arguing about how feminism's wrong or something like that, I couldn't give a crap if he wins the argument or not. But what I am listening to is how he does it and whether or not he achieves his ends. In other words, does he actually achieve his point? You know, with consistency in his argumentation about feminism. I don't care either way. I've got no stake in it. I don't care. But does he manage to formulate an argument in it? And while I'm listening to that and assessing those things, am I A, trying to train myself on how to become a good a good debater about feminism? No. I'm just watching it to see how that particular argument happens to be argued. Doesn't mean I want to train myself in how to debate feminism. Do you see where I'm going? Now, the reason I'm prefacing this with that particular example is to say that when someone comes here to flat earth debate, do they A, like I've just exampled, want to become a good flat earth debater? Or do they just want to hear how the arguments for a flat earth work, win, devastate the opposition? Or argument 3.3, which is where we find ourselves escaping from, come to a flat earth debate to hear all about how Scientology doesn't work? See what I did there? Well, hold on. Why am I hearing all about how Scientology doesn't work? I thought I'd learn about a flat earth here. No. We were told that when you escape the globe, you need to learn all about the globe. Now, Scientology basically is the globe. It's the exact same religion. It's a spin-off. So when I phrase it as you need to learn all about Scientology to call yourself a flat earther, it's akin to what we're in now. You need to all learn about how the globe doesn't quite function correctly in this subtle nuance. Do a hell! No, I just need to know it's flat. If I'm coming as a cursory viewer to this show, how do the arguments break down? Arguments about how Earth's measured, navigated, flown on, mapped, obviously, observably. That's what they want to hear. Not, well, the globe don't work like this. Concave Earth don't work like that. Hollow Earth don't work like this. Ether don't work like that. Why does anybody who comes to a flat Earth debate want to hear that if they're a cursory viewer? Don't get me wrong, there's going to be people who expect, as a regular viewer, that we get them to the tip of that spear that we profess to be on. And they want to hear the advanced heliocentric arguments taken to pieces for their fallacies or their inconsistent logic, or whatever it is that they're professing to have as proof that isn't. They'll still want that from this show. But we should reposition the way we do that with the starting point that One Deck was doing in the pre-show and is undoubtedly going to maintain. Why are we talking about how this and how the globe don't work with the horizon that the globe's saying it should have but isn't? The horizon's established as a flat reference. It's used practically to establish flat, to establish horizontal planes of reference. So why are we even discussing how much it might have or should not or is not perceived to be curving? It's utterly absurd when we have a practical flat earth use for the horizon. That's where we start. And if somebody comes to us to profess I've got a globe claim that will pad out to be true, and shock horror, it'll always use a flat earth to do it. But while they're in the blissful ignorance that they're using some imaginary flat plane of reference to get their globe proof from, they'll put it to us and have that flat plane pointed out to them when it gets to it, without a stony silence from my panel or a stony silence from the audience, because they can't quite believe their ears when they hear, no, your globe proof is actually a flat earth proof. Because that will be the general demeanour of us on the panel, us as a debate. That is to say, we're starting with the notion, nay, unassured prerequisite, that Earth must be flat for us to even have this discussion about how you will turn that into a globe. And if you don't know it's being turned into a globe, you can present your evidence and we'll tell you how it's being turned into a globe, because we start with the point that it's flat, and so do you. So that's where we'll start in the discussion. That's how we'll start in our education. That's how we'll start moving forward, so that anybody who gets here automatically knows, because it's constantly reiterated, that Earth is functionally flat.
I agree 100%.
Yeah.
Are you, Nathan, are you saying that Scientology is the Baywatch Nights of the globe?
It's all from the same crowd, isn't it? They're all bosom buddies.
Yeah, I know, yeah. I know they are. But yeah, it is the Baywatch Nights, isn't it, of the globe. It's not really that popular. But they try and make it out as if it is. But actually nobody watches it.
I've speculated that the rhetoric of heliocentrism is intrinsically linked and tied to the rhetoric of Scientology, and the Scientology rhetoric has been vacuum sealed and packed up into humidity controlled and in temperature controlled vaults underground that are protected by armed guards currently. So they've invested shit ton of money in protecting what essentially tucks heliocentrism away in a religious package, should it ever fail, to be pulled out at whatever means or whatever time that it may be necessary to regurgitate and recycle that particular jape / control method. But for the time being, you think, well, what would happen to heliocentrism? How does it get, number one, memory hold, easy, what is seen as a joke and then violently opposed is eventually accepted as always having been known by everybody anyway. Why would you even tell me that Earth's flat? Everybody knows that. That's how it'll happen. But you've got this very, very useful control system that's been in place for a couple of 100 years, perhaps, that, you know, you don't just chuck that stuff away. You got to carefully bottle that stuff up and put it on the shelf ready to mature and be used again when it's been refined a little bit. Well, in my mind, how is that done? Well, it is a religion. We all know that. We profess it almost daily. So what strongly ties heliocentrism to a literal religion that can be packed away and put on a shelf without anybody caring to give it a glance? Well, that's just an old-fashioned, out-of-date, nonsensical religion, isn't it? Yeah, but tucked within that religion, if you scrape beyond the surface of L. Ron Hubbard's Xenu and, you know, DC-10s and all that nonsense, underneath, the heart and soul of it is Copernican heliocentrism. That's what it is. You know, if you want to argue about it, it's like you show me how Star Wars in any way differs in its rhetoric from heliocentrism. Well, you go, well, it doesn't. It's based in reality for you, the Fundy Globe believer. It's like, no, it isn't. It's based in a space with orbital motion. That's what Star Wars is. You go, well, okay, well, that's not very useful to tuck on the shelf. No one's going to extract Copernican motion out of that, are they? But they will from Scientology because it's the heart of it. And why is it the heart of it? Well, because it was all developed in terms of the public face of the religion aspect of it and the public deception face of NASA at the same time by the same people because they're all in the same group. So, you know, it makes sense in a timeline way. But when you get to the end of the path for a certain religion that is only designed to keep control of the masses, if it's starting to fail, you've got to tuck it away neatly somewhere and have it such that no one really looks at it. And if you just tucked once it fails, you just tucked heliocentrism, Copernican heliocentrism on the shelf, there'd be a lot of people going back to that shelf going, yeah, I still remember being lied to by the government about that. Whereas if it's packed away as, oh, those kooky old Scientologists, no one will give it a second glance once it's memory hold. Make sense?
Hold on a second. That sounds a little conspiratorial to me, Nathan.
I said it was only my idea of why we are in a position where fact, you have Scientology rhetoric, which is fact, heliocentric rhetoric being fact, tucked up in vaults that are temperature and humidity controlled. What do you want? That I can speculate a tiny bit beyond that when we've got a failing heliocentric rhetoric that is literally been defied and deviled, or whatever the words you can use to say it's been messed up good and proper by us, because we know it's flat. Therefore, we know it's not real. Therefore, we know it can only fail. There must be a contingency to preserve that. You name another and I'll be all ears. But I can't see anything other than what we've got in reality with that particular rhetoric only being tucked up in one method, one format, in one place by one religion. Now, we're calling it that, but like I say, Scientology is not a parallel to heliocentrism. It is heliocentrism.
To change the subject just slightly back to one of the things you said earlier, the way we handle this topic from now on, I think you're really onto something with that, because I think Bev said it when he was trying to argue that that sea level was just a point on a vertical datum, and we tore it apart as an argument, and he said, but it is an argument. I think heliocentrists want to believe they have an argument more than they care if they have a valid argument.
Well, yeah, that was exemplified by Matthew Learn's discussion again with One Deck. You're getting a lot of props today, and you should like it, John. You're the trailblazer for this. You've been doing it with us, and I've been going, why is this stone cold, flat earth proof, end of the line, technically Genesis starting point, just got stony silence off the panel. Now, you're too polite to say, hello, should you not all be acknowledging and praising this wonderful example that I have annihilated the entire premise of heliocentrism and, more importantly, proved Earth is flat? Just the stony silence. And that's been going on for some time. You know, like, there's an undertone there that had explosive power to it. You're like, why isn't there a bang? What's going on? Why are we on to the next subject? That never sat well with me. I wanted to know why. Now, since then, we've had people saying, "Oh, it's not. I don't like it because you've got to wait for them to make their claims and things like that." And eventually, we're now with Brian saying, "Well, I came up with this a couple of weeks ago. I've been saying for ages, this is how it should be." And that's the attitude you want from the panel. You want everyone behind it if you're going to try and promote the notion that Earth is flat. Now, we're not typically saying that when we say we're going to convert people from their indoctrinated globe faith out of it. I don't think we're going about this the right way. Seems like a lot of effort that we've had to go through. 10 years has been a long time to learn that, yeah, it's just measured flat. I mean, I envisage we can save people quite a significant amount of time not learning the rhetoric of Scientology to leave Scientology, or the rhetoric of Globe to leave Globe. I think we could save people a lot of time.
And that was my beef too. If the information was available back then when I first came into this arena, it would have saved me a lot of nonsense. So the people that are just coming into it now, I agree with John. I agree with you. Bring them right to the devastating points, and it's game over.
Well, Paul was telling us in the pre-show quite the even worse negative aspects of people having anti-globe rhetoric, to punt only, in lieu of flat Earth proof, and that's that people get tired of it and leave. So in the pre-show, Paul was telling us about his friend that had very much appreciated that the globe lies, something that it wasn't the case, but then it ended up listening to endless feast of nonsense stuff and just getting tired of it. Now, Bev's going to get a reference fairly frequently in this regard. Maybe Bev was onto something in that regard, but he's just got the wrong stack of evidence to prove his point. But his objections, I don't think we've ever disagreed with in terms of his disdain for general flat earthism, because what we're now quantifying as essentially anti-globism, not flat earthism, is what I would assume his objection lies with. Bearing in mind, unless he's a fundamentalist in regards to whatever he stands by, I don't really know, that you can't have elevation changes with respect to a horizontal plane of reference and then call it flat, which is, in essence, the most succinct summary I can give of his crappy little argument that he has to object against us with. But, it gets brushed off pretty quickly whenever it comes up in the chat from him. Meanwhile, he detests the nonsense, presumably, of flat earthers when he's appealing to geometry in the first instance. He's sick of hearing stuff about Illuminati, I would assume, and just general crap that you get from flat earthers, in quotes, that are really anti-globers, priding themselves on really having a good grip on how globe doesn't work, to the point where they're tasking people like, again, Paul, with showing his exemplary knowledge of anti-globe rhetoric and how the globe doesn't work. Because if you don't know it, you can't call yourself a flat earther. If you don't know the inside out level 10 thetan nonsense, then how can you possibly escape it?
Well, I think what it was with Bev was, as he says, I've said it many times himself, what brought him into the arena was that he heard that people were saying, or someone said to him on Twitter, that level is not horizontal. And because of him having a kind of a construction and surveying, so he has a surveying certificate. He doesn't need to be a surveyor, but he has a surveying certificate. Because of him having a background in that and just a background in reality, basically, he was like, that's cold nonsense. That's what brought him in. So he didn't come in because of flat versus globe or globe versus flat. That's the difference with Bev, I think, is that he came in because someone claimed that level and horizontal were two different things. It's like, no. You know what I mean? So it was really just that sticking point that brought him into the arena. So I'm not surprised that he went off in a different direction, because he's just focusing on, basic reality that's right in front of him. You know what I mean? That's kind of that's the way Bev is.
Okay.
Like the horizontal horizon, Brian. Evidence that's just straight in front of you.
Straight in front of you. Yeah. The horizon. Yeah.
Not curved, it's horizontal. Mean sea level is level. Elevation profiles measured from it. It's flat.
You see, the thing about it is that my one problem with this, you need a flat earth for that argument, is that it will lead to people who are flat earthers starting to jump on that bandwagon. And then when they're asked to show how do you prove the horizon is horizontal? What do they? See, this is the thing. You've got to be able to prove that sea level is a horizontal.
So you've got to prove sea level is level. You've got to prove sea level is level. Yeah, I get you. Yeah. Now, if you're incompetent and going out, and I distinguish this in my little preamble. If you're coming here because you just want to know the arguments and you want to know how they pad out, then that's what you'll get with a starting point that Earth's measured flat, with stone cold evidence and facts that is the case, right? Now, that is very different to what I also distinguish as somebody who, as an enthusiast, that is a regular, that wants to know how to debate. In my comparison, if I'm Ben Shapiro fan, watching his feminist discussions, and I become a regular watcher so I can learn inside out and back to front how all the arguments pad out with various different opponents who have various different angles on the opinions and claims made by Ben Shapiro, then I'd have to be a really avid watcher so that I could then step into the shoes of Ben Shapiro and debate a feminist, right? Well, I'm not proposing that the angle we take should leave somebody having come here and gone, oh, wow, it's actually measured flat. Oh, wow, the horizon is horizontal. Sorry, I laughed when you said that. You got to prove the horizon's horizontal. Okay. But that aside, as a fairly crappy example. I know where you're going. You're saying you've got to understand that a horizontal base is required to establish when you're measuring angles to stars. You can see that demonstrated in terms of its practical application a couple of times on a show and go away and get on with your day. But I'm saying if you go away from that and then go to next man and go, oh, well, there's a horizontal base. It's like, what are you doing? I wouldn't dare, having watched a couple of Ben Shapiro videos, and I'm not suggesting I align or don't with his views, but if I did or didn't, to then go forth to either take the feminist position and argue against Ben Shapiro, or vice versa, take his position and argue against a feminist. Because it's like, what, just because I've understood the points he made? Now, in our case, it's understood how Earth's measured flat. Yeah, just because you've got that straight away from us going forth into 24, doesn't mean that because you got that, yeah, look, it's measured flat, there it is for you. You can comprehend that. Good, you've got an IQ above 80. Does that mean that you can suddenly go forth and tell all your neighbours and friends that Earth's flat because you want to convert them all? Well, that's your bad. That's on you. Now, if you're saying we should be able to incorporate the ability for somebody who watches it and understands from the off that it's flat, to be able to go forth and argue with fundamentalist religious indoctrinated zealots, it's like, no, you need something else. And I've got just the place to send you. You need anti-globers. Go to Bob and Jaron. No, not Bob, rest in peace. Go to Jaron and Dave Weiss. They'll give you all sorts of anti-globe arguments. If you want to pull people stuck in the cult out of the cult by way of telling them more about their cult, you can do that too. Or you could just walk away at this point. But some people want to go on a mission, don't they? They become a little missionary for their flat Earth cause because they're suddenly in revelation of the fact that Earth's flat. And it's like, well, you need to stick with the show a bit longer. You need to get yourself to the tip of the spear. That'll take a while. Like it would if I was trying to debate feminists. You can't just expect to understand an argument and how it logically makes sense to then go forth to put the same argument and then find you got nothing else in your arsenal. Yeah, Brian, on the one hand, I agree, but that's why I distinguish between enthusiasts who potentially want to go and convert others and people who just go, no, I've got to this show. I just want to know how it's flat. How does these arguments pan out? Oh, it's measured flat. Oh, I see how it's measured flat. Oh, I see how it's used to make the maps flat. And when they're practically applied to navigating, you've got to get angles off the ground. Flat. Straight line. I see. But the next day, the guy might not even remember half of that. But he knows, he's already recognised and understood from that point that it is measured flat. He's already recognised it. Doesn't matter that he hasn't got an advanced comprehension of that to the point where he can debate. In my humble opinion, I'm sure that'll get refined through 2025 when you go, oh no, we've got a dreadful situation where everyone goes out and tells people that it's flat, asserts that you can only get an elevation angle measurement from a flat baseline, and then they don't really know what that means. It's like, oh, right, well, did they only watch one show? That's not my fault.
I personally don't understand the objection.
The objection is this, right? The word horizon is not derived from the word horizontal. The word horizontal is derived from the word horizon. Now, the horizon does appear to be what we call horizontal. But the definition for horizon and the definition for horizontal are two different definitions. So a bowler can ask you, how do you prove the horizon is horizontal? If you're claiming that you need a flat earth for that, how do you prove the horizon is horizontal? And if you don't know how to prove that, just saying horizon is horizontal is not proof. That is not proof. That's begging the question.
Okay, well, what would you do in that circumstance, Brian? Well, this is where we offer up the advanced argument for those who are interested. Right, factually accurate. The horizon is horizontal. You're saying it's not good enough to just declare that if you can't prove it. Okay, I sniggered. Well, what would you offer up?
See, this is the thing. I'd have to first prove that mean sea level is horizontal. That would be the first thing I'd have to prove.
So to prove that the horizon's horizontal, I've got to first prove that level is level.
Based off just what I see.
Sorry, so to prove that the horizon's horizontal, I've got to prove that level's level.
No, I've got to prove that mean sea level, right, as we call it, is a horizontal plane.
Yeah,
now,
okay.
I might use...
But these aren't something... Okay, I got you. I see where you're going now. What you're saying is there are certain established facts that go alongside the statement that if you are unaware that the horizon... To put it in a succinct statement, the horizon could be utilised to establish the horizontal plane of reference. There you go. That's as concise as I can make what you're putting across. Now, if you don't know that, and you just say, well, the horizon's horizontal, you've got essentially nothing in your armory. You've got what seems like a blunt tool, seems like a sharp tool, but it's made of cardboard. That's what you're saying. Unless you just know, well, you can establish a horizontal plane of reference with the horizon. Sea level would be that horizontal plane of reference in your example. And therefore, to be a horizontal plane of reference at sea level, established with the horizon, all of the above must be horizontal. It's a principle that's being applied to do the do. So that summary wouldn't come if you didn't know that, though, is your point, right, Brian?
Well, you need more than that. What you just said, you'd need more than that to prove. Because what you've got to then show is, one second, just let me go through this, right? If you say elevation angle, right, but you don't know, right, that an angle and an elevation angle are not the exact same thing. An angle is two straight lines meeting at a vertex. An elevation angle is very specific. It's a right angle triangle. Now, if you don't know that, then some baller can say to you, but we just use a tangent plane, and that is created by after the dip correction, right? And if you don't know what dip correction is, and you think that has something to do with a globe, then they can draw out for you a circle with this tangent plane at the eye line of an observer on top of the circle and an angle up to a little star that they draw, right? And then they can bring it down to the center of their globe and then measure an arc length and say, that's where the GP of the star is. You've just measured the arc of a globe.
On the flat plane.
If you don't know, those specific
just reiterate
things,
that point.
hang on,
Just let me reiterate your one point. Just let me. So on the globe, you've got a tangent plane, and then it's transposed in the globe on a flat plane.
Yeah, okay. But if you don't know what they're doing, and you don't understand, if you don't understand what the dip correction is, and you don't understand that it's not referencing globe's geometric horizon, right? If you don't understand all these things, then you're in a world of hurt, as they say. Because you got nothing. You end up looking like an idiot.
Nothing in
so
debate.
You have to know what, before you say, but my point is before anyone out there can just turn around and say to someone, You need a flat earth for that. You better know why they will need one. And you
Agreed.
better be able to go through all the steps and put it all apart, because otherwise you're going to end up looking really stupid.
Yeah, exactly. That's why I distinguish between an enthusiastic guy who wants to learn how they can convert others from their globe faith to a flat earth. Well, they will also be better served with a starting point that Earth's measured flat, but a comprehensive understanding of how it's measured flat will mean that you can actually argue the point. Whereas if you just come to the show, see how Brian, or now, if someone had listened to that, right, they'd go, okay, I get it. You know, it's got to be flat to get the angle. I got it. Yeah, that seems perfectly sound. And I don't see how you can get around that. That makes sense. Following day, they don't remember it, but they still feel the need to go and tell someone else that it's flat. It's like, no, just because you understood it doesn't mean you can go out and debate it. So you kept prefacing it by saying, when you go to someone, yeah. At that point, it's like, no, you need a better understanding to be able to go and tell others. You know, you understood it from someone who's disciplined in the subject. Us. Good. Glad you know it's flat and it's measured flat and it's required to be flat and it's functionally flat and Earth's flat. Good that you know that. What are you doing? You feel the need to go out and convert people? Why are you starting a YouTube channel? What are you doing? But yeah, I see that as a danger too, Brian. Go on, hold on, Brian.
Well, it's like
John's in the wings. He's been waiting. Go ahead, John.
Okay, sorry.
I was going to say, to prove the horizon is horizontal, first, you're going to have to define these words that we're using, right? And it's in the definition. You
don't prove the horizon to be horizontal. It's just what is.
That's what I'm thinking.
Yes and
yeah,
no.
But
No.
It's
Let's
not in
just
the
agree
definition.
with Brian. Let me just agree with Brian. Yes and no. It is what it is if we're explaining it and you just listen and understand. Absolutely correct, Eli. However, when Brian prefaces the discussion with when you go to someone and tell them, there's a good chance that the fundamentalist religious zealot will tell you that level moves to the center of a presupposed spherical earth that they assume they're standing on. And you're like, what? You mean level isn't level? And they go, yep. Where are you going to go now? Oh, you've got a challenge to your understanding that Earth's measured flat. Well, you could just stand by the fact it's measured flat, but they're telling you flat ain't flat anymore. What are you going to do now?
Well, let me just correct you on something there. Let me just correct you there on something, John. Because you said it's in the definition. The definition for an horizon is the apparent juncture between air and sky. There's no horizontal, there's no flat, there's no straight in that.
Nope. That's not the definition.
If I can get a definition that says that, then
the definition of horizon is the apparent position where sea level or surface level meet the sky.
I'll be back.
Yeah, well, to Nathan's point, when someone says level isn't level or level is just remaining altitude above a globe, it's just like, well, can you prove that?
What was the question?
That's what I'm thinking, Eli.
Well, they'll just state that level is just, keeping the same altitude around the curving surface that is the Earth. And it's like, well, can you prove that, or is that just a begging the question fallacy?
Right. Well, level is never utilized as that way. Level is always utilized as a horizontal plane of reference. Always.
Okay, right, we're going to draw close
No
to this.
point higher or lower than the other.
Indeed. Right, we're going to cover a video. So this is Eddie Bravo. I assume it's slightly more recent. Oh, it's only come out in the last couple of days. Wow. Okay. So, as always, let this videographer know, Jamie Kennedy, that we've responded to his video with a kind comment in his comment section. So right now, hopefully this call to action will be long enough for a few to actually do this while we're live. So if you're watching this right here, right now, we are actually live, and you can actually see in the chat going by right now, along with a Theo Megawerty super chat. Thank you very much indeed. What orientation is horizontal? Thank you for the super chat. Yeah, you can see a link going by to this videographer. So please let him know at Nathan Oakley 1980 sent me, and let him know that we responded to his video. So I don't know whether or not we're going to agree or disagree with Eddie Bravo, as we've had a bit of a change of heart in terms of what we're going to be covering and how we're going to be covering it moving into 2024. But hopefully we don't become too critical of some feast of nonsense that we get from Eddie Bravo. We shall see how we get on. Any comments before we start? No?
But yeah, why are you critiquing an Eddie Bravo video? I don't.
Why? Because it was provided to me. So thank you to Paul, who provided yesterday's video, which was Dave Weiss with Adrian, and this is today's video. That's why. Why not?
I would say Eddie Bravo would be a fan of the show, and I don't like. I mean, I don't listen to Eddie Bravo a whole lot. I don't need to because of my position in this arena. I know about things within it.
You're an Eddie Bravo fan, Brian. Then
no. My point is that Eddie Bravo has called out Nathan and praised Nathan in the past, and Eddie Bravo is a pretty big name. I think you'd be better off keeping. I mean, I know he's probably popping out Feast of Nonsense stuff and whatever else, but I think we should keep him out of the Ballbuster realm or Glowbusters realm.
Well, I mean, we're assuming that he's going to completely drop the ball right now.
Yeah, we're assuming two things. Number one, that he's going to drop the ball, and number two, that when we correct his dropping of the ball, that he's going to react badly to that. Well, number one, we don't know he's going to drop the ball. Number two, we don't know that if we were to correct him, if he does it, that he would react badly. If you take Flatsoid as a perfect case in point, he's out and about talking about this subject. And whenever we're critical of him personally, he thanks us. Now, I'm not suggesting that everybody should behave in that manner, but he's looking to advance his understanding and debate skills. Well, here's Eddie Bravo going deeper into Flat Earth with Eddie Bravo. Well, I assume he wants to go deeper. Okay? Well, we'll offer him Genesis, won't we? He'll know, if he's listening to this video, and he's just skipped forward to the bit where his pretty face is on screen, that we're changing our tact in terms of non-globe debunking as a starting point. We're going to start by proving Earth's flat with its measurements, and then go on to the objections that come from our opponents if they are postulated. But if they're not, we'll just keep pointing out how Earth is functionally flat. Any other comments before we get started? Also, Brian,
Yeah, I don't see the problem.
And with my YouTube hat on, oh yeah, Sacred Ground. Eddie Bravo's praised this show. Better not critique him. Yeah, good for my YouTube stats if he was to comment again or promote the show again. Yeah, fuck that. Excuse my language. Flat Earth hat goes back on. Tough luck, mate. You're fair game. I don't care that you praise me.
Yeah, but you could do it you don't have to do it in such a harsh way.
I'm not going to be
He's
harsh.
Eddie Bravo.
I'm not going to be harsh. But what I'm saying is, people being critical in their subject matter expertise, having somebody that potentially, we don't know yet, John's already said this, is going to say something that we would disagree with, let's make it in reasonably strong terms, then I'd be kicked out. I wouldn't have any credibility if I went, oh, I'm not going to criticize him though because he's got a nice big audience that promote me. No. Any more comments? We've got to get started at some point.
I'm just saying we could do it in an educational way. Like
We are going to.
Eddie,
We are going to.
you know,
We are
he
going
never
to.
called you a scammer is my point.
Okay.
So that's two Eddie Bravo simps, and everyone else is remaining quiet.
Yeah.
It's an
I'll
equal
send Freddie Bravo,
opportunity.
right? I have praised him for shouting me out and mentioning me to, I can't remember who it was to, but it was in a discussion with Santos. And, I grew as a direct result of that. So I'd be remiss if I didn't acknowledge that in the least, right? But I'd also be shunned by the fellow panel members if I did what Brian suggested. Oh, no, don't critique him. Well, why not? Surely you would want, in the same way as I would potentially and have, and it's come to fruition, put my, in quotes, friendship with, say, Jaron on the line for better information dissemination on his part. Well, why wouldn't I do the same with anybody else? if anything, not being on good terms with Jaron is far more detrimental than being on good terms with somebody who might occasionally shout me out. Would you not agree?
Well, I didn't say don't critique him. What I said is that my point being is that he isn't an enemy of the show. That's my point.
Right. That's
Is that,
my point too, Brian.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm not looking to make an enemy of Eddie Bravo. Okay.
They're spinning, they make them think they're floating in space. Nobody's floating. It's because people think of like flat Earth. I can't believe people still believe in flat Earth. They think that we're a fucking pancake floating in space. Like, no, there is no space.
So wait, where's
there is no space.
He's off to a good start. I mean, immediate critique, so it's a bit of a shit sandwich for you. You know, it's starting with a clear preface of how the globe doesn't work, but he's also decrying space. Now, I might go into more detail, but, you know, along our lines, so far, so good, right? Please share the show, by the way. If 93 people watching, hopefully we can get up to 100.
I think that flat earthers believe that we're a disk floating in space with the other ball planets. No, it's all bullshit. All that. The planets are luminaries. The planets are lights. When you look through a telescope and you look at the stars and the planet, they're lights. They're luminaries.
So explain it to me though, because I don't want to lose this thought, but the easier version of that is what's going on right here as a metaphor is the 15-minute city thing. That's 100% real.
Yeah.
And if you see in LA, in every city, I've gone to 10 cities.
I'm already lost. I know what a 15-minute city is. I think it was Brian that told me a couple of weeks ago. But why is he juxtaposing this with the flat Earth society pancake that we're definitely not experiencing? Again, so far so good. But I don't see how this gets pulled in by comparison. Obviously,
cities in the last 2 months. They're all doing these projects, all big, brand new buildings with your Wi-Fi, your yoga studio, your healthy market.
This building, right?
Oh, this building, exactly.
That's a 15-minute city right here.
100%.
Can you get everything here?
Everything.
Is there a supermarket attached to this?
100%.
Sure, we will get the comparison at some point.
Supermarket, a yoga studio, a killer gym, a tanning studio.
That's how they like
influence and spy.
Does this guy just know a lot about 15-minute cities and doesn't have a response to what Eddie Bravo said, so he's just taking it on some crazy tangent? Seems like it.
Wi-Fi, Amazon Prime. I mean, it's bomb. And you lock the key, you're gone. But how much longer can I leave?
Great. Coherent.
Right? Like they cut the travel down. So I feel very happy in my little, and you know, look at the gates. They're huge, right? So it's like this weird ass, like little like safety zone, but they're building them all over America.
Yeah.
So
and I noticed that coming here. I'm like, that's the new thing. Is retail stores at the bottom floor, and then apartments over them.
Have you watched this, by the way, Paul? You said you hadn't watched it when you presented it yesterday.
No, I haven't got a chance to watch it, and it is called Going Deeper into Flat Earth with Eddie Bravo. But
we'll see.
And everyone's in here: podcasters, actors, comedians, OnlyFans, Twitchers. Everybody is just making a living with a ring light, and they don't want you to leave, and a lot of people don't. And so that is because why? Because that's a bigger whole thing of my whole theory is that we've hit our time now. AI is going to do everything. We're not going to need a lot of people. And so what do? You have to control all these animals.
Yeah.
That's why I believe
it's all about control.
Yes.
Okay, now I've got the comparison. God, cool. Finally.
Easiest way to control.
So the same thing what you're saying with the Earth, control these animals.
I bet that you go to all the lakes, and rule number one, you're going to run another lake. Get everyone to think they're on a ball shooting through space.
I love you call it a lake. So it's like
a giant lake. We're like with islands in the middle.
So explain it to me.
We're an island.
So here, so we're on.
So far, he's stuck to facts. Wouldn't you all agree? Very, very casual, but he's stuck to facts. Hasn't deviated. It's still within the realms that you could speculate. But if you were to describe a flat lake with islands in it as what we know the world is thus far, I wouldn't disagree with that. So far, so good. Still,
besides the space thing, because we do live in space. But
what was wrong with that?
Yeah, we live in space. Outer space is the issue.
Yeah, I see what you mean.
Outer space.
Yeah, he didn't preface outer space. That's the only.
That's all right. I mean, yeah, we'll let that slide. But yeah, good point.
Pancake.
We're not on a pancake.
Okay, we're on something flat.
We're on some level land.
Okay, with a dome.
I don't know about the dome. I think there's a firmament, but I don't know if it's a dome.
Firmament is just another way to say like it's a
barrier,
lid.
some
it's a
kind
lid.
of barrier.
Okay. Truman Show or not Truman Show?
Truman Show the set was small. I would say more like Westworld, but bigger.
Okay.
More like Westworld.
And so what is,
in my opinion, I don't know shit.
What
I don't like that your mom is trying to get that analogy out of him. If it doesn't come natural, he's turning it into a conspiracy there. He's trying to turn it into what he thinks it is, which is a conspiracy. Why does Eddie Bravo have to say whether it's like anything? No,
I can see his angle. He's come immediately from the motivation angle, and he's like, right, if I compare this to how they're currently doing it, I like his train of thought. Now I've got to where he was going with that, actually, Brian, because you kind of want to logically infer why things would be the way they are, and the way he's getting there is with specific examples that he can cross-reference. So when he gets to Truman Show, he's like, well, I've already got you agreeing with me about the 15-minute cities that are in existence. Well, by small scale, now we've got a comparison or a juxtaposition with those small cities in our minds, because he's painted that picture quite nicely, with a Truman-shaped dome over it. Now, you're saying, I don't like that. He's having to lead Eddie Bravo into this comparison. But he did agree with him while he was giving all the examples, and he's took him there. I mean, it's a back and forth at the end of the day. So he's trying to, or Eddie Bravo is trying to, get the guy to agree. So therefore he's going to lead with his, not opponents, but his discussion partners' examples. And he has, I don't know, maybe it'll go badly after that. We'll see. Any other comment?
What is the...
Go on, Neil.
I said hit play. I want to hear more.
This land, what's it floating on? If it's not floating,
nobody knows.
So if we're flat,
it's stationary. It's stationary.
Can you go off the land? Can you go off the edge of it?
No. There's just a wall, and then the other side there's more land, more lakes.
Dear. So okay, so we get to our first critique. So can you go off the edge of it? No. Okay. I don't know is a fine answer. Yes is a terrible answer, and no is a terrible answer. Why? Well, because we don't know. Yeah? You say,
hang on, Nathan.
Yeah, go on.
I have to critique you there. Sorry, we have liquid oceans. Something has to be containing them.
Okay. But that doesn't mean that there's an edge
but we
fall
don't know
off.
why.
Okay, let's say for the sake of argument that where currently they describe the ice wall, that's actually not an ice wall. It's a giant mushroom-shaped volcano. Yeah? And at the edge of that giant mushroom-shaped volcano, which is containing water, as we know it, on the azimuthal equidistant projection, but below that, there's a giant stalk that goes down thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of miles, like a giant chasm with a giant 100,000-mile stalk holding up a tiny little, by comparison, dot that happens to have a tiny little, by comparison, drop of water in it that just happens to be what we experience at our tiny scale by comparison. Just for the sake of this discussion. So you're imagining a giant peak, basically, with a tiny little divot in the top of it that's got a little bit of water in it. But when you zoom right in, my God, that's the whole world that we know. So in that example, that stalk does have, a cavity that goes up to another edge, and beyond that, there's bazillion miles of land. And that entire thing, in reality, is all kept in a giant sugar-coated dome. Yeah? Now, that obviously is 10 bazillion million miles beyond where we currently experience our little stalk in that little flat plane of existence that extends out to the point where there's a dome beyond that. And in that scenario, there is actually an edge you could fall off, shockingly, isn't it? You climb up this big, massive mountain and you do get to the chasm. It's amazing. It's just, we don't know. So, while that seems farcical, we don't know. Therefore, to say no, there is no edge to fall off when potentially our lake could be in a bucket that's on a pedestal that's dangling over a chasm and we wouldn't have the slightest clue. So to say it's not is just as objectionable as to say there is, as Eddie Bravo did, an ice wall. He doesn't know that. The rhetoric that we have that would affirm it has come from, Cook, where he said he traversed Antarctica and it was like 75,000 miles or something ludicrous in his notes. Okay. So other than that, and a projection that happens to be North Pole centric that puts everything that is Antarctica around you as an edge, by pure fiat, it's just by the way the projection works. With any other position beyond North Pole centric, you wouldn't get the ice wall projected out on those maps. And you can see that they don't if you look at the mural, or whatever you want to call it, of a Texas-centric azimuthal equidistant projection. Equidistant from what? Texas, because it's right in the middle. And that was on JFK. It's in the backdrop of all the pictures when you see him on Air Force One. Yeah, that's what's in his plane. Well, it's not got an ice wall. It's just got Antarctica. Why? Well, because it's not projected from the North Pole. So it happens to plot it out that way. But that and an account from Cook gets tied together in the feast of nonsense. Now we've got a bloody ice wall. Have you been there? Have you checked that it goes around 70, 80,000 miles in circumference, holding in all the water like a big puddle? Do we know that? No, we do not. It's part of the feast of nonsense.
And what's space?
Not sure what those
Sorry,
lights
Nathan,
are.
I have to correct you on something there.
Here we go. Go ahead, Brian.
Yeah. We measure the latitude and longitude grid from the GP point of Polaris. That's where it's measured from.
And?
Out 90 degrees and then another 90 from the equator to the equator and another 90 from the equator. That means we are dealing with a north-central world.
No, that just means that grid system's developed from elevation angle measurements off a flat plane to Polaris to give you the minimum value at 90 or 0 for it at your zenith or it at the equator. The equator doesn't exist, the grid doesn't exist, none of it exists. It's all arbitrarily inferred by us by taking angle measurements off a flat plane that's first required to take those measurements. But that doesn't mean anything. How does that mean there's an ice wall?
It doesn't mean there's an ice wall. The point is that we live in a north-centric world. Polaris is the only star in the sky that doesn't move.
That doesn't mean anything. That's a system we've devised arbitrarily based on accurate measurements off a flat plane of a star that happens to not move, that we put as our, north centre? Why? That's completely arbitrary. You go, there's magnetic waves emanating from it. Okay. Oh, they're also circular. Just for the sake of discussion, if we didn't have a quadrupole system in reality, by way of its presentation in general terms, you've just got a north and south pole. Well, okay. So that means you've got circles emanating out. Yeah, okay. So what? That mean that the centre of our universe is the North Pole? No. Quite useful for us.
What's the universe?
Well, centre of anything. Centre for our arbitrarily ascribed grid system. That's all that is. You're going to tell me that dictates how our world is and how we've got a North Pole-centric world? No. We've plotted a North Pole-centric world arbitrarily.
Well, let me ask you this then. How else would we have measured a grid system?
Well, we haven't, but what does that prove? The fact that was the development of our grid system.
Well, we require Polaris as a center point to create the grid system that we use.
I'll be with the buzz. Can you pop yourself on mute?
Oh, apologies.
Oh, unless you were trying to actually say something. Were you trying to interrupt Brian? If you were, feel free.
No, I was talking to the dog. Sorry.
Okay, fair enough.
Mike discipline.
It's okay. These things happen. Hasn't distracted Brian. He's got an attention span.
Yeah, it's just my point would be that we have no evidence whatsoever that a north central world is incorrect. Absolutely none. We could only measure the grid we use, and it would have to be the original grid which would be the latitude and longitude grid of navigation. We could only lay that out via Polaris being at the center. That's the only way we could do it. It's the only way you could measure out that grid.
I know.
And then after that, we can add other grids, but we need that grid first. So there's no other way we could have done it. So I don't think it's a stretch to claim an Earth-centric world.
No, we have mapped and modelled, even with the globe, a North Pole-centric world. I'm not disagreeing with you. That is what we've done. That is how it's useful. And it does work. But that doesn't... It doesn't make the world and how the world is dependent on it. It's arbitrary. It's our... When you say, well, what else would we do to achieve the same ends? Well, I'm not saying or suggesting that we should do anything different to achieve the same ends, or that the ends we have achieved when plotting this grid system aren't useful, accurate. I'm not suggesting any of those things. But it doesn't... This point only cemented in my mind when I was arguing about the equator about 3 years ago, and QE interrupted and said, "What equator?" Or something like that. I was like, well, what do you mean? Well, there is no equator. Now, we know what gives us this description, right? It's the minimum elevation angle measurement to Polaris, as that's what we're specifically talking about right now, you and I, Brian. Isn't it? Where's the equator? Well, it doesn't exist beyond that structure that we've created arbitrarily to give us that system, and indeed the rest of the grid. But us doing that doesn't mean that the world is anything. Do you understand?
I'm not going to stick on it, because it'll hold up the show.
To use the analogy, I would say that grid system creates our 15-minute city. It doesn't mean there aren't other cities. It doesn't have any definition of what centre is. It's just our city centre that we've constructed using what's around us. Yeah, but that doesn't mean that things outside of that are necessarily tied to that. That there are things outside of that. That there is. Yeah.
Why can't he just say, "I don't know"?
Well, that's two good segues. Let's just acknowledge Adam first of all. Yes, if you were to have something specifically that utilised the, I don't know, a magnetic field below a certain point of the ground for the sake of argument, and it had specific designated lines that were constant, and then you plotted out a city centre that was based around the town hall being on the middle and a circular grid system moving outwards, and you were like, well, if the centre of our known universe, because we only know Plato's cave style, this 15-minute city, how else could the centre not be the centre? It's like, well, yeah, but we developed the centre to be that way based on, you know, things that did exist in physical reality that we could utilise and reference. But that doesn't mean anything about the world around you, because the centre of the 15-minute city has something that it cross-references. So the fact that our centre of our world that we know cross-references a useful point in the sky that doesn't move, Polaris, to give us a grid system, doesn't infer anything about the extent of the world or how the rest of the plane, if it exists at all, might or might not work. So to answer Neil is a perfect segue. Why couldn't he just say, "I don't know"? Well, because like we plead to the uninitiated about how they've been indoctrinated, or formally have been indoctrinated into globe faith from day one, Eddie Bravo's gone on the same beaten path that we have, swum through the same mucky waters that we swum through, to get to the point where he's now got to regurgitate his path through anti-globe rhetoric to give him an answer about what he thinks the world might be, because his opponent just wants an answer. Is it a disc? Is it a pancake? Are we in a Truman-shaped dome? Are we going to fall off the edge? Well, what do you think it is? Because he's got nothing but questions. Well, that's fine, but "I don't know" would be the correct answer, as opposed to "I think there's an ice wall."
Right. Well, I don't know. And then, like, what are the things that we do know, and what we could know, and what we definitely can't know? And then figure it out from that point on as to, like, basically what you think it is or could be.
No, just we don't know, and we don't know anything, really. Yeah, there's nothing certainty when trying to address that question. It's as simple as that.
Well, there are certainties as to what it won't be. Definitely.
That's not what he's asking for, though, is it? Shout out to Shasha. Thank you for the super chat.
It won't be chocolate. Well, brilliant. That'll be helpful.
Correct. And there will definitely be a specific volume for the available space in the realm, right?
Not right.
These are all facts that we know.
No, I think you don't know that. No. And more importantly, it's about having integrity in what you're saying. maintaining your standards. You don't know. Just don't waffle. Don't go to a place where you are giving supposition, even in little things like that it's not made of chocolate. Oh, well done. Actually, are you sure? Can you prove that? No, you can't. It could be made of chocolate, couldn't it? Actually, because you don't know.
Yeah, that's why I gave
the volume can't just be varying all the time.
No, you keep telling us what it can't do, Owen.
Would be dramatic.
Owen, we know you can endlessly tell us about what it can't do, but number one, you don't have to prove non-existence in that regard. If it can't do it, you don't have to prove it unless it's specifically not doing it at the example point, i.e. when you're asked about it. But in this example, when I said a sugar-coated dome, it was for the same reasons. Sugar-coated, you say? Why would you drop that in there? Well, because it's absurd and I can't prove it or disprove it. Adam's used the same example of saying, well, you don't know it's not chocolate. So why pepper it with it's not chocolate? If you don't know, you could get there and find that it's chocolate.
No, because there's entropy, and chocolate can't stay.
Okay, we're going to play on.
Yep.
Nobody knows. They won't let us slaves figure it out. They won't let us go into Antarctica. You can't travel in Antarctica.
Yeah, which is very suspect.
You can't travel in Antarctica.
I know.
You can't.
What's the official reason?
If the penguins, you don't want to fuck the penguins up.
I mean, yeah, this is the problem, isn't it? You get into the feast of nonsense, you start declaring those ice walls. Next thing you know, you're asking about Antarctic treaties, and you've got plenty of convolution. Here's Mr. Beast down on Antarctica. He's looking at the penguins, right? Yeah, but this doesn't prove it's flat. Now, in terms
they're called emperor penguins for a reason, you know. Can't violate that.
Well, for example, to restate, I don't know. If you want to bring that Antarctic treaty up, you say, look, there does appear to be some obstacles for me to be able to go and know. But other than that, we don't know anything. And I would still make the point that whilst we may want to be a bit conspiratorial with regards to the treaty, ultimately, we don't know what it means. They could be hiding something completely different, couldn't it? Could be, yeah. It might not have anything to do with it. We don't know.
Complete misdirection.
All we do know from those things is that our governments lie to us, and we have much more reliable sources to prove that. That's all we do know, really, with regards to it. I think it's important to be honest there. As soon as you cite that treaty is some sort of proof for your worldview, you've got to back it up.
Well, the thing is, isn't this kind of just feeding into the false dichotomy of your model versus my model?
Yes.
If, like, yeah, they don't have a model. Well, why would you need to show them a new model when they don't have a model?
Right, so when there's an inference that the way the system develops onto a globe-shaped map by way of the grid system being stretched over it, there would be an assertion that you have antipodal positioning on a globe, and therefore, when the sun moves its position, you'll have 24 hours of sunlight in Antarctica. Well, you don't have that, but there's a whole treaty just for that. It's like, well, again, as Adam keeps pointing out, we don't know, and that's all you can say. But when you start affirming that you do know, you end up in a false dichotomy where the globe proponent is claiming that an antipodal position with respect to an axis that can only be devised from a flat plane would give him a 24-hour sun that actually in the flat earther or the flat earther's view isn't giving a 24-hour sun. These are like 2015, 16 arguments that we used to go through where it's whether or not the globe will have a 24-hour sun in Antarctica that you end up arguing about. So now we can show, or we can't, we've got a couple of snapshots from a guy who spent 18 months down there and said there was no such beast. But why are we arguing about it? The grid system that's been developed to give him an antipodal positioning system required a flat plane to develop in the first instance. Shouldn't that be the starting point? I don't know about Antarctica. I do know that all of the systems of navigation were based on a flat plane in the first instance. All the maps and charts that may have been used to get down there would have been utilising the stars in the same manner to get angles off a flat plane so they could navigate with them. So in terms of what might have been discovered about Antarctica, it was discovered by way of navigation techniques that used a flat plane. But I don't know, it might be something of interest. Any more?
Well, I was going to say, even if there was or wasn't a 24-hour sun in Antarctica, it still doesn't change that, it's measured flat.
And it's still presupposing that it's in a position and all these things, right? All these things are all presupposed in order to even make an argument. Oh, ice wall, not ice wall.
Right. We have a consistent angle above the horizon to the sun 24 hours a day in Antarctica. Okay, well, you needed a flat Earth to get that consistent angle. And?
Exactly. To say, well, I can take a grid system that was measured off a flat plane and then convert it onto a globe. And when I convert the measured flat grid system onto a globe, the position we're detailing that in this argument does have 24 hours of sun can be explained by you being antipodal on a globe. Okay, so if I measure a flat plane and develop a grid system with it and then wrap it round a globe, I can say that the answer to this problem of there being a 24-hour sun in Antarctica, which we would infer there is not, is that the antipodal positioning system of a globe that's been taken from a flat Earth measurement makes you on a globe, therefore antipodal positioning for that 24-hour sun. That makes no sense, because you've developed the notion of being on a globe from a measurement that came from a flat plane. How can you possibly infer that you're antipodal because you've measured a flat plane and then stretched it over a ball? That makes no sense.
Considerations, Nathan. Considerations.
Considerations for the flat plane you measured to develop the grid system to stretch over a ball.
Yep.
Play.
Is that true?
Yeah.
That's true.
They don't want to fuck the people.
Are you kidding me? That's the reason we can't go to Antarctica.
We don't want to destroy, we don't want to...
Because he was all concerned about going to Antarctica before I had this conversation. Clearly, he's shocked. I mean, it was me in Carrick Travel going, what do you mean there's no trips to Antarctica? My wife will be very disappointed. No one was concerned about this till they got to this subject. Why? Well, because it's thrown in with the feast of nonsense.
Polluted.
That's true.
Yeah. And anybody that gets near the ice wall, I mean, there's video of the ice wall. There's endless video. People, anytime you get near it, there's buoys all over the ocean by the wall. It's like radar.
Man, I take him at his word. He's done 74,000 miles of travel and confirmed there's an ice wall and it's everywhere and there's loads of pictures of it. There's pictures of ice.
It's happening.
There's pictures of ice. But to infer there's a 74,000 mile circumference ice wall because there's pictures of ice in certain locations. No. It's straight out the feast of nonsense. This is absolutely unequivocally unconfirmed.
What are you talking about, Nathan? Eddie checked that just a week before this interview. He went there and did that, right?
Well, having just said that he can't go there because the government stops you.
Just to keep my Eddie Bravo Simps happy.
There, just to check that you can't get there.
Just to keep my Eddie Bravo Simps happy, right? I'm sorry I've got to do this to you, Eddie. I'm really sorry. Yeah, it's not your fault. That's all I will say to soften the blow, right? We all had to swim through this pool, and it was literally a matter of weeks ago that some of us would have been putting things like this to opponents that we wanted to convert. So it's not your fault that you're tarnished and dirty through that dirty, horrible pool we call flat Earth that we all had to swim through. But now, things are going to change. Earth's measured flat, that should be the starting point for all of these discussions. And where there is speculation to be had, and perceived information to have been garnished by you already in regards to ice walls, do you really know what you know? The answer is no, you don't. So why speculate on it?
Anytime someone from Australia or South Africa, they get on a yacht and they go too close, the fucking military turn around. There's video of that. There's video of that. You can't go to Antarctica unless you have permission from the government, and they're not going to give you permission. They make you jump through all these hoops.
How are you going to confirm it's an ice wall 74,000 miles in circumference then? So you can't even confirm this if you wanted to.
It's already been done before.
That's what I said. It's an argument from ignorance at best, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah. Now, all he can say is our governments lie and cheat to us. It's great evidence of that, and they control us. Look, you're not allowed outside of these are your 15-minute city boundaries, pal. Yeah, you can make that point. What you've got to make clear is that from your point of view, whilst you recognise this as an issue in society, you don't cite it as any evidence for flat Earth.
Yeah, but in terms of getting there on your boat, you'd need flat maps and flat navigation systems and sextants and star charts and almanacs, and all of them require a flat Earth to be functional. So those are points that you can make when someone's talking about navigating to the points that, yeah, societally we're under control in terms of where we can go. That much is true, but that only fuels the conspiratorial fire. That's a political issue as opposed to a nature of Earth issue. It's not physics when you're talking in this context.
You have to prove.
You can, any baller can make it. Just that, no, the reason you're not allowed past there is because that's where all the Nazi bases are, and Hitler's still in charge. Yeah, that's why they don't let you down there. It's still on a ball though. Reasonable. There's no. That's just as plausible, in fact, more plausible than citing it as evidence that the Earth is flat.
You're some kind of scientist, or you're doing some kind of scientific thing, then they go, okay, if they grant you permission, it's going to cost a boatload of money, and they're going to put you on a little peninsula, and you think with a little ceremonial South Pole, and they go, okay, you're on the South Pole, look, but really you're like
There's gifts galore at great prices this Christmas at Curry's, and you know they'll love a stunning new iPad.
It's like being on Catalina Island, and even though that's technically the United States, and you're trying to make claims about what's going on in Buffalo. You know, what are you talking about? Nobody can go to Buffalo. I went to Catalina.
Yeah.
I went to Catalina. Why can't anybody go to Buffalo? It's like, it has nothing to do with it. You know what I mean? So if you get permission to go to the South Pole, they're only going to put you on a little peninsula. That's it. You can't just travel independently and freely. They won't let you. The last guy that did.
There you go, Adam. He's summarised and rounded up his point. Bearing in mind he's being led by the guy he's talking to what you've just said. Societally, there's a control structure in place. And this is all prefaced around his question about Truman Show style dome. So I would give him praise for this. Not too bad, wouldn't you say?
I think as long as you put in it like that, that's it. To me, you're going to encounter people that want to be led. They want alternatives. And I think there are opportunities there just to show people your standards. No, I'm not just a runaway conspirator. I'm not going to accept this thing. I can only accept it as this, and show them your standards. It's a good opportunity, not necessarily to get out the flat maps yet, but just like I say, to demonstrate. And I think Eddie's actually, all right, he believes that there's outer realms, okay? But we're not here to discuss what we believe, Eddie. We're here to discuss what we can prove. But other than that, I think he is addressing it, right?
Admiral Byrd, that last guy, before he died, he was on TV talking about, because Admiral Byrd went down Antarctica.
Did he?
Videotaped everything. It's all on video.
Well, he wasn't on TV after he died.
No way. There was a moon landing on TV too, Eddie. Did you know that?
He went down there with the fucking Army and the Navy.
Did he?
That's right.
They went down there with thousands of people, with gigantic ships, shit ton of airplanes. So, there's no way they're going to get stuck out there. They're just constant. They went down, they took planes, and there's
took rockets. They went into a second law of thermodynamics violation. They landed on the moon.
Video of them on planes going.
Stuck, though. There's a whole documentary about this and everything, and they did still get stuck.
Sorry,
according to the all of those equipments.
According to the story,
lovely. And when they went there, lovely. What does that prove in terms of flat Earth? It doesn't. Yeah. At best, you're going to get a bit more conspiracy that there's some nice sunny beaches in Antarctica. Lovely, happy. Yeah, Antarctica can still be at the bottom of a ball. You're not.
Hang on a second. Hang on. You saying there is sunny? My wife was right to moan about us not being able to go there.
Yes.
Yeah. No, it's in South Antarctica. You can't find it anywhere north.
Can I say something? One thing is evident. Eddie Bravo is not keeping up with the flat earth debate. Come on, Eddie.
Deep in Antarctica. And there's no more ice. And he says on TV, he goes, we found land, a continent the size of the United States, untouched, filled with resources. And he goes, I imagine we're going to go down there and get all those resources. Because we found a continent beyond the ice wall, no ice, as big as the United States. He says on.
Can I make a point, please?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, one thing that I will say is that every time anyone, and I've heard you say it, and I think maybe someone else did it on the panel as well, when they brought up Antarctica, they said down there. So mentioning Antarctica at all instantly brings up a down there in your mind.
Yeah, so just like Australia, right?
Yeah, it's kind of like that, like the land down under. Yeah, you're instantly talking about it down there.
Still down on the map, and Newcastle's up on the map.
Right up there with Canada and Greenland. I mean, this is just how people are used to looking at a map. North at the upside, south at the downside.
Is north up and south down?
Yeah, when you look at a map, it is.
No.
That's how the text is written on the map.
Well, if you turn the map upside down.
Yeah, you could do that, but all the text that might be on the map are going to be upside down to you.
Oh, well, then the way we write text, or it's ultimately arbitrary of whether or not north is up and south is down.
No. I told you it's colloquial. This is just the general people, how they do it, how they see it, how they're going to name it. That's what it is, not physics.
On the map.
Hold on, Owen.
And I want to go up the way, right? I'll go north. If I want to go down the way, I'll head south.
Yeah. Sorry, does that change Brian's point? Just because we could sit around going, yeah, he's right, because colloquially, we can travel to the stars, and there's people on screen telling us how they found land and are digging it up there, right?
No,
it's the same thing.
No, you can't colloquially go to the stars. You could think you could do that, but you can't.
Right, but you could think that you could go to Antarctica and there could be beaches there if some guy who's an admiral tells you because he's got footage that's shown on TV. But meanwhile, we can't validate or confirm any of this. In fact, we've got extensive, according to Eddie Bravo, means in place to stop us checking whether or not there is actually beaches in Antarctica and resources there, as they, and only they, are alluding that there is, like they allude that there's resources on the moon and Mars.
Okay, but that has nothing to do with colloquialism, though. The colloquialism is all about calling the north up and the south down based on map interface, right? That's the colloquialism, not whatever they claim is supposed to be there. That's not what I'm talking about.
No, but north and south like the latitude and longitude grid is based on north-south. That's what it's based on, and then having an east-west around. Like that's a horizontal grid. So there's no north and south. There's no up and down. Sorry.
I recognise your point. If I was to refer to Australia, you would say down under, and at that point it is an antipodal on a ball reference. So.
Yes, just because it's accepted colloquially. Okay, let's play again.
On TV, then he dies right after that, and then all the nations of the world, all the powerful nations of the world, like 50 some, sign the Antarctic Treaty, which means we got to protect the penguins, and nobody's allowed down there.
About it. So
Admiral Byrd, who I get, and they went down there.
I'm just going to spin past all the stuff on Antarctica. We've covered it,
whatever.
Right?
Maybe there was a
he's doing a
time
decent
of the year where the sport didn't have.
Sorry, someone. Is someone on Discord talking now?
No, it's the video. Go ahead.
I'm not offended. He's doing a nice job explaining the Admiral Byrd thing. I'm not hearing any claims that proves it's flat. It's a perfectly happy little story on its own. His mate's happy to listen to it. But and generally, he's not making any outlandish claims to this, other than the questionable point in history, which is fine. Just all I want him to do is make the point that, and that has got nothing to do with flat Earth, and then he can talk about those things, because he's not using it, is he, as proof? He's just very eloquently outlining the story.
And Nathan, you can't compare the pictures and the moon landing to Eddie Bravo's video and pictures.
Right. Oh,
'Cause
can you
that's
not? I was waiting
that's
for
in
that.
a
Everyone stop.
violation of natural law.
Everyone stop. Oh, I can't. So even though...
No, it's a violation of natural law.
Okay. Even though in direct comparison to what has replaced, quote unquote, outer space when finding new lands that we can most assuredly show people do live on after they were discovered and weren't on maps. So you're saying when describing outer space as a comparison for where all the land is and them showing us that the land is there on TV, I can't compare that to how they used to go to outer space and have found lands that I can easily reference as having people on them and were on the maps at one stage and then previously weren't. But should I use this Antarctic example when I'm saying, no. They say there's land at Antarctica. Previously we found land and now people live there. New worlds. Well, why would I use Antarctica? I'll compare it to space because in this example, you've got Admiral Byrd saying there's more land out towards the horizon in what they're calling Antarctica, unverified. And then it tails off. No more new land found. Globe. And where is all the land? Out in space. So it's absolutely comparable. How is this any more validatable? It's the last example where they're going out to space, the horizon, to find new worlds, in this case Antarctica, but it isn't verified. Why wouldn't I just use one that is?
All I'm saying is the pictures they took of the moon and all of that nonsense, it can't be accomplished because they can't get there.
Yeah, that's my point. You're not listening. You're not listening. What? But we can go to Antarctica to verify the beaches?
No, because you're not allowed
right.
to Antarctica.
So it's directly comparable. When I say, oh, right, we do have mineral wealth and beaches in Antarctica because of the footage and Admiral Byrd, no, directly comparable to the lights in the sky with soil and minerals and resources because man in astronaut suit. There's no difference. If it's not verified...
I got you.
That there's beaches in... Thank you for talking through me while the penny drops that you've interrupted me incessantly for not understanding. That's really wonderful. Yeah, it's directly comparable. Keep doing it, I would suggest, while I try and round out this point. Maybe 2 more or 3 more interruptions, Neil. Go ahead. There is absolutely no way that anybody, Eddie Bravo or otherwise, can verify that which was punted to them by Admiral Byrd. Furthermore, we go out of our way to tell you how unvalidatable this garbage is, because we're not allowed to go there, but simultaneously can go there to see the penguins if you missed a beast. So it's convoluted as all hell, and unvalidated, unverified, just like lights in the sky are. Unvalidated as being soil, resources, minerals, beaches, places you can send tractors to go and dig stuff up, in the case of Mars. Right? Well, can we go and send tractors to Antarctica? Oh, we don't know that either. We haven't validated it. We haven't verified it. Meanwhile, when I get to my actual conclusion, Neil's going to fucking interrupt again, isn't he? Meanwhile, on the maps, we can show that there were places that weren't in existence on certain maps. The new worlds. After their discovery, some of those lands you might be standing on now as a listener, they then had population increase, people moving and developing the land after its discovery and after it was put on a map as a, quote, new world. So do I, A, go to this conspiratorial garbage that's no better than saying that there's soil in the sky on little twinkling lights because it's totally unverified, or do I go to a map that's got no new worlds on it and go, this is what we knew? Oh, I had it on screen earlier. We had the map of Monday up. The map of Monday flashed up on full screen. Very little new worlds on it. So that's what they thought the world was at that point. Yeah, not globe-shaped. Then we discover new worlds, and now there's people on them. There you go. That is absolutely, unequivocally, you cannot debunk what I've just said. I can spend 50 minutes going through the crap of Antarctica till I'm blue in the face. And will I validate any of it? No more than NASA can validate that the rock in the sky we call the moon is a rock. Because it isn't validatable. We can't do it. We can't go to Antarctica. Let's just use better examples. Ones that people can't argue with, or question the validity of edges that might be there, or the ice wall that may not exist, or the dome that meets the edge. No, we have discovered new lands. Here they are. People live on them right now, you know. Well, they didn't exist before we discovered them out in outer space, towards the horizon, established as horizontal, to develop the systems to go out and discover these new lands, and then plot them with respect to a grid.
Don't let me get a freaking word in. Can you ever get to the moon and take video of it?
Can you get to Antarctica and take video of it, Neil? That's my point.
Maybe it's there. It's on the map.
Maybe we can get to the moon, Neil. Maybe.
No, that's a violation.
All right, but Antarctica...
You can't go to vacuum of space.
Right, it makes a difference. I can't validate Antarctica, but yet we use it as an example of how the world might be expandable. It has expanded. I can demonstrate that. Why go to a conspiratorial place that people claim is an ice wall when that's not validatable, not confirmed? There isn't people living on there and mining the resources, but there are on other countries that didn't used to be on the maps when we discovered them in outer space. Why not use them?
Can we hit play?
Well,
Just
wait to tell me that my passion's
point.
totally unjustified, Huey. Thank you.
Advice, whatever. But there's been fictional books that have been written. I think one's called The Iron Republic, and I didn't read it or anything, but I have friends that have, and they said that there's books written about going past the.
That is a great book, a really great book. I can recommend it. Pure fantasy, bit Jules Verne. It is pimped off, I think, in the early 1900s, late 1800s as a real event. I doubt it. It was like a good way to sell a magazine, but a really good story, really good fantasy story. The Iron Republic.
Thanks, Adam.
You can see, hear an audio reading of it on the Morgiles channel. So he did it a couple of years ago and went through it and just read it in about 2 or 3 sessions. So if you can't be bothered to go and get the book or read it, you can listen to Morgile reading it to you. Shout out to Elvis Kavovic, who says, ban Neil. No.
The reason I mention it is it is a flat Earth book, but it is very realmy as well. It goes into and it's making claims about how the stars work past our way and it works differently like that. A little bit like Eddie is probably describing, and you see those outer circle maps. It's a good bit of piece of nonsense.
Speculation with a flat Earth tag on it. That's exactly what we need.
The only reason, but remember, it's written in the early 1900s, and my point is, it's flat. It's not a ball fantasy. It's an extended realm book. They're not.
Yeah? The flat Earth fantasy.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
They're not thinking the world's a ball back then. Like the ballers would tell us, everybody thought the world was a ball back then.
I get it. Still fantasy, though. That's
total fiction.
Point well taken.
Ice wall, finding other land outside, finding other races. I think aliens don't come from up there. They come from over there. They come from, that's outer space.
I agree. Well, we define them as that. We define them as that. And we have examples of that having had happened already in past tense. So again, speculating that, I think there might be realms beyond an ice wall. I speculate that exist because of this fantasy book. No, new worlds were discovered on a flat plane, mapped and navigated flat. Notice how no ice wall prevented them from finding these new worlds, but now, weird, isn't it? What we even on a flat plane might be prevented from finding any new worlds by this amazing ice wall called Antarctica. Doesn't that sound strangely like a control system? Like stopping you from going somewhere? That is a control system, right? We've praised Eddie for his eloquent description of that control system. Yeah, but it's now being used speculatively to claim that there might be new worlds to be found beyond that control system that seems to be unvalidatable and unverified. Okay. I would say that this would be a much better example if you just showed a map that didn't have new worlds on it and then show one that did. And then no speculation is required. It's just a fact of life that we have already experienced in our past history. No speculation. Earth is measured flat. Earth is being navigated flat. We did, until they put in all these control systems like globe and ice wall, find new worlds. Nothing stopped them from finding them back then, but oh no, we can't now. Yeah, that's got sod all to do with proving Earth's flat and everything to do with creating the delusion that we've got some ice wall stopping us. Yeah? Of any of the people who ever claim that there's boats that we can document stopping people, like how many have got on a boat and actually tried? But no, we've definitely got an ice wall. There's definitely worlds beyond it, and that's my speculation for how Earth could potentially function, even though I've got stone-cold examples of how that is how Earth does and did get discovered to function as flat without any necessary for ice wall. And we definitely found new worlds, and they definitely had aliens on them, and we've definitely developed those new worlds and incorporated them into our new maps. Oh, but now we can't. There's an ice wall in that, isn't there? Oh, yeah, I forgot about that. My bad.
You're not far off, though, is it? I did hear him say aliens aren't from up there, they're from out there. So it's only fine-tuning. If you can just trim him off, making a claim about what's past where we don't know, he's actually got a good grip on this. I like that. That one liner, I thought, that's cool. And I don't claim anything other than that, but that's exactly, he's making the same point as you, what an alien actually was.
Wrong. In the same way Dave failed to make the same example and I was harsh to Dave, I've got to be the same harshness to Eddie, just with a disclaimer that it's not Eddie's fault. You know, these are the argument points that he's been presented. These are the argument points that have converted him over a long, dripping, flat earth road that he's walked along. Well, that's fine, but that's got to change. And the only way it's going to change is if we are harsh in our critique of it. Not harsh in our critique of Eddie, but harsh in regards to the information that Eddie's been exposed to when he regurgitates its next man. We're saying that isn't the right way to do it. It wasn't right when Tinfoil Hat Man and I sang Englishman in New York, because Dave Weiss made the same argument. He's saying, here's the Kobayashi map with a whole load of speculative islands in water, no ice wall in that particular example, and he speculated that the powers that should not be may live on these speculative worlds beyond the Kobayashi borders that we already know. But no. Zoom in to the bit that we do know exists with people on it, and have that as the end point for the example. You don't know what's beyond those bits that we have discovered, because they've been discovered. Let's focus on the bits that haven't been discovered because of Admiral Byrd telling us that they have been, even though we haven't verified any of it, and use them as the example of potential new worlds, so that the person you're making the example to goes, maybe there could be new discoverable worlds, but maybe we're on a ball. No, we discovered new worlds on the flat plane that we inhabit. Here's how they discovered them, and what do you know? You got a relative on one of those new worlds. So they're called new worlds on these maps. And where were they discovered? They were discovered in space, outer space. How you described the area of land that you hadn't discovered yet beyond the horizon on the maps that didn't have these new worlds on, as I can ably demonstrate as a fact. Notice how there is zero speculation and ample flat earth proof in that.
Yeah, so we're in agreement then. But yeah, he's heading in the right direction. If he stops going too far and citing unsubstantiable things like his additional worlds and actually uses what he's got, he's actually making the right point. Aliens aren't from up there, from over there. And America, a great example. Yeah, they're aliens.
Oh, brother.
So he's not.
Why, oh, brother? Hold on, let's hear QE's objection. Hold on, Adam. You're agreeing with me, but I want to hear the objection. What's the objection, QE?
I just say hit play. This is just all speculation.
Agreed.
And trying to superimpose what they said about new worlds in history on what everyone colloquial knows as new worlds out there in the second law of thermodynamics violation. Just hit play and get past this anarchic bullshit.
I tried to. I fast forwarded through. We were still talking about it. Go on, Adam. Round out your point.
Well, I'd like to add something.
No, I was drawing the analogy to the point that Nathan often makes with regards to that.
I know you are. We're going to hear it again?
Yes, please.
Not doing it.
Yeah, I want to hear it.
Not unless QE says please.
Alternatively, we could have prolonged dead air. That's also good.
Well,
I knew he
I
was
have
gonna say
something. Unless Adam's going to say something, I have something to say. It's on topic. Havre, is that the man's name? The French sailor. He pointed out how magnetic declination brings you around in a circle, avoiding the 60-degree parallel south, if I remember correctly. So isn't that kind of interesting? That based on what you said earlier, Nathan, about how has anyone gotten a boat and actually gone to the tree and find this ice wall? It's like, well, if you go by magnetic declination, you won't get anywhere near it. You'll be brought around the end of Australia and Tasmania. You won't get near any ice wall.
What ice wall?
Yeah, well, the point is that whatever you think is there, you won't get to the point. If you follow magnetic declination, you won't get to the point where you find out if it is or isn't. So it was just threw that in there as an extra.
Well, I think to use the 15-minute city analogy again, what Brian's saying is the way they've set up the map for the 15-minute city, which is the boys, once you get on the ring road, where you think you're going out of the town, it just loops back on itself. And that's constructed within magnetic declination, so that if you think you're traveling in one direction, actually it's directing you fundamentally in a different direction, which maintains the illusion of a ball. You're traversing a ball.
That's
deep. And you're never going below you're never going south of a certain latitude.
It's part of the time bandits thing, QE. So it's part of the way in which you pervert the map and pervert the route by using magnetic declination, and also the varying time zones, which are geolocating, you see. So if you've got different time zones, it's moving it, and it's those 20, 24, and then something like 30 in south of the equator that help in this perversion and, as I say, kind of construct the ring road that you can't get off.
I don't think they're coming.
That's great.
From up there.
Can we hit play?
I don't know, but I'm just guessing. I don't know shit. I'm just guessing.
Keep saying it,
know?
but you do. You know a lot.
when you look at government documents, NASA documents from NASA.gov website, from like the Army website, there's all these documents. There's a shit ton of them, and they have nothing to do with flat Earth. They have nothing to do with flat Earth, but one has something to do with calculating the motion of missiles and high altitude aircraft. So, like, if there's a high altitude aircraft,
he's totally redeemed himself, and also completely contravened our current point. So he's redeemed himself because he said, look, these documents that are going to allude to how things like missiles work on a stationary flat plane. That's a good segue. However, it's still borderline highlighting things that are from the NASA opponent. Now, it's good in a way because it's, like I say, it's a flat Earth proof that he's offering up, and he's saying, here's NASA with a flat Earth proof. So I'm sure Quantum Eraser would approve, but it's slightly bad because it's, okay, let's repackage it to Scientology. Okay, well, look at all these Scientology documents that say Scientology's wrong. Yeah? So
no, you're wrong.
We need to go back into the archives of Scientology, because inside the archives of Scientology, it's pointing out how Scientology doesn't work. And in this case, back in the archives of NASA, we're finding out how they refer to a flat plane. Ergo, their globe rhetoric doesn't work.
He didn't say NASA, he said military. Can we hit a J? Because I thought that was brilliant. I thought he ruled out the use of half of this stuff as any proof of flat Earth. The point I was asking him to make, and he did. Yeah. So he engaged in the lovely little stories, but he said, well, that's got nothing to do with flat Earth. But there are some documents, and maybe he'll go, here's the Sea Sparrow, that do demonstrate a flat Earth. He said military, I thought. He said not NASA.
NASA is military.
No, let me make the point. QE sites, military stuff, yeah? How the C spiral works is how the C spiral works, yeah? It's not a cult thing. QE cites it perfectly well. If he's saying NASA, different matter, but I don't think he is. I think he's about to claim how ballistics work and how they're calculated, and which is, as far as I know, straight off QE's website.
But one has to do with calculating the motion of missiles.
Nathan.
And high altitude aircraft. So, like, if there's a high altitude aircraft, it goes like 2,000 miles an hour or whatever the fuck it is, like, or a missile that goes like 2,000 miles an hour, whatever. The document or documents are all about calculating the motion of these things. Like, you know how precise it's got to be when you're calculating like the trajectory and the speed, how fast and where the target is. Every millisecond counts, right? Calculating the motion of missile, you can't like just round off numbers. It's got to be accurate. 1 millisecond off, and if your missile's trying to hit something, it's gone. And all those documents, when they're trying to calculate the motion of missiles, the number one step for the formula is you must assume we're on a flat, non-rotating Earth. Over and over, that's the number one thing. We're trying to calculate. So if mainstream astrophysics is saying that we're spinning 1,000 miles an hour at the equator, you would have to factor that in.
We're going into how does this compare to the globe? But yeah, to his praise, he's referenced how those documents do demonstrate how operating anything that's flying through the air in this example has to be calculated over a flat and stationary Earth. Correct?
Yes.
Nathan, when was the video?
2 days ago.
There's something on my side.
Well, then he's not keeping up with the flat Earth debate. I'm sorry. Why isn't he not discussing elevation angles? No, he's not. But our arguments have advanced.
What more do you want?
You're taking the piss.
Because he's talking about aerospace.
That. You're going to criticize that, Neil?
No, I'm just saying, why are we not there yet?
Why are we not
at least on you can't get an elevation angle from a curved surface or celestial navigation or even the
he's detailing aerospace, Neil. Because he's detailing aerospace, Neil, which is the best proof that the Earth is a flat
You would have to factor that in when you're calculating the motion of missiles. The Earth spinning, of course it's going to matter. Coriolis effect, of course. Then why are they assuming that, okay, to get the numbers right, you got to assume that the crazy conspiracy theory of flat Earth is real. You have to, you know what I'm saying? You want to get the right numbers? Or that crazy conspiracy theory that we're on a flat, level plane?
Honestly, I've never heard anything like this.
I say this is awesome. That should just be the starting point that we're all suggesting. That starting point where he says, for it to work, he's saying you must assume that Earth is a stationary plane to do this, for it to be accurate. That's great, because that should be the starting point. That's exactly what we're trying to promote going into 2024. Where he went there, admittedly 11 minutes into the video, if that was just the foundation for all of the arguments that went forth. In order for any of the stuff that's being calculated in this instance, let's just start again. What Eddie Bravo is saying in this particular section, or has said, is Earth's got to be measured flat. That's exactly our sentiment, isn't it? So kudos, Eddie Bravo.
Well, I have something that I'm going to say.
Go on, Bri.
No, I'll go after you, Adam. It's okay. I thought it was needed to come back in.
I just want to finish. I can't praise this anymore. You've also got to put it into the context that he's not on Flat Earth Debate. He's on some of the guys' radio show who wants to talk about these things. And what I heard was him take it apart, remove it off the table, the Feast of Nonsense, which is all we asked him to do. He downgraded it as Feast of Nonsense. He's then come on and he's cited military documents to make a point that this plane is a flat and stationary plane. He's flawless, mate, in my opinion. You might want to add a little bit yourself, but in this environment, he's not overloading with data. He's giving killer points, and it's presented in a calm and friendly manner. And I think it's absolutely flawless victory so far.
Well, no, he's speculated about Ice Wall, but we've critiqued that enough. It's good to be a bit of a crap sandwich, which is what he's getting, right?
Assume that's real.
You're saying that
let me make my point.
Let Brian talk so I can play the video over the top of him for humorous effect. Go ahead, Brian.
Yeah, it gets frustrating when not with Adam, but it's frustrating when trying to make a point that's relevant before we go past,
are baked in
where it
that
is on
the
the video.
Earth is flat
and non-rotating. Flat,
really?
non-rotating.
Nathan, right, this is getting annoying. I know that's probably what you want it to be, right? Oh, yeah, I get it, but it's not flat, stationary plane. It's flat, stationary, non-rotating plane. Why did they say that? Because they're claiming three things. One, that it's flat. Second, that it's stationary, which means it's not going up or falling down. You know, Albert Einstein and Dell and all them. And non-rotating, so it's not rotating. They're very specific. And it's not just NASA. It's Boeing and Lockheed Martin and others. As when they must reference out, they must reference it exactly as it is. Because we're dealing with aerospace. Now, when Eddie brought up, I think it was kind of missed what he was trying to say. He brought up military-grade weapons. We were talking about high-altitude planes, and you're talking about anti-ship cruise missiles and things like that. They fly at ridiculous speeds, according to military sources. So there can be no error. It must do what it does. There can be no adding in a little bit of globe. You can't do that. It has to work in a particular way because it's moving at Mach 3, Mach 4, some of these missiles. So you can't mess around. He's 100% correct.
Earth.
Really?
I'll send you a video.
How come no one ever talks about it?
They do. In the flat Earth community, they bring it up. They go to NASA.gov website. They go to, they got to go to all these, anything, and it has nothing to do with flat Earth. It's just calculating high altitude aircraft. Like, what's that one? One of the fastest one, like SR or something, the Blackbird. Mm-hmm. Yeah, the document's trying to calculate its movement and its motion. Number one, must assume you're on a flat, non-rotating Earth. The opposite of, to get the numbers right, what's the opposite of ball? Flat.
Yeah.
What's the opposite of spinning? Non-spinning.
Yeah.
So to get the numbers right, what we told you about Earth, you have to assume the opposite shit.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's fucking...
You know what I mean? You know, on the...
When he says it's not flat Earth, what he means is it's not a flat Earth source, it's a hostile witness. When he's saying it's not related to flat Earth, because he then goes on to directly connect it to how Earth must be flat for this to work, he's actually saying the witness I'm presenting isn't some flat earther saying this is how it must work. It's NASA telling you how it does work. Not because it's a flat Earth document, because it's just a plane and how it works on Earth document that needs a flat Earth.
Streets, shit like that on the streets, you messing with that kind of logic and that kind of reasoning on the street, you get killed. Oh, wait a minute. What happened to the shipment of coke? Oh, we had to assume we're on a flat, non-rotating Earth. What the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah.
What the fuck are you talking about? We're spinning.
Mm-hmm.
You are going to need a flat Earth, flat cocaine shipment.
Opposite of what we're doing, we're on a ball and we're spinning. No, boss. We had to, to get the numbers right, we had to pretend, we were on a flat Earth. It's non-rotating. That dude would be dead. Mm-hmm. Somebody has to, that shit won't fly on the streets.
No.
But, in American culture, it does. Flat people just like, they don't even think about it. Like this, it's on government websites. Flat, non-rotating Earth, over and over and over and over and over again. All these documents.
Very good. So yeah, this is the point to stand on, and he is standing on it, right? Earth must be flat. It's referencing a source that people can recognize is hostile, so it's their source. So it's not flat earthers, and reiterating the point over and over and over again is akin to reiterating the fact that Earth must be measured flat in its functional form, and that's what NASA are using it. So, excellent. I agree with Adam. Perfect. Couldn't really criticise that at all.
Just flat, must assume flat.
Nathan, was what Brian added, yeah? One minor piece of technical detail. Flat, stationary, and non-rotating, and the way Brian explained it, brilliant. That's the only bit, 1/40 bit of technical detail that a geek has to find to correct it.
Non-rotating Earth. And then the people that people that are like, they're like doing mental gymnastics. The number one thing is, that's just to simplify stuff. It's just to simplify. I go, these fucking...
That's a prerequisite. You're right. He's now giving the anti-flat Earth opinion when someone points out that NASA require Earth to be stationary, non-moving, non-rotating, flat. And they'll say, oh, well, that's just to make things simpler. Well, it's simpler if Earth's flat. Yeah, it must be.
Rocket engineers, rocket scientists, they don't need to simplify shit. And if you want to simplify it, I would say, okay, we're on a ball. You want to simplify it? Make it a square, like a block. Not flat. Is that simplifying? Going the exact opposite is simplifying shit, and it's not moving. I would say, you know, if you turn it from a ball, we like to measure everything in like one of those like soccer ball, whatever hexagon things. You know what I mean? Then I'd go, okay, I guess that's okay. You're simplifying it a little bit.
Yeah.
But flat?
Yeah.
And non-rotating? The opposite of what you've been telling us we're on? That doesn't make any sense.
Dude, I've never heard that.
Yeah. That's the biggest one. When I was
in pro of it, in pro of flat. That's the biggest fact I've ever heard.
And see the impact it's had on him. So it's got to be flat for it to work for NASA. It's had a big impact on him. That's how it should be.
Supporting a flat argument.
Far from criticising you as we did with the ice wall, Eddie, you now become a trailblazer. You're doing it how it should be. Kudos.
That's the biggest.
That's the biggest one. And then now, I mean, it's just once you go flat, you never go back. No one else. Like same thing.
Yeah, come on, put that on a shirt.
Yeah.
We'll let Rachel know.
You should call this Big Up Eddie Bravo. You should label it that.
Definitely. Right, with that, I'm going to say if you are watching this on either Nathan Oakley 1980 or Nathan Oakley Premiering streams, then stay tuned as there will be an after show to follow.
What did they say exactly?
Well, first of all, he said, well, QE is a one-trick pony. And I said, oh, really? Why don't you pray tell? Why don't you join and let everyone know? And then he said, Adam is also.
So he's Adam, yeah, I can see it. I'm on
I'll be back shortly. My man called me.
Isn't it?
Sorry, just a note. My man called. Hold on, Neil. Yeah, you won't, Willie. No. I'll be back shortly.
We heard you the first time, Nathan. Go ahead. We got it.
In a bit.
Now let's have 5 minutes of silence.
Well, so I told Brandon Cook, come on and join in and pray tell.
And he said, Adam is also a one-trick pony.
Yeah, he did.
Loved it. Scattergunning.
And then he said, oh, yeah, you just know the scientific method. I said, is the black swan the scientific method? I think that ended that one. Too funny.
But even to say, you just know that. Sorry.
Oh, no, go ahead, Brian.
I'm just saying, even to say you just know the scientific method. I mean, the scientific method is not a one dimension. As in, the whole point of it is that you. That doesn't make any sense. Sorry, I can't even put it into word. I can't even word what I'm trying to say. What's going on?
Well, you can categorize it as like one category as a one-trick pony if you're a numpty dipshit. Sorry, no swearing. But yeah, it's a bit weak. It was like, because I never go and chat. I feel a lot of people have liberties of taking pot shots at me, and I just so happened to be looking at it at the time that he posted. So.
Yeah, if you go through the chat, Divergent Droid is very good at it. He's very good at saying, well, there's an open door there if you want to go in and have a word with them. Do this kind of thing. And they never do. But it's just kind of a little character assassination they're trying to do when they're saying something about somebody on the panel in the chat. Right. It's this little attack, a little nothing.
Well, they talk about you. I just let them go.
No, I won't get dimensions. It'll be you or Adam or Nathan.
Hey, that format's not going to work either. It pulls up. I don't have Microsoft Word. I have another stand-in. And whenever I download your stuff, it pulls that up with it just to talk back office stuff right now.
When you say format, do you mean the format that it's in or the format or actually what's on the 2 pages?
Well, it's on the 2 pages. As soon as I hit download, it downloads it into my AK. It's like a Microsoft Word, but it's another app like it. It pulls that up. It downloads it in there. So it's a bit strange.
Well, do you want it in a format as in a Microsoft Word format?
That's what I'm saying. That's what it pulls up, Microsoft Word. Why don't you just give me the ones that the format that you did before in little slides? Is that undoable?
No, I can just take photographs. When you said that format's not going to work, I thought you were talking about what was written on it. I was asking you to see.
No.
All right.
No, I didn't look at the substance of it. I'm sure it's fine.
Well, I'd like you to have a look at it, just in case.
Put it in damn slides like you usually do, and I'll have a look at it.
Okay, I'll do that later. Yeah, I'll send it on to you. Yeah,
it's not a hurry, and I'm not, Brian. I trust you with going into this. I think it's pretty cut and dry.
Yeah, I just want to make sure I have all my ducks in a row. I'm, as far as I know, everything is correct when I'm detailing electrostatics.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
I just wanted to know.
Yeah, go ahead. Put it in slides. I'll take a look at it. I'm sure there's no issue. Should be a short presentation.
Yeah, I'm trying to put a bit of meat on the bones with both of them because they're both like cut and dried, aren't they? So much. It's like, well,
I like that.
Yeah.
It doesn't mean that we can't talk about it for a while, because I'll go on and on and on about it. But I love concise.
Yeah, it's true. Yeah. Well, I'll keep them as short as possible then. I was trying to add them out a bit, kind of fill them out a bit, but I'll keep the both of them as short as possible.
Did you add some garnish?
Yeah, I tried to add a bit of garnish, maybe unnecessary.
Tried to put some parsley by the mashed potato.
Yeah, some parsley. Yeah.
Sorry, I missed the show yesterday. I was indisposed though.
That's all we're getting.
That's all you're getting. I got a new chair. It was on a comfort shopping spree. I got a new chair, computer chair, and a new pillow.
Sounds good.
Yeah, because it's all about comfort.
Yeah,
right now, I gotta go get some breakfast. I gotta go get my breakfast. I'll be right back. Don't go anywhere.
Oh, Neil.
On Neil, the floor's yours. Are you there, Neil?
Yeah. He only wants to talk when someone else is trying to talk.
I'll talk about him. I was really
I'm in a store. I'm in a very noisy store.
I'll talk about it then. I was going to say, I was really surprised at your response there. I thought that was brilliant. Because all the way through it, when he's talking about Admiral Byrd, we're critiquing him and criticising it, but I had to take it back because he says, no, that's nothing to do with it. As far as I heard, he poo-poos that. So the only criticism I've got is that he supports conjecture in an ice wall and lands beyond. Other than that, I thought it was brilliant. He made the point about what aliens are, how we should view that historically. I thought that was good. And like I said, the finishing nail for that bloke, and that was the convincer. The bloke actually was shit. There's something to actually consider here. He wasn't overloaded in with technical detail or angles or anything. I thought it was a really good, calm presentation and a great way of doing it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I thought it was good the way he. Sorry, you finished? Sorry.
Yeah.
I thought it was good the way he gave what the response is. The only response that is ever given to those documents is it's just easier that way. And he showed your man it's like what the complete opposite is easier. How is that easier from what claimed to be a reality? I thought that was really good because that is now your man is going, yeah, that is how is that easier? It's complete nonsense. And he laid one.
Sorry, Brian.
I was just going to say the last thing I say on my point is that he I've lost it now, Neil. Is that he said, yeah, that's crazy conspiracy theory. The thing everyone wants to call just some kind of crazy conspiracy theory and label it as some conspiracy theory is the very thing that aerospace and military must adhere to. So if it's such a conspiracy theory, then how come every plane you go on and every missile that's fired and every weapon that's used that's a projectile of any kind, they must reference a flat, stationary, non-rotating plane?
See, when you broke it down, see, I'm in a very noisy place and he talks really fast. I've got this thing by my ear. I'm trying to hear him, and all I heard him was comparing it to the ball, the rotating. What did he say? What did he say exactly?
He was saying that a flat, stationary, non-rotating plane is not a simplification of a rotating sphere.
Right. So when you guys explained it, I got it. So I may have jumped the gun, but I like Eddie Bravo.
Well, I reckon he'll hear that. If Dayton calls a big up Eddie Bravo, I reckon he'll listen to it and hear it, because I reckon he'll have a listen to it.
And technically, what do we hear? Maybe 5 minutes of it, because we're critiquing it. I would like to hear that whole video too. I bet he gets into the other stuff that we talk about here.
Well, he does listen to the show somewhat. Anyway, we know that. We know he listens to Nathan somewhat.
Right. I just went back in chat and looked at that Brandon Cook guy. You one trick pony, you.
You see, who was it that super chatted? Paula deleted it, I think. But somebody super chatted ban Neil.
Oh God, that
I don't know who that was.
Oh, that was Lumpy Gas in a Vacuum or someone. He was joking.
Oh, Lumpy. But he wasn't understanding what I'm saying. You're never going to go to space to get that. But possibly we can get... Is Antarctica on the map? That's my point.
Well, you had a good point.
Right?
No, I thought we already went over this.
Well, he said ban Neil. I got to say why I was saying what I said.
Yeah, that's a good point right there. Had a good point right there. And it wasn't Lumpy Gas in the Vacuum that said that ban Neil. It was somebody else.
No, I said it. It's Elvis here.
Yeah, it was hilarious.
I took it as a joke. I don't if it's serious. Ban me.
I thought Neil was banned.
I didn't think you took it as a joke, by your chat and by Paula timing out. Very hypocritic.
Yeah, I just took it purely as a joke. I don't know why Paula did that.
Yeah, Paula's she's gonna delete anything. If anything is said against any one of the panel members, she's gonna delete it. And
I thought it was a joke back, Neil. I thought she was being sarcastic back and banned.
Yeah, see, I think we have to have a little conversation about that too. So that's a little too much there. I gotta admit that.
No, I think that was a joke, Neil.
No, that's what I'm saying. I thought it was a joke too. I don't take that serious.
No, on Paula's behalf. Yeah, he super chatted, so she banned him for the super chat. I thought, that was funny.
Oh, I thought she did it as a joke too, a double joke. Okay.
Well, that's how I interpreted it. I didn't think she'd gone mental because somebody said ban Neil because you were constantly interrupting as usual.
Yeah, but she banned the Brandon Cook when he said he's a one-trick pony. I don't think that was so bad.
It wasn't instead of it.
You might have said something else after that. It looked like there was a deleted message. I didn't read it and had deleted the message, and then she timed him out. So he might have said something a little bit more negative.
Well, I'm going to super chat ban Adam tomorrow and see what happens.
Yeah. Get rid.
Get rid of him.
So, Brian, I think we should ban all the one-trick ponies.
I can't say anything. I'm eating breakfast. Let's go.
We've got loads on the panel. Eli's here, unless he's working.
I haven't heard too much from Eli lately.
See, I've not heard your appraisal.
Is he going shy on us?
Listening in on us. He was asking, can he bring a friend?
Or has he succumbed to the ether crowd?
Is that where he's been, do you think?
I think so.
No, there was a time when Eli was going to go to one of their little conventions. Remember that?
Yeah, but that was to meet women.
Yeah. But you won't find Eli in that arena anymore.
I don't know. If you stay around that arena long enough, it starts to, that sounds like it's right. Yeah, it is. You're right. You know what I mean?
So you're saying you become a Raichi?
I don't want to go that far, but
kind of showing it, isn't he? He's here, but he's not really manifest, has he?
Oh my God. Wait till tonight with the treatment, what shits it. Just wait, man. Well, you guys heard it, but it's really, really bad. So I hope you can join. Well, not join, but listen in.
I like that he's window licking.
As long as I'm allowed to join in any reindeer games, I'll be there.
He's going to contradict himself so many times, I lost count. And do it with a straight face. I don't. It's delusional Dunning-Kruger retardation. He's a shape-shifting Mr. Magoo.
The bigger indictment is on the listeners, though, isn't it, Huey? On the people that are buying this and with wide-eyed and mouth open, sucking all of this information in and asking good questions according to Shitsit.
Yeah, I'm going to fire off on them, too. But the ones that were asking him the questions, I think were ballers. I think.
What are you going to do, flat earthers? Stay subscribed. That's what they're going to do.
Yeah, because I tell you what, he's a naturally occurring phenomenon, that Witsit.
Double speaking retard.
Yeah, but he naturally appears every freaking day, or whenever he does his shows, still talking the same nonsense. No matter how much you cut him down and tore him to pieces, he's like Humpty Dumpty. He puts himself back together again, and another 1,000 subs.
He's promoting fantasy, that's the thing about it, and that's what people love. They just want fantasy, not reality. More over reality.
And that's the issue, isn't it, Brian? They love that fantasy stuff.
They can't do without it, Neil. They can't get enough of it. That's the problem. They want to have something they can believe in for the future. You know what I mean? Tesla is hidden. All this stuff is hidden. There is free energy. Blah 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 blah. It's like you can't create energy without effort. Energy it's not just there. And if it is, we can't tap into it.
So that's why they hate us so much, because we don't want to go over there. They're putting an end to our fantasy. We can't go over there. They're scammers. Yeah, because we put an end to their fantasies.
Well, they're selling a more lucrative on the outside, a more lucrative deal. You know what I mean? It's like you can go here and get this car, but you won't get X amount of car washes with it, and you won't get this, that, and the other thing with it. But it will keep going, and it will get you to where you want to go consistently. Or you can go over and get this other car, and you get all this faff and nonsense with it, and the guy selling it to you has got a big fake smile, and when you go driving it any distance, you end up on the side of the road with smoke coming out of it. What do? They all go off and buy the car with all the faff and nonsense.
I got a question for Paul if he's about. If you're there, mate. What he's run off.
Yes, go ahead.
He posted a video earlier, Professor Phil Bell.
Yeah.
Does it prove it? Has he got credentials then or not?
He is an expert in water treatment as far as this guy could find. There's no evidence he works for Indian space agencies or knows anything about physics. From talking to him myself, I can tell you he doesn't understand natural law. And the way the Australian system works, he might be called a professor, but you get that if you're in an administrator in a college or university. The actual professor we think of as a lecturer that leads classes and professors to people, he is not. I was just posting that to Arwen because I've got a feeling that some of the trolls in his chat one of them may be Professor Phil Bell. And that was for Arwen's benefit. Mostly, but I thought the rest of you might want to see it if you hadn't seen it before. Michael Kahn showed me that.
Listen, we can safely say that basically all these claim people with these big educations on our opposition side don't have what they say they have. I mean, none of them have actually produced any evidence that they have the educations they claim that I'm aware of. And I'm not talking about someone being an astrophysicist because I don't consider that to be something of an education. Do you know what I mean? Talking about someone who's claiming to have a degree in physics, but yet claims nonsense that is completely outside the realms of physics. You know what I mean? As actual physics. These kind of things. How many of them claim to have degrees in this, that, and the other thing? And how many of them have ever actually proven any of this? How many of them have, actually just disappeared? It's just constant. People who come into the arena on our opposition side, they used to come in swinging, with their big educations, and then some years later they end up just being on a sock account trolling someone. If you're so fantastic, then how come you reduced yourself to a sock account? You know what I mean? If you have such knowledge and such understanding and wisdom and education, then how come you're a sock account trolling Arwen or trolling whoever? You know what I mean? Well, what good are you then? All your supposed education and persona meant nothing because you couldn't prove your claims because your claims were bullshit. Sorry for the language.
I'm just looking at it, Paul. Yeah. So it looks, I mean, whether or not it's an honorary title or not, it's kind of irrelevant because he doesn't, the lie is where he claimed he used to work. This shows he works in waste management. My mate did that at uni. Waste management. We used to call him a bin man in a suit.
I mean, water treatment is probably a difficult thing to know about, and it's engineering. I wouldn't, say anything about that. But he's claiming to work on Indian Space Agency satellites and be an expert. He once told me he was an expert in volcanoes, whatever that means. So he has all these strange things he says, and he can never back them up. They're just all baseless assertions.
Well, that's been the big lie, isn't it? He worked in the Indian space industry. That seems to be disproven here. Interesting. Not surprising, though, is it?
No, not to me. But it was good to see. It was more like an investigative journalistic sort of piece, I thought. And I mean, I watched it a couple of times, and I wouldn't know, or I haven't verified his sources, but he has pictures of him at a water treatment conference. So, but there's nothing with him at the Indian Space Agency or anything like that. So.
He couldn't tie his shoes without a fleet of slobber nurses. Just go to the numpty clips, the signature one, and just play that one. I can't. I don't get how he can show his face anymore. They just respawn right after they already been Mae West exposed. I mean, this is this jokes?
That's what Paul's saying. I think he's not showing his face. He's just trolling in a soccer account in Orwins.
He's supposed to be a professor of physics, and he once stated that water vapor is a gas is the dumbest thing he ever heard. See, once you state, and that's just one of over thousands of them, Mr. Thermodynamics, then it's a waste of time going after his credentials. Robert Pisano, we exposed on Ballbusters a long time ago Phil Bell when he first came out here. And Robert Pisano was on the show, and he brought up that same thing. He goes, all he could find on Professor Phil Bell is that he was associated with waste management. You guys remember that?
Yeah.
Now that you're bringing it up, I do. Did you say thermodynamics?
That's what he said, Mr.
That's what he said?
Yeah. In fact, Miggy calls him Professor Thermodynamics.
Sounds like a vermin dynamics.
You got it from an astronomer.
I was just going to say, what was that thing D. Rose said? Astronomer, right? Where's he been lately anyway, D. Rose?
Walking.
Listen, you can't mess with astronomy.
And trigonometry.
Trigonometry.
What's the other one with the wait, what's the one with the light? What's the one with the light with Dr. Spectroscopy? What's that one that
Spectronomy. Spectronomy.
That's Adam's realm. Go ahead, Adam.
Spectrochocoloscopy.
Yeah.
They come up with so many
We can't
stupid
do this,
things.
guys.
For years.
We can't do this. I'm a little less distic, and y'all are confusing me.
Yeah, no, yeah, but if you keep on saying it, like remember the numpties not back in the day, but a few years ago, they started calling it the double split experiment. Well, after they did it so many times, right, which was hilarious, I would catch myself doing it.
Yep, exactly.
And I call it the double spliff experiment.
Spliff, you could do it spliff, split, whatever. Too funny. Yeah, that's another thing. If you can't pronounce just basic fundamental terminology within a certain discipline, it's got 27 offsuit written all over it, right? It's like it just cracks me up, man. Fucking pretend.
the fiends.
Not about that one.
I missed that one. Say it again. I missed that one.
Hang around
beans.
I do enjoy when they bring up Eratosthenes, and I like the story, not the headline. I like, where he got his measurements from. I like, what's it gonna be today? I look forward to it, right? But we've heard so many through the years. Too funny. What was the last one that was hilarious? Pigeons?
What did you say? What was the one you said?
God, no, I thought it wasn't it. Was it pigeons or what? I can't remember.
I can't remember.
Pigeons?
Yeah, that where he sent the message. Not the hard pipe hitting surveyors.
Oh yeah, the pigeon. They sent a pigeon 500 miles to the other country or something, wasn't it?
Was it pigeons?
Yeah, it was. Really, pigeons or something.
And he took the video down.
That's right.
Remember?
Who was that? Yeah, who was that?
That was just a couple months ago. That dude, and then he took the video down.
Yeah, I can't remember the guy. You have to go back to Nathan's.
Well, wouldn't you?
Well, just so for anyone who's in an audience here listening to this at home or whatever in the future, right? We're not attacking people because they can't say words like spectroscopy correctly, right? Because these kind of words, you have to get your tongue around them. We're attacking people who claim to have degrees and other things like that. And then they can't say the words, proving that they're fraud. That's the problem. Not that normal people can't say the words.
So, Brian, you're saying that's like me. I'm a flooring guy, and I can't even say the word flooring.
Yeah, it's like that, Neil. You can't even reference the things that you're supposed to be an expert in. Do you know what I mean? You're claiming to be an expert flooring guy, and someone asks you about a particular resin or something, and you can't even say the word.
Yeah, it's
Do you know
that,
what I mean?
it's that laminated floor.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Laminated.
The laminated floor.
How about luminiferous?
A luminiferous floor.
Luminiferous ether?
Ether. I call it ether now.
Luminiferous ether? What?
It's Lucifer.
Now you got another guy that.
Luciferiferous.
Oh, luciferous.
Luciferous. That's what I was going for. Thank you.
Yeah, that's like a chemical stuff thingy.
Stuff thingy.
You were just in a guy the other day. What do you say?
Yes,
Or
thanks for
something
that.
like that.
You're robot, Neil.
Yeah, good job. I came back, eh?
Hey, yeah, we were just silent.
Stopped a second. He came back.
Yeah,
Neil's not roboted all that time.
Neil, radio check. Hold on a second. Neil, radio check.
Mic check.
That's what I said.
Yeah,
you're good.
Fine now, Neil.
So what were you trying to say?
I was asking Huey, who's the latest guy that he didn't say the word ether, but it was something to that effect.
Oh, that was Caleb. No, that wasn't Caleb. That was Fight the Tight Shirt. No, Fight the Tight Shirt when he was doing all the screw ups with the F. Earth.
Yeah, but there was a word he said, specific word.
What?
Yeah, we should call it reefer from now on
It was a
because
specific word.
My God, dudes.
We should call it reefer from now on.
Reefer? No, not reefer.
Reefer madness.
Yeah, reefer madness. Yeah, like the movie. Yeah, because
So
you have to open your mind to believe in it.
Ether madness.
That's a good one.
About earlier when I was talking to the guy about gas pressure at very high altitudes, the reason why I didn't just stop him and say you need a flat earth for that is because I was having a polite conversation with him, a friendly conversation, and then I quickly switched to the Socratic method when he wouldn't accept certain principles. And I thought that was much a better tack than just saying you need a flat earth for that, because that doesn't really explain anything to him if he's ignorant of the topic. I didn't understand the criticism.
It wasn't necessarily a criticism from one deck in the pre-show, Paul. It was more that he's saying that for the audience's benefit. So
okay.
It isn't necessarily saying that you should have changed anything about your conversation. Or at least I don't think so. He's still here. Oh, no, he's not. But that's definitely what he said. meant.
Yeah, that's just what I was trying to do. I was just trying to, answer his questions and ask him questions and see if we could come to agreement. But in the end, we had to change the topic because he kept just saying, but if you just go up 60 miles and there won't be any pressure. And unfortunately, I wasn't able to get anywhere with him.
Hey, Nathan, sorry for interrupting, but I got a creative idea. I mean, this ether madness sounds like a funny little video that could be made by somebody that's good at editing. To make like an Ether Madness parody based on the original Reefer Madness PSA video. But instead of cannabis dangerous, it's ether dangerous. And like starting to believe it's ether.
Just need someone with really good editing techniques. What about that Jamie Sea level guy?
Maybe he could do it. Fuck him, though.
His videos keep getting suggested to me. And I don't know if it's the case of he's turned into the monster that he's fighting against, but he puts up these videos that suggest you're somehow evil. But all he's doing is bullying you.
Yeah, so fuck that guy.
No, don't swear. Although we've had lots of swearing on this show already from Eddie Bravo. He's just bullying.
I had suggested that he put his talents to better use.
I saw your comment. That's what reminded me of it, actually, Paul, because you put exactly that in one of the comments that I read. You put, what a waste of good editing talent, or something like that. And I was like, yeah, I couldn't agree more. But moreover, he's just bullying you.
Yeah, I don't care. I haven't actually watched the videos. I don't. It's like I just listen to the people that follow me. They actually do watch the video. And then they tell me like, yeah, it's shit. It's like not actually intellectual response of any level, like Sean Hawkins. So I'm like, yeah, I'm not even going to watch that. Like,
just so you know, Arwen, it's mostly
he is at
things you've said, and he overlays some funny graphics and stuff. So, that's what he does. Most of the content is things you've said, and he's clipped out. And maybe he's taken them out of context. I don't know, but that's what most of the content is clips of your Flat Earth Early Bird show.
Yeah, and I'm sure it really brought across the actual in-content message that I had that he ripped off, I'm sure.
Yeah, he literally abuses you.
Right. So as I said, F him, and I don't care about his talents. If you can convince him that, hey, that's shit, take those videos down, and maybe we got an idea of what you could do here, sure, you can get him that far. That's awesome. I don't really want to be part of it.
It just intrigues me that he's on some righteous quest to show that you're a bad person whilst simultaneously being a bully. just like what?
And desperate for Arwen's attention.
Yeah.
Mentioning some pseudo homoerotic stuff, which I think he was just standing out to see if you were gay, Arwen, which is probably the underlying thing.
That's what I picked up on. He's inferring that what you do when you talk about not being gay, for the sake of argument, that's telling on your part, ergo you're gay. What I got from the video was more towards Jamie Sea level being very telling in the fact that he highlights that so much. It's the main aspect of what he's pulled out. I thought, exactly as you just pointed out, Adam, although I wasn't the first to voice it, I also thought that.
But that's all, dude. It's the story of my life. Everybody like, no, that's gay. No, that's gay. No, you're definitely gay. No, you're gay. Stop projecting.
Yeah, and he's just hoping you're gay because he's doing that kind of gaily thing of being a bit mean to try and get your attention. Then he might ask you out in the playground if you give him the attention. But unless you are gay, then I think it's a guaranteed.
I mean, as an out homosexual man, I don't find it particularly pleasant to listen to such verbal abuse against someone who isn't gay, like Arwen.
Checking.
So I find it highly offensive. It offends my homosexual roots.
Well, look, no, I'm not going to go there. It's just that, no, I'm not going to go there. Never mind. I'm not going to say anything.
Is someone trying to make the argument that if Arwen's gay, the Earth's a globe? I
think this guy's a flat earther. His channel name is Jamie Seas Level. Well, if there's ever a hint at being a flatty, that would be it. But for some reason, I mean, he hasn't showed me specifically on the doll where Arwen hurt him, but clearly Arwen's hurt him.
Are you sure that's specifically a flat earther, or is that a Bev earther?
I don't know.
He comments on Flatoid's live stream sometimes. Me and Michael are pretty sure he's a flat earther, but we haven't spoken to him directly.
So, okay, that's definitely a proof then. If Arwen's gay, the Earth is flat. All right, got you.
Well, Baldwin agrees, but I don't.
But Ballin is actually a closet homosexual, though, isn't he?
Well, from a flat Earth perspective, if you actually believe in the ball, that's kind of gay. So, yeah.
You just gave him more material. What are you doing?
I don't care. Hey, it's called a joke. I'm allowed to joke around with that, right? But look, if anybody's all interested out there in gay and all that, the only way I'm gonna touch a gay man is with a whip.
Excuse me, that's a bit bloody extreme. As a homosexual man, I find that extremely offensive.
That's even more. That's more material. Owen, close your mouth.
Oh no, you leave him alone. If he's into bondage, yeah, let him share that.
I'm not into that. I'm just into the whipping part.
No, he means the other guy. If the other guy's into, but the guy making a video might be into bondage.
Hey, we'll just clear this up now. If you are in fact a masochist, Jamie Sea Level, just let Arwen know, and this could end in a beautiful, beautiful relationship.
Yeah, you're still gonna have to pay me though.
To get whipped.
Just the two of us.
It's true. You pay a lot of money for that.
Now he's gonna have you as a homosexual prostitute. What are you doing?
He just
Hey,
keeps
I'm only
saying
touching
things.
him with a whip, okay?
The one thing you did clip out that was funny, Arwen, is you said between you and Owen Benjamin, you were the gay one. And I thought that was funny.
What?
It's clipped from your show, Arwen. He hasn't dubbed you over. Because he's so manly or something, I guess, is what you're saying. I don't know.
Oh, Owen Benjamin?
Yeah.
He's just crushing it. I mean, he's a little gay inside, but I mean, what do you want with that a dad like that and all that?
Let me get it right. You're now professing to have gaydar.
Gaydar? I never heard that before.
Never heard of gaydar?
Oh. No.
Well, Arwen's clearly got gaydar because he knows how to spot a gay.
Well, I have to for my own protection.
I would like to point out you do not need a flat Earth for gaydar.
You do need a flat Earth for gaydar. Works based on a horizontal plane of reference. Bong, bong, homo, bong.
But it does help to know what is what better to distinguish when somebody's actually gay and not. So, yeah.
Why? Who cares?
Richard Leros.
Why do you care? That's telling.
I don't care. I just wanted to say it because I knew it was going to agitate you.
Are you going to have to tick another box now, Nathan, for the
There's
Uncut?
3 boxes so far.
I just wanted to say welcome, D-Rose.
Thank you very much. What's up, fellas? Trying to squeeze in a little bit of chat before I get back.
Don't talk about squeezing.
Give us the imitation of QE real quick. Come on, give us that one.
Oh man, it's been a long time. Oh, I haven't been able to hear him. I can't. I gotta listen to him again. What? Numpsky, you numpty shithead. You
Who is that?
dimwit.
Is that effing D Rose again?
You numpty dipshit. You triangle trampanzee. I don't know.
No, the best is when you came in and you said, "Who is that? Is that effing D Rose again interrupting me?"
Exactly. That's usually what he says. Yeah.
How was yesterday's show, QE? I didn't get to watch it.
Yesterday, I wasn't here yesterday.
Oh, right. Did you not do a? Oh, it's Thursday, isn't it? It was 2 days ago that you did your show. Ignore me.
Oh yeah. Don't mention the day. It dates the shows.
Thursday is another treatment, right?
There is a treatment this evening, yes, but he's talking about Tuesday's show.
No.
I thought it turned out well.
No, I am actually talking about what Arwin thought I was talking. I've seen a recent advert for what is obviously an up-and-coming show rather than one that was yesterday. So there's a show for Shit's at 20 tonight.
Yes.
Yes, that's what I was referring to, so I haven't missed anything. Okay.
All right.
I have a question.
Is it about gays? If so, can you refrain?
What?
Is it about gays?
No.
You sure?
What?
Yeah, it's not. Is Wixit Flat Earth's Uri Geller?
A spoonbender? Or
What?
fraud?
No.
Fraud?
Yeah.
You mean by that you mean fraud?
Well, is he not promoting the same rubbish?
No, he's mostly just a Ken Wheeler offspring. Right?
Hold on.
It's another branch of Ken Wheeling.
Yeah, we know that, but what are you driving at, Brian?
Who's Uri Geller?
You don't know who Uri Geller is?
What?
You need to take out Uri Geller.
Spoonbender. All you need to know. It's all you need to know. He bends spoons. So with the power of his mind, he bends spoons. He was outed by Randy, the guy with the $1 million challenge or whatever it is.
The Randy challenge.
That guy, the same guy, outed Uri Geller about 15, 20 years ago by having several hidden cameras in purses and where he was doing one of his meet and greets and, he's mingling with the crowd. He's paid to be there. And he's like getting people to rub the edge of the spoon. And then he gets a pre-bent spoon that's already stashed. But he's using the spoons that are there. So in order to achieve the trick, he has to pilfer a spoon off the table and bend it. And he gets caught doing it, under his coat or whatever. He bends the spoon blatantly. So he just got caught out as a fraud.
I got you.
Oh, no, it does work. It just that one time it didn't work, so I had to do that. Really?
What's that Randy guy's name? He went by something like the Great Randy because he's basically a magician.
Macho Man Savage.
No.
The Amazing.
Yeah, but what's his actual name? The Amazing Randy is an ex-magician who did pretty much the same as me. He went through college and learned magic tricks. But then what he noticed was there was plenty of charlatans out there that took literal magic tricks and con people with them. So spoon bendings amongst that, clairvoyance, things like that, ghosts. And
James Randy.
Sorry?
It's James Randy.
Randy. There you go.
Yeah. He does the supernatural things, but he was also involved in the Quantum Randy challenge. So he was on the good side for once. But yeah, the James Randy.
Yeah. So you'd have people that would say that they could physically move like a phone book with only their mind. And what they'd do is they'd, do a full-on dramatic act and pretend that they're moving it with their mind when they're just gently blowing subtly. So what he does is he gets a phone book and puts the guy far enough away so he can't blow it and puts all little styrofoam pieces around the phone book so if he is blowing you can tell. And what do you know? He can't do it. Oh, he hasn't got the powers. They're not there today. Things like
that. That's old stuff, man.
Yeah.
The amazing Randy. That was back in the 70s.
Yeah, it's quite a while. But I mean, he was going for years, though. He went right up until the 90s in terms of him being prevalent and actually doing this stuff, So it was in the 90s that he exposed Uri Geller.
Okay. So somebody asked if Witsit was like Uri Geller. Is he a fraud spoon bender? Is that what you're saying, Brian?
Yeah, Flat Earth's Uri Geller. Yeah.
That's pretty funny. All right, now I get it.
That's what we are. We're the equivalent of the Great Randy. That's all we're doing. Exposing charlatans and their magic tricks.
I'm not exposing anything. I'm just letting them speak.
Yeah, well, they're exposing themselves by that standard. But
you just have to laugh at the right time.
Yeah, that's a good way of putting it. Just have to laugh at the right time.
I don't I don't know. He's put a spell on people or something. They can't. I mean, I'm catching contradictions within the same breath. There's got to be over 80 to 90 of them in the piece that I'll do this evening. Just it's right in your face.
But QE, it's not about how much it makes sense. It's about how confident he sounds when he's doing it.
Right? Nah, that video the other day, it was crazy. Come on. One contradiction after the other in the same breath.
But just because it's contradiction doesn't mean that it is not valid.
What? Excuse me?
Hey, I'm just upping the game for the ballers, you know?
If you'd have said that with a little bit more confidence, Arwen, you might have snuck it through.
Exactly. That's the point of this. That's the point, isn't it? When you say, well, he's just got to say it with enough confidence, that's what con is. All con means is confidence. You're a confidence trickster. You're a confidence scammer. You're using your confidence to convince people that something like ether is true, because you don't have valid arguments. In fact, quite the contrary. You've got contradictions in the same breath. But the confidence that Witsit has, well, I didn't understand, right? When we covered him the other day, do you remember when you did what you said was going to be today's show, but I've already released it?
Did you already release it?
Well, you've already covered it. Well, you asked halfway through, is Nathan here recording? And I was like, yeah. Remember?
Yeah.
Well, I watched that back, and it occurred to me that the panel is not on Witsit's side. They're ballers.
Yes.
But none of them are objecting like we get. They're not calling him a stupid muppet and then quoting globe rhetoric. They're inquisitive. It just seemed like they were Witsit shills, because they didn't behave like any baller I've ever seen. Where did these ballers come from that retain their globe faith and yet are inquisitive about stupid contradictory nonsense? Those aren't ballers that I've ever experienced.
Well, maybe they were just indoctrinated by his beautiful confidence game.
If you were talking about flat earthers, I'd agree, but they were ballers. That's what I'm saying. How can you say that's true if that's... Oh, they're just taken in by his beautiful flat earth etherism when they're all inquisitive about how might this work and how might that work? Oh, yeah, that's what I've found with every baller. Oh, what's that you say? Flat earth? Oh, tell me more. But yet when it comes to ether, they're all inquisitive. What the hell?
Yeah, because he's another thing to believe in.
Ether is part of their rhetoric.
Hold on. Listen to what Brian just said. Listen to what Brian just said.
Go ahead, Brian.
Yeah, because it's another thing for them to believe in. It adds to their belief. It just gives them some other fantastical thing to believe in, because they're all believers in some kind of fantastical thing. All of them. The Ethereans and the ballers.
They're just more open-minded than you are. That's all it is. You're just closed-minded. You're not prepared to consider ether. And clearly these ballers are very open-minded and they're interested. Yeah?
I heard Witsit say that. I heard Witsit say he used to be...
with Nathan. It was kind of creepy and very strange that I caught on to it a little while after that. I said, what is going on here? So, Nathan, you're all over this.
Yeah,
well, hold on. We discussed this like years ago, right? It's compatible. The globe is ether compatible. That's why they're like okay with it.
Yeah, but they don't know that.
No. Number one, the QE's right. Number one, they don't know that. And number two, when have you ever seen a sycophantic baller with a flat earther? You don't. It just doesn't happen, does it? That's what it seemed to be.
No. Oh, well, that's the thing. Hold on. Like Einstein said, space-time is inconceivable without the ether.
Correct. What does that have to do with that?
Why would they be opposing him on that?
They don't know that.
How do you know they don't know?
I know they don't know.
How do you know they don't know?
How do I know? By their...
Hold on. I don't know how the digestive system of a dog works, but I do know it poops.
That's lovely. You could be a vet.
Right. So they don't know how space-time works, but they can recognize that it needs ether.
No, they don't recognize it. It's only at the higher levels that it's recognized.
How do you know they don't know that it's at the higher levels?
Because he knows that these.
Because they don't know just the fundamental aspects of relativity.
How do you know that they don't know?
How would they know that?
Yeah, how do you know that?
How do you know that they don't know?
You just have to listen to Earth Awakenings, and it's unlikely they've been reading into the higher levels of their nonsense with quantum foam, as they call ether, and that sort of stuff. They have very surface level wiki type points they always parrot to each other, so I find that unlikely too. So I agree with quantum arrays; they're unlikely to know about that stuff.
Well, quantum foam they just use for their pizzas.
So why would they be sycophantic towards his ether if he's a flat earther, regardless of their recognition or non-recognition of the connection that's sympathetic in heliocentrism to ether? Why would they still? The question still stands. Why would they be? Oh yeah, tell me more. With ether believing named Witsit.
On there quite a lot.
Okay, 5 at once.
Can I, Nathan?
You didn't hear my question, but go ahead, I guess.
Yeah, I did hear your question. Why would they do that? Well, because they think that ether is okay with the globe. It really is. And they do know. I mean, I don't know where John's getting that from, but they just know that. It's been around for a long time.
They don't understand.
They think that comes from within it.
Stop. Can we stop querying what they might know? We're not going to divine their knowledge in this regard. We don't know what they don't know or do know. Let's just stop doing this.
It's not going to go to Witsit, are they? Owen, they're not going to go to Witsit to develop their Einsteinian knowledge of incorporating the concept of ether. The reason they're doing it is exactly what Huey's doing. Let the numpties talk. He's nodding along, so they're hanging themselves. Yeah?
You're saying they're smart enough to want Witsit to hang himself by just jabbering?
The best, if I'm a baller, an anti-flat earther right now, yeah, I don't want to come up against us, but I'll tell you what, I'm happy to go up against them and let them just talk and pretend I'm interested, because listen to it. That's the best argument an anti-flat earther can use against an Ethereum, is let the Ethereum talk.
Maybe.
I think that's a little bit, that's the part where I'm going like, that sounds like it requires a little bit too much intelligence.
Okay, then they're going to Witsit to ask for advice on formulating ether within their Einsteinian concepts.
Yeah, maybe they are.
Well, I wouldn't say they're going to him to formulate those ideas. I think they are just entertaining those ideas because they're not contradictory to their worldview.
Gotcha. Maybe that's a reasonable explanation.
I would say there's a little bit more going on. I would say because these people believe consensus is correct, because Witsit is growing in popularity on social media and he's growing in numbers, then that's a consensus. So he must have a point if he has the consensus amount of people thinking that he does. So these people are driven by consensus in the first place. So why would they not go to someone who has a consensus building?
I like that. Consensus amount of people. I like that. That's a good description.
With my answer.
Well, in their world, if somebody is building in popularity, then they must have a point. They must be right. That's what they believe. This is what these people believe. I only had it in the past 12 hours where someone telling me, everyone's telling you wrong all the time, so you must be wrong. You know what I mean? Talking about him and his friends. Consensus.
Well, why don't we go back? Hold on. Why don't we go back? And because I was more focused on Shitsit's responses rather than the two globetards. I think it's two globetards. I'm not sure. I wasn't that much focused on them. I did find it strange in the manner that they asked the questions and the terminology they used. But how was this set up? I only went from the timestamp. I didn't listen to the whole thing. So I can go back a little bit and figure out what's going on here. We want to do that now or what?
Just to comment on it. Yeah?
Absolutely.
Go ahead, Adam.
I want to win an argument, yeah, all I've got to say, just tell me a little bit more about how gravity works in your worldview. What is it? The dielectric or the electric current flow is setting up the way gravity works. Tell me more. Tell me more. What more do you have to do as the baller to win this argument or to convince your audience that these guys are muppets, that they're talking nonsense? That's what's driving us mad. Well,
sorry, Adam. Go ahead, finish up.
No, that's my point. Nathan's asking why they're letting them do it. I don't think it's some bigger conspiracy that it's all they have to do.
Okay, I'll accept that. If it's either conducive with the rhetoric to the point where it's not disagreeable, or all they've got to do is let him open his mouth, both are reasonable explanations for why they wouldn't be classed as sycophants. They're just letting him hang himself. Or, like you say, it's, well, why not entertain this? It's not exactly ruining my worldview.
Okay, I'm just looking at this now. I don't know. Are you guys seeing, the front page right here on the video?
Yeah.
So we're in a Discord server. I'm looking. So we got Shitsit. We got Geo Love, that friggin' treasonous friggin' Jane Fonda also. We got Brenda right here. We have, I don't know these people. We got Brian, Brains Leaky. So where is this? It's in a Discord. I know that. I just don't know where it is. Is this GeoLove server?
Yeah, it's Earth Awakenings. We've seen him in there quite a lot. So they have a rapport with him if they're not trying to, let him speak and trick him into saying something stupid. They might just, be friendly with him, was my point of view.
All right. Maybe I could go back and see where these two idiots came in, right? How about that? Are you cool with this, Nathan, or?
Yeah.
Or no? Yeah?
Yeah, fine.
Go to 3. Let's go back a couple minutes. Let's go to just make it even. We'll go to 3 hours somewhere in that vicinity. 3 hours 17. Let's see how this starts out. You should be able to hear it. 1 second. Turn it up just a little. All right, here we go.
The stars are like actually angels walking in their place.
What?
Good question, man. I don't know if they would be walking or if they are angels, but I think they're.
What?
Let's go back.
Was that a good question? Really?
Let's go back.
Yeah, I'm not on tour right now. Obviously, I've made a baby, and plan on continuing to do so. But I may pop around the country at some point. Idaho, you're right. I think we skipped it. Oh, we were in Idaho, but I mean, I didn't do any activism. But thanks for following me this whole time, bro. You've been on a journey with me, so cool. Thank you for the $20 super chat and for the support and kind words, brother. All right, sorry about that.
By the way. Hey, Austin, God bless you and your family. I got a.
So, I know you've had a beef with him about not giving credit where it's due. Yeah. Same thing just happened there to his poor wife. I've just made a baby.
Yeah. Thanks, Adam. Too funny.
I caught that, Adam. I caught that too.
How much time do you spend reading daily?
That's a good question. I try to read every day. I actually think that I've fallen off a bit and I should read more. But at least 30 minutes to an hour minimum, even if it's on like a computer.
Is that so he don't forget how to do it?
Blowing smoke up his ass.
Yeah.
Or iPad or phone. I think the best would be to read a hard copy book. But David Avocado went to our summit and he's like really talking about how important it is to read. So I'm trying to prioritize it more. But yeah.
So just to read, just do reading, and it's got to be a hard copy. It can't be paperback. It got to be hard copy. That's really important.
Our education standards so low over there that middle-aged men with children are still encouraged to read every day. What are we being seriously? What are we being encouraged to read? Is it anything, or is he being specific about?
Well, that's what he's all about. Is hyper-specificity.
Should you read half an hour your Bible half an hour every day? Is that what he's meaning, or
No, I think he's talking about the shampoo bottles while he's taking a dump.
All right, there we go.
Yeah, I read every day, and not just nonsense. I read some type of informative information every day. I think it's important. I think it helps.
It is
informative information. Isn't that pretty? Yeah.
Yeah, and I like the way it's better. It's better if you do it through a book as opposed to reading off a computer screen. You can. What is going on here? What is this?
Who knows? We're trying to get here, Adam. Shut up.
Oh, it's going to go somewhere, is it?
They're trying to groom him.
With your pattern recognition, your memory, and your vocabulary. So yeah, I read quite a bit. Back in the day, I used to read kind of nonstop. So yeah, at least an hour a day, probably.
Nonstop. Did you go to the bathroom and eat or anything? Just back in the day, boy, that's really hyper specific.
An hour, he said.
Love that OCD.
We had a chat question.
A chat question, you said?
Yeah, someone was asking you to elaborate about the high frequency radio waves moving through the atmosphere across a flat Earth versus a globe, and why it wouldn't work on a globe, because they appear to think that it would.
Sure.
Forget that, QA. Quick, seriously. How much do you try and read each day?
Me?
Yeah,
I try not to.
I get a solid 30 minutes to an hour in the bathroom reading shampoo bottles, and there's nothing wrong with that informative information.
Personally, I try not to, Adam.
Okay. Oh, did my computer just freeze, bro? All right.
So we're before. I think we're in the lane because it's coming up to the time.
You guys can still hear me?
Phenomenologically.
You guys can still hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. A couple things froze, but we'll try and close them out. I don't know what's going on. So anyway, the
Phenomenologically.
Well, is someone saying that? Okay.
Someone's saying that.
No, you're just tripping, Witsit.
Phenomenologically.
Is somebody saying that?
Yeah. Someone should have gone, saying what? What are you on about?
Well, phenomenologically, they are.
Saying what?
Anyway, the Earth is supposedly a sphere with a certain radius value. So if we shoot...
Are we guessing that he doesn't know what phenomenologically means? Is that where we're going with this?
I'll put $5 that he don't.
I'd bet the farm.
Line of sight horizontal waves out, they got to get blocked by the curve of the Earth, right? Pretty simple stuff. We did this a long time ago, and they say, well, they keep going towards space, and then there's something called the ionosphere that reflects them back down, right? Because if
and who was the one that first put out that nonsense? Heaviside. One of your that's the ionosphere Heaviside, isn't that the one? He's the one that dreamed up the ionosphere, people? I'm thinking he was. I digress.
They don't, then it would mean the Earth is flat because it's just going to, propagate parallel to the horizontal plane Earth, and it would be blocked by the curve of the Earth. The reason that these don't work on there, and that's why it specifies high frequency, is because the ionosphere is supposedly up to 40 megahertz. So if you send a radio wave above 40 megahertz, it would penetrate the ionosphere. This is basic physics. It's not negotiable. It's not debatable, right? If the frequency of the radio wave is higher than the frequency of plasma, it penetrates it.
This is basic physics, people.
What the ionosphere is?
Yeah.
Penetration rate.
Yes.
Have we just reified that then?
Yes.
Well, he did reduce it down to the actual material, but it was a bit sloppy.
What, the ionosphere? The
idea of an ionosphere.
Radio waves further because it bounces off it. That's why. It's still a ball, but that's why we've got the ionosphere, and you can get those radio waves. That thing that it's bouncing off.
Let's stay focused now where we want the ballers to come in. or potential ballers. I still haven't classified them yet.
Therefore, these high frequency radio waves of 100, 200, 300, up to 1500, 5000 megahertz going over 2, 3, 4,000 kilometers when they should go no more than maybe 30, 40, 50 miles on a globe. Refute the globe. You can't claim it bounced off the ionosphere because it's way too high of a frequency to be reflected off the ionosphere. So yeah, the world record distances for the radio waves refute the geometric claim of a sphere model. Of course, microwaves are from 300 megahertz.
Refute a sphere model. What the hell? Look at him looking up. Look at him looking straight up, just making shit up.
To 300 gigahertz, and once you get up to 300 gigahertz, the beam divergence is like 1 millimeter, and at 300 megahertz, it's 1.
I want to see that proven. The beam divergence. I want you to prove that shit right now. I digress. I'm still focused.
1 millimeter over
1 meter,
what?
which means you can't.
He doesn't know. It's phenomenological.
Claim is like diffracting around the globe or something like that. So yeah, there you go. It would penetrate the ionosphere even if you granted the excuse, which the ionosphere has never been truly verified other than mathematically modeled. And then all.
What? No, it hasn't. No, Oliver Heaviside came up with that horse shit. One of your priests that you always appeal
That's his
to.
boy.
And it's no mathematical model either, you numpty dipshit.
All the subsequent excuses they come up with also don't work.
Oh, the subsequent excuses of Oliver Heaviside. Idiot.
They're just mathematical models with no empirical evidence. So
there we go again.
There you go. It works perfect on a plain Earth. It just goes out over the Earth. On a globe, you have to start invoking magic, and it still doesn't work. All right.
So I got 3 questions here I wrote down. What did you hear a while back that there was going to be like flat earthers, globers, and then a bunch of people go to the South Pole? Like I heard that was a thing. I'll just say my other 2 questions before because it's kind of just a quick one. What do you think's going on at the North Pole? Like, is it like the Black Sun, Mount Meru? Like, what's going on there? Do you think?
What on earth do you think is going after the North Pole? It's like, what, 4 days till Christmas? They're busy, man, aren't they? Getting very busy, getting presents on the sleigh, getting the reindeer sorted.
Is this like question and answer to the Oracle? Is this what's going on here?
That's what I'm saying. What?
Oh, Grand Poobah.
They love him.
In the North
They
Pole.
love him.
Yeah, I think that's what's going on, Nathan. I think we pinpointed it because now that I think about it, now that I'm looking and I see these, first of all, I thought it was like Witsit may have had a Discord server or he's using, I thought it was his. But now that I'm looking at it, and like Paul said, it's Earth Awakenings, that's what this is. Because you got all kind of ballers in here like Brenda. I don't know these other people though. I know Beasticles, but he's not is he a baller? It doesn't matter. But that's what's going on here, Nathan. It's exactly what it is. We want to continue?
Yeah,
I think we pinpoint. All right.
That the stars are like actually angels walking in their place?
Good question, man. I don't know if they would be walking or if they are angels, but I think there may be sentience to the lights in the sky. Yeah, I know some people think that's crazy. It could be that they're singing.
There he goes. There we go. Sentience in the night sky.
Wouldn't they be moonwalking?
They could be, Adam, but don't lose focus. Remember, we just heard this from David Weiss, that the stars are sentient. Didn't we?
Yeah.
So they're singing from the same hymn sheet. I just caught that. Okay. Maybe I ought to start this back here on the. No, I won't. It'd take too long.
And that vibration within a fluid medium creates sonoluminescence, and that's definitely possible to me. I think the stars were given a pointed
vibration within in a liquid medium and somnolescence. Really? Did you prove a liquid medium yet? What's the liquid medium? Idiot.
Places, and I think the wanderers stepped out of their appointed places. Now, whether they're sentient, whether they're what people call angels, I don't know. When you read Genesis, it gets interesting. It seems to denote two different sets of lights. So I don't know if they all are the same thing or what, but I do think it's possible. Yeah, one thing I know is that they're not little suns. They're not giant suns that look like little lights. I always miss your.
So is the point he's not objecting to that in the waters above, that the reason we see lights in the sky is there's an angel in a bubble, creating a bubble of luminescence like we've seen in a lab. And therefore, because we've seen it in a lab and we can do it in a lab, that's a perfectly reasonable proposition to move forward on to describe the heavens.
Something like that, yeah.
But because you need it and you're a bit religious, I don't want it like I can't just have a lab, so we'll stick an angel in there.
I heard some Enochian philosophies dribbled in with it.
Other questions, sorry.
Just like, what do you think's going on at the North Pole? Like, you think there's like a dark sun, there is Mount Meru, like magnetic north obviously points somewhere, right?
Yeah. And then the South Pole question. Yeah. I don't remember the specifics of someone claiming to go to the South Pole, but we're trying to set up an Antarctic trip right now with many truthers. I don't really care about people that are like opposed to the truth of this realm. It's irrelevant to me, but yeah, we want to go maybe next winter in the north, which would be the summer in the south, and try to see what's going on with the sun and make some shadow measurements. As to what's in the center, I think that based on physics and magnetism, that there has to be a vortex. I think that if you were able to penetrate the vortex, you would be able to leave this place.
This is disconnected dribble. What the hell is he talking about?
He wants to penetrate your vortex.
So I don't think that any man or any matter can get through to the center. I think it would be physically impossible. The pressure mediation would result.
Get to the center of what? Tootsie Roll Pop.
Oh, you beat me to it. You beat me to it. Damn it.
What the hell is he talking about?
Obviously,
because this plane we live on is in the middle of a dielectric plane, the pressure mediation caused to generate the plane, there will be a center point of the vortex. At that point, if you could get in there, you could theoretically escape, or you couldn't because the pressure mediation would be so great it would just destroy you. You're not keeping up.
I'm not up, Adam, and that was pretty scary explanation. You sound like one of them.
It sounds like a black hole at the center of flat Earth. Is that what it is talking about? A black hole at the center of flat Earth?
I think you'd have to ask Adam at this point.
It's where the emergence of matter is possible between the convergence of two dielectric planes.
Damn.
In an area that's not materially accessible. But I think that if you could get in there, and maybe certain metaphysical entities in theory could, you could go up and down, in and out, to and fro, which may sound familiar.
What, pal? What, Adam?
If you want a way out of fantasy, make one up.
What the hell is he on about, dude?
When he says metaphysical, is he referencing Bigfoot?
Metaphysical beings. I don't know. He hasn't been hyper specific. This is really scary.
Yeah, maybe that is an idea. And I think that's the tree of life kind of represents that the tree spans out and diverges towards the top with its limbs. Well, that's because that's what the magnetic field does. It would be inverted below you. The fountains or the bottomless pit, in theory, could be there. And there may be a floating magnet. If you take a quadrupole, you can make a magnet, basically a piece of metal float right in the middle, right? And so I think, like I said, black rock.
What the? Non-stop erratic gibberish. What the fuck is he talking about?
He's talking about Norse legends, Asgard, Midgard, the tree of life. And
I heard him say the fountains could be there. What's he talking about? The fountains of Earth, where the water comes from?
No,
it's the cow and it's the milk. No, that's the cow and its milk. That's where you got the upside down cow and the milk comes out and that creates everything.
No, you've got because I said earlier, you've got two toroidal fields where they intersect. That's where you can have pressure mediation to cause the plane in which we live on. What he's alluding to there is if when you look at the Nordic tree of life, where you've got the tree above and then the roots below, they're representative of the two toroidal fields that he's just describing could be floating on magnets or created by floating magnets. There's your proof, you see, because exactly what it's telling you about reality is shown in the Nordic legends, you see.
Thanks, Adam.
Maybe talking about the Black Mountain in the center. It's called like Mount Negro with some ancient depictions and stuff like that. So I think there may be some source of magnetism there. I think that the source of magnetism may not even be there. But yeah, maybe the fountains of the deep, maybe for land masses, whatever. I don't think that we could get.
Say what?
Fountains of the deep. Told you.
I think the magnetic cause is there, but I also think it's not there.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say.
Come on, give us a J. Give us a J on that. That's worthy.
All right, I'll give you a J.
I still think it's a cow flipped over upside down making milk.
Talking too much sense.
There may be some source of magnetism there. I think that the source of magnetism may not even be there. But yeah, maybe the fountains of the deep.
One more time. A little bit further back.
With some ancient depictions and stuff like that. So I think there may be some source of magnetism there. I think that the source of magnetism may not even be there. But yeah, maybe the fountains of.
He just contradicted himself right there.
That's what we're saying, Neil.
The thing we've just replayed 4 times. Yes, that's right, Neil.
I'm in a noisy place. Give me a break.
No more J's. Let's go. Let's continue this.
Of the deep, maybe for land masses, whatever. I don't think that we could get there. I think we may could get close enough to be like, wait, this is crazy. And you may see some stuff. I don't think you can get in it. I don't think the magnetic field would let you in it. I think there's a vortex. And
what the fuck is it? What? In your closet? What is this?
You need an anti-dielectric suit, and then you could go in there, because that would oppose
in where?
Into the vortex, so that you could escape from this realm. You're not listening.
Brian, don't egg him on.
Sorry.
He needs to be institutionalized, QE. You say that?
Adam's actually right. Adam's unpacking it accurately for the nonsense that it is, because he's the emissary to the Ethereans. You'd expect that higher standard from Adam, but when you listen to Adam paraphrase it with just a slight change in the intonation of his voice, it highlights the absurdity, but within an accurate rendition of his rhetoric. I just want to say that because it's easy to pull it apart when you're not as au fait with the stupid nonsense that it is as Adam, because they could just say, oh, well, you just don't understand. Yeah, well, Adam does, doesn't he?
I think Adam's pretend. I don't think Adam understands. He is just friggin' spouting off the terminology, the using the parlance of their time, and trying to wicker it together. It's still nonsense.
No, I don't understand, John.
Have you explored the phenomenology of it, or what, Adam?
Phenomenology.
I immersed myself deeply. I was doing at least half an hour reading, preferably from books per day.
Nicely done. Were they hardback or paperback?
And you can get
if I can get a hardback,
and out,
you know,
up
but sometimes
and
you got to slum it.
of this realm if you were to get in there.
Kind of cool.
Yep.
Sorry, one more question. There's a second sun apparently, right? Would you think that second sun we would see would be a reflection on the dome, and then there would actually be another light further back? Like actually, like, right? Wouldn't that make sense if it was the dome was there, and then we're seeing perspective sun closer to us?
And further to that, what about the third sun? What about the third sun? Does that create a reflection off the second sun's reflection? What a load of old bollocks!
No, it's Jupiter.
Here's the answer. I've never heard this, so I'm going to pull a fiver. I want the answer to this one, because when he was asking him this question, his eyes started to roll back into his head.
Did you hear Witz's little chuckle before he went to answer?
Will be the next sun.
Jay it, Nathan. You hear the little chuckle.
All right, I'll pull a J so we can get the whole thing again, and then we'll go with it. Here we go.
See, would be a reflection on the dome, and then there would actually be another light further back. Like, it's actually like, right? Wouldn't that make sense if it was the dome was there, and then we're seeing perspective sun closer to us?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so I think there is obviously an actual sun somewhere. I don't now. There's many things that could be going on, maybe even at the same time. Like, so you could have a physical dome. I think it's inside of a vaulted container, and inside of like a fluid-like medium. I think the reason that we see an apparent position.
Hold on, inside a container, inside a fluid medium.
Fluid-like medium.
It must be ether.
So, yeah, Nathan, it wasn't a fluid. It was fluid-like, just to be specific. I'll pull a fiver.
It's not ether, Arwen, because ether's superfluid. If you're going to analogize it to something, it's not just fluid-like, it's superfluid-like.
Let's go back.
That's how you can see it sometimes when you look at it in front of the moon.
Listen to it closely.
So you could have a physical dome. I think it's inside of a vaulted container and inside of like a fluid-like medium. I think the reason that we see an apparent position
that was
is
Valley
we have
Girls.
an
That wasn't a fluid-like medium. It was a fluid-like medium. It's a Valley Girls like.
No, it was like a fluid-like medium. Get it right, Nathan.
Oh, brother.
Like a fluid-like medium, like.
I mean, right, because it's not a fluid, and I wouldn't want to be held to that later. It's important to say fluid-like, because as I said earlier, if we're going to categorize it further, it's a super fluid, yeah, in its sense of being a medium, which is invisible, obviously. Yeah, it's not actually manifest yet, unless you look at it in front of the moon. Are we all clear?
Yes. Azimuthal grid of vision. Like, I think we have a hemispheric limit to our vision, and it would act like a dome because we're in an atmos that would act like a lens, akin to like a little plastic dome or something. It would act like a lens.
What?
So once you reach
the bloody hell? So the atmos acts like a lens. Right, but you've just detailed how your eye creates a field of vision akin to a dome. But now you're going to describe the atmos as being the lens that creates that? No, your eye does that.
Yeah, but little plastic
limit of your perspective, you would see that apparent position. Like if you take a light source and you move it over a dome, you'll see the light source on the dome, right? And you can say it's a reflection, sure, but when you're down beneath it, you will see the apparent position. And if it goes in a circle, it'll arc from your perspective, which is what we see. We see the sun arc. It could be that there's a dome containment that's layered or vaulted, and that we have this vision limit. So it may be both. It may be just the perspective limit. But yeah, we see an apparent position of the sun for sure. We can.
What's with this wishy-washy could be? No, we are absolutely and unequivocally in a contained system. We wouldn't be breathing if we weren't. As for his description of what the sun could be, because of its link to how it does actually move, that's an affirming the consequent. You don't know what the sun is. To say, I know what the sun is because I can see that it does this, and it does this. Therefore, it might be this and it might be... No. It is doing those things. That's much is true. And we are definitely breathing gas pressure. So it's not an if, but, or maybe. It's an unequivocally, we are in a contained system and the sun does do that. It doesn't mean you know what the sun is. It doesn't mean you know what the container is.
Replicate it. We can show all the paths of the sun. And actually, this guy says he has a model. I'm very interested in it. But you can explain everything that the sun does, including shadows.
See, he thinks explanations are the key. It's like the pulling the sword out of, or the Excalibur out of the stone. As soon as he says explanation, that's the key that opens up all knowing. It does it. So his explanations are just so stories. So he thinks just so stories. As long as you got one, you're good.
That's it. Poison the well fallacy, QE there, just before he's about to present his evidence. About to prove our shadows work.
Including shadows. With this hemispheric limit to our perspective, and even additionally a vaulted dome. So yeah, I would never say that there are two suns or multiple suns. I would just say there's infinite suns based on infinite observers. And we just see
proof, right? Did you not listen? Yeah. What's we got a sun in a dome because of shadows? Yeah, and there's proof we have shadows.
Infinite suns. I don't know. I may have to go back and start over at the 1 minute mark and do a whole treatment on this because this is gold. All right, here we go.
see the apparent position because we can't see forever. So.
In that explanation, though, you're kind of saying that there's infinite, but in the one perspective, you would have one outside, and then you'd have a reflection on the dome of sorts, and then you'd have the inner light.
Well, I don't see. That's what I'm saying. Like you would only see one because you're seeing the sun, but you're only able to pick it up once it's within your limit. You can't see any further than that. Yeah. So even though there would technically be a sun out there, you would only see the one light source. And like I said, you can replicate it. So if I put a laser outside of a dome, you're going to see the dome. You're going to see the laser displaced in a different position, but you're not going to see the.
Huh?
If I get a Pyrex cooking bowl and turn it upside down, shine a laser at it, right, then the person in the bowl will see the laser in a particular position due to refraction through the bowl. Now, that position won't necessarily be commensurate with where I'm holding the laser.
Thanks, Adam. What if you can't see through the dome?
You can, because you can see the stars and the sun.
Oh,
the actual source of the laser, right? Because you're going to just see
of course, it would be like distorted, like in like a face in water or something, right?
Yeah, pretty much. And the difference with the dome example is you can see further than the dome with the physical example, but with a visual limit, you can't see beyond it. If you make it go in a circle, though, it's pretty fascinating because that's what it would be doing maybe over a plane Earth. It literally makes the sun or the light do an arc, just like we see in reality. So we can completely replicate the sun.
We can replicate the sun.
What?
On the disk. I mean, simulation idea, presupposing.
He's distinguishing between what is created in the heavens and then how you then see it. So you're not seeing this whole dome lit up. You're only seeing a small part of the dome that then creates a secondary dome, your dome of personal vision. And he's making that distinguishment there.
That's 100% totally wrong. Nobody is seeing a dome. The dome part of the celestial dome model is mathematical. It is not. It's because you need to place that perspective into orthographic view. So there's no one seeing a dome.
Exactly.
No one ever saw a dome. It's purely mathematical to place it into orthographic view.
That's where I jumped in, Brian, right? When I said, no, he's just convoluted a dome with what we see. So he's got a comparison between a perspective view and how the world is representative. And in that respect, QE, you didn't have to spin back. That's why he's saying there's an infinite amount of suns. What he's really saying is everybody gets a different view of the sun because they're in different places. They can't be in the same place at the same time to have the same view of the sun. Therefore, everybody's view of it's different. Therefore, there's infinite suns. But that's a perspective description that leads you to a mathematical description of the stars being in a dome shape because of your perspective view that Brian's just highlighted. But he intentionally convoluted those two things when I stepped in earlier. Correct, Brian? Absolutely. What dome?
Yes, Nathan.
No, there's two domes, guys. Brian's right. I agree. But listen to there's the dome that is just been described as physical reality, the one that's going to hold back the fluid light medium. Yeah. And as the luminaries that are in the fluid light medium project into the dome, what your secondary dome of personal field of view sees is limited parts of that dome that's just been described.
Yes, correct. That's exactly what he's trying to describe.
What second?
Yes.
What dome?
It's all part of the
presupposition. I've put two domes in there to confuse you.
No, but that is what he's trying to do. I mean, That's what I got out of it.
He's reifying the Nathan's all over it. Sorry, go on. I go after it.
I'm saying there's two domes, and one of the domes contains the fluid-like medium, and the other dome contains everything else.
No. The fluid-like medium is outside of the physical dome, which is outside of your personal field of view dome.
Yeah, that's the second dome, your view dome. So it's only an apparent thing where you get to see all the apparent lights.
So that's net dome 0 then, right?
Yeah.
Stop it.
And whichever model you believed in, whether it's a globe or a plain Earth,
Damn, he thinks there's two models and stuff.
There's that belief word.
Can I just point out that he's reifying?
He's into domes.
He's reifying the celestial dome model, just like the borders did. Sorry.
Hold on, Reg. Brian, then Reg. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just want Nathan. I know you were on it as well, but what Richard is doing is he's reifying the celestial dome model into what he wants it to be, just like the borders turned it into a globe Earth. It's just a mathematical, orthographic way of depicting perspective in the frontal view. That's all it is. But they keep trying to turn it into something else. He's mirroring heliocentrists at this stage. Come on, Reg.
Because I'm trying to see if so he believed that the fluid-like medium is outside of the dome. So, and he's trying to put like the Bible in there or something of that nature. Because I heard him say something like that before, where some scripture said that the Bible opened the windows and allow the fluid to come in. So he actually believed that we are inside of, or we are being contained in a fluid-like medium, and it was basically blocking that water or that fluid from entering inside of the dome. Is that is a dome protecting it, but there is another dome that we can observe as well.
Not that we can observe, that is our observation. That's our vision. So the perspective view that you're representing has the star that's above your head at your zenith, right? Well, as that star moves throughout the night, it'll move towards the horizon. Well, that's like a curve, isn't it? No, it's just how your eyes work. But that's the second dome. But in reality, that's the only dome, and it's apparent, as in not real. There's not actually a dome of your vision. It's just how you see things. But the second dome, which is used terms like vaulted, I can't remember the other biblical term he threw in there, just to get some kinship from people who might be that inclined, is creating a non-dome through pure speculation and reification from, as Brian puts it, the same dome that the globers like to turn into a sphere on the ground from the sphere in the heavens that is a mathematical conception of the movement of the stars. But that's the celestial sphere, or in this instance, celestial hemisphere, which could be described as a dome. So you've got his dome in a dome with superfluid, with a dome of your vision, just to make sure there's plenty of domes so that no one really knows what's going on, and there's a few biblical terms and other cosmology terms thrown in just for good measure. Reg.
There's also like he's taking something that's apparent. He's taking something that's apparent and trying to make it clear.
Reg just wants clarity on the apparent dome of our vision. Go ahead, Reg.
Inception, dome within a dome.
Of our vision, that would be
because Reg is Arwin. No. Just let Reg ask his question unimpeded. Go ahead, Reg.
Because I was saying, because if he's taking something that's supposed to be apparent, he's trying to take something that's apparent, which are concrete, and try to make it be concrete by saying, oh, when there is an actual dome that you actually observing. Really, the only dome that you really observing is apparent. It's actually your eye dome. It's perspective, not an actual dome of fluid. It's not this. This is what you perceiving in reality because there's some physical dome blocking water or some fluid medium. It's actually just apparent. You confusing it by trying to say that it's something else when it's not. You could just explain what people actually observe and what your perspective actually is.
He's also stating fluid within and without, by the way, Nathan.
Can I just add, there's also a biblical connotation to the use of the term vaulted dome. You know, standard domes with a round vault, or you just get a vaulted dome, which is how you build the churches, which tend to be of a square base with a dome based upon the square. But it's actually a descriptor. I don't know if you're invoking that, but when you say vaulted dome, you're kind of implying that you're on a square and stationary Earth that would have a vaulted dome.
Fair enough.
There are things that happen in the sky that are optical illusions or apparent positions, right? So I think it's funny that the globe hates on that. But yeah, you can replicate it, and hopefully that made sense.
Hey, actually, last thing, how do I sign up to come to do this shit with you?
Oh, to go to Antarctica? Let me get all the specifics about the trip and like the capacity, and then I'll see who all I can invite or if I can publicly announce it. It's not really my thing. Cool.
I know, it's fine.
All right, cool. Anyone else?
Hey, how do you feel about the lunar wave? You think the moon has a second moon?
Manifestation of ether.
I think the lunar wave is a real phenomenon.
What were you laying some bets down?
I'll tell you what, I heard there, this guy's so convinced he's prepared to book a trip with Austin's North Pole tours.
Yep.
But we've ended up, even Crow has pointed out that later he saw the wave go across the entire sky. So I think that...
There you go. Proof of ether, guys. Now, back in the day when Crow first did it, he never claimed all of this. He's just looking through his telescope at the moon. But it's good to know that we can take that observation of the past, spin it around a little bit, yeah, and support ether, because now we can, yeah, see. Because you guys have been asking, where is ether? Show me ether. Well, now I can show you ether in the presence of a lunar wave, which is why the good pastor himself says that it is invisible, unless, of course, you look at it in front of the moon. And there's your proof, a lunar wave.
We never said where is ether. We said what is ether.
It's almost
it's a
like
super fluid that is in most cases invisible unless you view it in front of the moon. Are you not listening, Neil?
It's a bit
Here's
like
your evidence.
It's a bit like a mathematical postulation that leaves you with a notion of black holes. And people go, well, where are these black holes? We're not seeing them. And then eventually they come up with a black hole and go, there you go, there's a black hole for you. Well, in this instance, they've been asked for stuff and they haven't been able to find it, but now they've found something that's anomalous. So therefore, this phenomena that we're observing is ether. Bob's your uncle. Job's a good one.
Well, they couldn't find the black holes because, well, the thing about black holes is they're black. And the thing about space is it's also black.
And the thing about the scanner scope is it's black.
The moon is just inside of a fluid medium, right? That can have...
Told you, Nathan.
How the hell does he know?
That can wave across. And so that wave goes through the fluid and goes in front of the moon, and it's more easily detectable with the contrast.
Yeah, from my perspective, I think it's just like the lower...
Yeah? So do you understand now? The invisible medium, yeah, of things which is non-manifest, yeah, which previously was invisible, yeah, is now visible when we look at it in front of the moon. Do you accept now the actual presence of ether? You can see it, Neil. You can see this invisible thing.
No, that's not going to be the ether.
Yes, it is.
It's dark matter.
Stop. Shut
It's
up.
camouflage.
Can everyone stop rumpusing QE? You need to tell us about the motion of the vibration of the light that is coming from the darkness. Go ahead, QE.
I'm going to tell you that this is not the ether down the line here. He's going to tell you that light is ether, not this fluid, dudes.
That's a different definition for a different excuse, QE. I will use that later. Yeah, but I'll remind you that everything is light anyway. It's just whether or not it's got excitation for illumination. As to whether or not you see it as light, but it's always there. There's no journey.
Yeah, light is just really non-dense matter, right?
This emissary has really gone to your head.
I tell you what, I do know that it gets faster as you rise in altitude.
Shut up.
Thick. And then above that is where the clouds hit. And there's that skim layer, and possibly there's waves that go across that. And when you look up, like all air is liquid, so it looks like there's a ripple or something. And like if an air,
all air is liquid. What?
No.
Too funny, man.
Airplane goes by and makes a wake, because he's over there in the northeast when he made the observations. And
Yeah,
that's
but
why,
I mean,
like,
there was no
people-
plane, right? I mean, like, yeah, planes can do that, but there was no plane in the observation, right? Like, you,
and yeah, and his footage, but like it could have been out of frame.
Is nobody going to correct him
Well, it would
where
have
he
to have
said the
gone
gases are
within frame.
liquid?
Yeah, we highlighted
How does
it.
it
The
mean, man?
absurdity is left to the audience to decipher. No, gases aren't liquid.
No, I was saying on his own panel, how many people are there and nobody noticed that?
No.
Yeah. They didn't correct him, no. But yeah, we'll continue.
At some point, though, right? I mean, like I can get the uncut footage.
Plane?
Yeah, like, yeah. You would see the plane have to go. It doesn't make a wave go across the entire sky, right?
Hang on a second. Hang on.
Yeah, there's Saturn.
Is one of Whitsit's panel now speculating that it could be something other than ether? But Whitsit's hand waving that because how dare he? It's obviously ether.
Yeah, it was beasticles.
But what is wrong with beasticles? Pure speculation.
Because he suggested that it could make a wave across the whole sky for you to see, which is ludicrous. Because how are you going to see something that's invisible?
Absolutely.
No.
Waves too. That was caught.
I mean, yeah, he's caught waves across the whole sky. I think it's just water up there, bro. I mean, fight me. I think there's a superfluid in space.
Like air.
So he just said he thinks it's just water up there. Is that what he said?
Yeah.
Hold on. Let me pull a fiber. Pull a tenor. Let's get that again.
Yeah, there's Saturn waves too. That was caught.
I mean, yeah, he's caught waves across the whole sky. I think it's just water up there, bro. I mean, fight me. I think there's a superfluid in space.
Yeah, he said he thinks it's just water up there. So that's not the ether.
No, that's according to Crow 777 that he thinks it's just water up there that you're saying.
Correct.
Okay.
You're looking through atmosphere, which is basically water, and then that's why you're seeing.
Sorry, he said it again. They're all saying it. What's going on? Am I going nuts?
No, he said atmosphere is basically water. That means absolutely nothing. There's no such thing as an atmosphere. So won't worry about it.
Waves up above.
Yeah,
you're
but
looking through the atmosphere, which when you look through enough of it becomes basically water, and you can see ripples through it.
We would see ripples all the time.
What? So unbonded gas, if you look through enough of it, you see ripples.
No, you see water.
You see water ripples through the unbonded gases because there's a lot of them, and you're looking through a lot of the unbonded gas that's waving in unity together, unbonded.
Yes. It was
The
pretty
miracle none of us drowned.
It's a sea guy up here. I don't know who he is, but he's a moron.
Right. I mean, if their model is correct, there's a gradient. It gets next to no air, and it just keeps going less and less. So for you to see ripples across the entire sky, there has to be something more dense.
Yeah, like I could say I'm seeing a pavement wave, and the pavement in the distance is waving, but it's just like the atmosphere waving, and
Yeah,
it's
of
not really
course.
the pavement. It's just like the atmosphere waving due to a heat wave.
Yeah. Obviously, the difference would be the heat's really close to the pavement. It waves back and forth, and then these sky waves, they go in one direction, like
Right.
they go across the
That's
sky.
the weird part.
Yeah.
And there's usually intervals of like 2 of them.
Yeah, it's like something like a boat rode on water or something. It's not like with the pavement; it's just going to wave back and forth, right?
Well, that's why I said an airplane, because they're up there.
Well, we know airplanes do that, but there specifically were not airplanes in those observations, right? Like that's like the desperate Glober excuse to get rid of the object.
Yeah, I disagree. I mean, it's not like a water ripple, right? Because those waves are actually kind of hard cut borders, or at least that's what they appear like. So I would definitely disagree to the notion that that's just like a wave in water, because that doesn't leave a sharp edge like this apparent wave that was observed?
Exactly, Owen. That's because it's a superfluid, yeah, which is only manifest in front of the moon.
What? Water is a superfluid?
What the? No.
No, the ether.
He's not talking about the ether yet.
Yeah, he is.
This has been adopted into the rhetoric very recently, but it's now canon, QE.
It's water up there, he said.
It might be, but it will still be ether later.
No,
you can't see the ether because it's dark.
Okay.
Why aren't you listening to Adam?
I've seen
Hello.
footage.
Right, we're in a world of convoluted nonsense, and Adam is pointing out that regardless of whether or not it is consistent with the rhetoric of a non-visible, visible, manifested, non-manifest background superfluid, it will be ascribed as being ether at some stage. Adam's pointing this out. Now, he's saying...
Oh, no.
What?
No, it won't. I'm telling you, it won't.
Dean Odell does it on stage, yeah?
Yeah, but this isn't Dean Odell. This is Witsit.
You're missing the
This
point.
is the
You're missing the point,
dude.
QE. The fact that this nonsense has been ascribable with 50 different definitions of what it's claimed to be, you think it's a stretch to say that, no, they will quite literally say, or indirectly more likely, vaguely and non-specifically, point out that this is ether that we're looking at in this lunar wave garbage.
Nope, he's not going to. He's going to tell you that light is the ether here in a few minutes.
Yes, and that's a much stronger position I'd sooner go to. But at some point I might revert to that, and it will be used. It might not get used there, QE, but...
I see. Down the road.
Well, you got to remember what's happening here isn't a real honest Q and answer session, is it? It's about somebody asks us a question and it's how can I preach? So sometimes change of rhetoric's useful to keep people on board, because otherwise you might lose that ticket. He's already got his first customer once more. Yeah. Don't want to challenge this guy too much. Yeah. At this point.
Right.
We want to work with him, get him on board.
Okay. I got you. So he's greasing the skids for something later down the road. Not this road today, but down the road.
Well, yeah. Look, the response doesn't have to be genuine.
Yeah. All right.
It is just him looking at the sky. There's no plane.
Isn't it sort of like that super fluid that was experienced under the ocean?
It may be similar to that, yeah, where there's basically a pond inside the ocean, which is super trippy, dude.
Yeah, I have a question for Witsit.
That was not a super fluid. Sorry.
I was going to say something. I was going to say something, Brian, but yeah. Go ahead.
These guys don't even know what a super fluid is claimed to be. I mean, I didn't take any physics courses, and even though you know what the difference between what they were. Under the ocean is saline. It's dense saline. It's not a superfluid. The opposite from a superfluid. It's so dense, you have loads of viscosity. A superfluid has zero viscosity. That's how it's described.
It's also helium.
Aren't we stealing content from your treatment, John?
That's right. Liquid helium.
We're doing this.
No, we're not stealing any content because this is before I start in on them. We were trying to get what was really going. We were trying to get a feel what was really going on here, and it's like a discussion. It's a Q&A with the Oracle. Shit at 20 is the Oracle.
I see. Thank you.
Yeah, so we're not ruining anything. Nah, I don't care anyway.
That's a good name for the video.
Before we do anything else, right? What I'm going to do for my audience, I've just stuck it in FED back office. What I'm going to do is I've got Crow 777's. Come on, tabs. Video of the lunar wave, because there's people who are listening that may not know what this is. So
good.
So I'm going to put it on screen now. So it's only about 20 seconds, so you can see what we're talking about.
Go ahead, Nathan. I won't. Just tell me when to play.
I'll put his audio on so you can hear him.
So I'm filming one night looking for objects. I pan my camera down and the wave starts, this hologram wave. I don't notice it. And then it catches up to the camera and I do notice it. I glance at the moon, but when you're staring at things, you don't know whether it's your eyes or what. And then I notice a second wave coming. And at this point, I'm thinking it's my camera. I look up at the moon again and, I just don't know what to think. I save the clip out. I don't delete it. I almost did. And I look at it for quite some time, weeks maybe. Look up at the, when you're one night looking for objects, I pan my camera down and the wave starts, this hologram wave. I don't notice it. And then it catches up to the camera and I do notice it. I glance at the moon, but I'm filming one night looking for objects. I pan my camera down and the wave starts, this hologram wave. I don't notice it. And then it catches up to the camera and I do notice it. I glance at the moon, but...
Done.
Fair enough. Thanks.
Actually, first, is everything light or like waves, but particularly light? And also, is Elon Musk a fraud? Thanks.
Yeah, I would say he's a fraud. I mean, I think he may be a bit of a loose cannon, but he's in the group for sure. I mean, Werner von Braun gave it away, writing his book that Elon would found the first civilization on Mars, and he wants to put a chip in your brain, and he wants you to have an electric car where they can completely track you and determine where you go. So I don't in any way trust Elon. What was your first question? I forgot.
Yeah, so he's like an industry elitist plant, Hollywood style. My first question was, is everything light, waves, but particularly light? Thanks.
Yeah, I don't trust Elon, and I would say basically everything is light, but more specifically, it's the background medium, right? So like, what is light? Light is what people.
Yeah, everything is light.
It depends whether it's manifest or not. If it's manifest, then you'll see illumination.
What about non-visible light?
Well, that can still be manifest. It's just not visible to your eyes, but it will have still been manifest because the description non-visible means non-visible to the eye, doesn't it? Yeah.
Oh, God.
So that's still manifest within the ether. There's still an excitation within the perturbation.
Yeah, but it's that the speed is the rate of perception. So if there is no perception, then there can't be a rate.
So yeah, there is a rate of induction. But the rate of induction is the rate of illumination, yeah, not the rate of speed.
I think you're incorrect with the rhetoric. You got to catch up.
It's the induction of the illumination that you're seeing, but it's all there. It's all light. It's just not manifest yet. So all you're seeing when you think you see that light travel is just the induction of the illumination.
We'll call the ether. You don't have to call it the ether if you don't want to, whatever. But there's a background medium. There's a primary substrate that everything comes from.
He said light was ether. Hold on a second. I'm going to pull a J so we can get all of it without any interruption. Here we go.
Right. So like, what is light? Light is what people call the ether. You don't have to call it the ether if you don't want to, whatever. But there's a background medium. There's a primary substrate that everything comes from. When it gets excited.
I'd just like to pause it there because I think that's really important within the church that no one's forcing you to call it ether, yeah?
Exactly. That's exactly what I was going to jump on. So you can just call it anything you want because that way I'm not held to what ether actually is, which is something that was invented by Christian Huygens.
Yeah. It's not a force, but you can think of it as a force.
Thanks.
It illuminates and it gives us light. It also can, at a lower vibration, become matter. So I would say, yeah, everything is a modality of light, specifically the ether. Matter would.
Oh, now light's a modality of the ether, whereas before light was the ether. Which one is it? Number one, I think you got to know. You're gonna have to define substrate too, you knuckle dragger.
Everything was a modality of ether. That's what he said, didn't he?
Exactly. Yeah. So depending on manifestation.
Oh, brother. And define modality.
In the case of light, we're looking at that rate of induction in the perturbation.
Shut up.
Be condensed light. And
so matter is condensed light. We got a Einstein ether lover here. Because that's what Einstein said. E equals MC squared. You guys catch that? That's rhetorical, by the way.
So in my assessment, everything is the same stuff, just in different versions or modalities, just like liquid, steam, and ice is all water.
Liquid, steam, and ice is all. What about liquid mercury? You got mercury steam and mercury ice?
Yeah, is there a honey gas I can find, please?
Yes, exactly. Yeah. Too funny.
Right, but they're also different. So
Sorry,
the same and they're different.
1 second, sorry. You can heat steel as much as you want, and it will never turn into a gas. No matter how hot you make it, it'll still stay as molten steel.
Okay, but
it won't, or whatever.
If we take the analogy of water, okay,
same as honey.
It can have any of those three phases. It's still H2O, okay, but it could be ice, it could be water, liquid water, it could be vapor, couldn't it? Or just steam, yeah? Now, that's an example, yeah, to show you how the ether, light, can be non-manifest, manifest, or illumination, yeah? So in a lower frequency of vibration of the ether, yeah, we're going to get manifestation of physical matter. At higher frequencies, we're going to have like the photon, you're going to get that illumination. And then at the highest, you almost losing manifestation. You got reversing back to the non-manifest until excitation can occur. And then that might come through as either matter or light.
Light. But light is matter. But it's just
yeah, but it's not been excited. Yeah, so it's non-manifest. Therefore, it's non-illuminated, but it's still there. Otherwise, light would have to travel. It doesn't have to travel. It's just a perturbation of excitation through the medium of light.
You sure about that? Because he's going to talk about propagation, which is travel, and the speed. So you better be careful.
Yeah, but that's just induction.
Right? It's just different modalities. I would say everything's like that. And so what Tesla said was electricity and magnetism is the ether thrown into motion. Static electricity is.
You talking about that pigeon lover? We want to see a citation with that. I'd like to see a citation from Tesla that says that. Wouldn't you? I'd like to see that shit.
It's there,
ether
but
under stress or strain. Light would be disturbing.
Unfortunately, but this is where some of Tesla's work is rejected by the church, because he does, the dirty heathen, he blasphemes and invokes electrons and kind of claims credit for them. So at that point, we tried to brush over what Brother Tesla. So.
I gotcha. Okay, fair enough.
Or excitation in the background, he would say light is nothing more than a sound wave in the ether.
Is that a disturbance?
So light is nothing more than a sound wave in ether. That's what he would say, Tesla. He would say or did say? I don't know.
He would if Witsit could get him down and convince him to say it, wouldn't he? Maybe offer him a couple of
light
pigeons.
Measurable? Do you think the speed of light is measurable?
Yeah, so
it's the speed of light measurable. Yeah. He just said it. Okay.
It's actually a rate of induction, what we call C, that's based on the permeability and permittivity of a vacuum. It comes from Maxwell's equations. So we have
Maxwell's equations. Maxwell was debunked over 100 years ago. Watch this word salad. Get ready.
Permeability and electric permittivity in a vacuum. You Maxwell's equations. So we have magnetic permeability and electric permittivity in a vacuum. You use the intersecting rate of these to get what we call the speed of light. But the speed of light is not constant. It actually changes. It has a preferred direction.
So we got the speed of light. We got the speed of light, and it changes. Hold on. We have a speed of light, and it changes, so it's variant. So just keep up. We got a speed of light.
What you do, so you accept that it's the rate of magnetic induction through Maxwell's equations that helps us to define this variable constant that's defined as constant in the equations.
Oh, brother.
You accept that because you're now going to move forwards quite happily. So I'm glad you're grasping it. Carry on.
Direction. It changes with altitude and it changes throughout the year.
So light also has a preferred direction. So light has to have sentience and intelligence to prefer something. Yes? Because you can't prefer. Inanimate objects don't prefer shit.
Now you're getting into the metaphysical side of things.
Okay.
Here, the fact that this quote unquote speed of light is provably and measurably.
Quote unquote speed of light. Now, what does that mean? What does quote unquote speed of light mean?
Because
Anyone?
it does change in certain directions, we try to point that out. Even though it is going the same speed, yeah, it can be measured as going as different speeds when we measure it in certain directions. Now, the causality is because of the modality of the ether in this particular way, it manifests by rotating. So the ether is always moving. We've measured this rotation, and it changes with altitude. And there's thousands of readings to prove this.
Okay.
Variant proves that it is not what the mainstream claims it
Well,
is.
do you think it's measurable? Do you personally believe it's measurable?
I don't.
He already said it. He already said it was. He already knew the speed of light. He already said that. So why are you asking him? Yes.
Think that, well, we've never measured the one-way quote unquote speed of light. We've only.
What's the quote unquote? So now we never measured it. Now we got quote unquote again speed of light. What the hell does that mean?
And
It means he is not working on the really is level, I think.
Go ahead. Go ahead for a couple minutes. Give me 2 minutes. I'll be right back.
We have measured it.
Yeah, I just want to point out that the person that most people these days point to have measured the speed of light, I can't remember the man's name now. He's a French name. He just slips me by at the moment. He is claimed to have measured 16, but this is visually now, right? 16 microseconds. There's 1 million microseconds in 1 second. Now, what's the frame rate of a movie, Nathan? How many frames per second?
One more time.
What's the frame rate of a movie? How many frames per second?
24. 24.
24? Yeah. So would you say the reason it's 24 is that we don't notice? Sure, we don't notice the change. There's 24. It doesn't need to be more than 24 because we don't notice that there is any change in what's happening. Yes.
The lowest you can pull the trick off with, yeah.
Yeah. So that would be a lot more. 24 would be a lot more than 16 microseconds out of 1 million microseconds in 1 second. So this guy was claimed to have measured visually 16, I think it is, microseconds.
That's the quote, air quotes, one-way speed of light. That's not what Witzit's talking about. It's not what we're talking about. You've already accepted, we've ascribed the speed of light via the magnetic induction through Maxwell's equations. That's why I asked you to clarify that you'd accept it to move forwards.
Well, so
you can't come back to me and challenge the establishment version of the one-way speed of light. Of course I disagree with that, just like you. Part of the establishment, part of their lies, yeah? This is why we've got the speed of light through magnetic induction in a vacuum.
I mean, this is what I've got. The ether sensation is a manifestation of the vibration when viewing libration, and a perturbation of the variation of a background radiation when we view illumination.
You will never get any protestation as long as you continue with the verbal masturbation.
Indeed.
You guys, boy. He's going to throw you for a loop here in a couple seconds. Maybe a minute or so. Hold on.
We measured the quote unquote two-way and it changes. But yes, you can measure the rate at which it illuminates. So most people lose me on this phrase, but the speed of light.
Yeah, this is what I was saying earlier. It's the rate of illumination. Yeah,
it's the rate of illumination. It's the rate of perception of illumination.
Yeah,
you got it wrong.
But we're trying to make sure you understand there's no such thing as a photon. It's already there. Light's already there. It's the ether. Call it what you want. You can call it. You might take objection to the word ether, I know. So you describe how you feel, but whatever you want to describe it as, that's the medium in which this is occurring. Yeah. Pick your own word, QE. Come on,
I'm going to tell you what. That's a contradiction, and the next thing you're going to say, listen up.
Yeah, but I want you to give me your own word for the medium.
You want me to give you my own words of what?
For the medium that I've invented, yeah, because that way you're buying in. So you pick your. You don't have to use ether, but however you want to describe it, I prefer it if you could just stick to one definition. Unless you're accepting ether, and then we're all good. Even though we realise that everything is light, be that manifest or not.
Well, to be clear, the ether sensation is the manifestation of the vibration when viewing libration and a perturbation in the variation of the background radiation when we view illumination. And there is no postulation in my verbal masturbation when I detail the ether.
Excellent.
Beautiful.
Actually, just the quantified rate of perception of illumination.
That's the thing. See, now, Adam, it's the rate of perception of the illumination.
Yeah, because everything's about how you perceive it.
Thanks.
Are you not perceiving it? Are you a perception denier? Do you deny perceiving things?
It's not the rate of illumination. It's the rate of the perception of the illumination.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll give you yeah.
Isn't the speed of light very important for the Michelson-Morley experiment?
Sorry, I just wanted to say, Austin, it's basically like the ether is churning in a torus field, like kind of like actually exactly like a vortex, right? It's churning. It's the ether. It's churning, and it reacts with light.
You hear him? Mm-hmm. So the ether is churning in a vortex.
No, it's the it's the perception of the visualization.
No, that's light.
Yeah, that's what we're trying to tell. That's what they've been trying to. Finally, you see, you used to be where ether believers like Whitsitt were many years ago, and now you're catching up with him. See, it's just light.
In a vortex?
No, but right. So the vortex, right? The movement of the ether, that's what you want to call it, yeah, is because of the magnetic field, which creates the plane on which we're living, yeah. The consequence of that is it rotates the ether field, and in doing so, yeah, that's why you get the anomalies in the Michelson-Morley experiment, because that's what you're measuring in that rotation of the ether field, and we've got other experiments that will demonstrate this. And because, like the ether, like I said, the ether field's being affected by the magnetic toroidal field, and because that toroid is toroidal shaped, as you go higher in altitude, and with our dodgy gyro, you get different readings.
So, is it the rotation of the toroidation?
Oh yeah, that sounds perfect.
Can you write this up and send it to me? I'm gonna need it for this evening. Thank you.
I've got it written down.
Thanks.
Well, light is the ether. So, like, if you were to have,
so light is the ether. Did you hear that?
Yeah, I just told you that.
I just told you that. You see, he's catching up with Whitsitt 20.
It's just it's always there. It's just whether or not you perceive it as illuminated yet. Yeah, your perception.
well, light is the ether. So, like, if you were to have a stream of water and you swam with it, you could go faster than if you swim against it, right? So the ether or the light is going to light up.
The light, the ether, or the light is going to light up the ether.
It's a rate of induction within the ether. Okay.
Shut up, Adam.
No,
faster in the direction.
Moving, then the way in which you perceive the rate of induction will be different depending on which way the rate of induction is going with respect to the rotation of the ether, which is light.
Exactly. It's the
right.
It's the
so the light.
It's the perception of the visualization.
The ether or the light is going to light up faster in the direction of motion because it's just an excitation, a perturbation, a disturbance. Is it important for the Michelson-Morley? Yes, they use the assumed speed of light. If you actually read.
Whoa, the assumed speed of light. Where did you get that from?
I keep telling you,
God, you're not listening.
It's the perception of the visualization of the rotation of the toroidation.
It's the travel of magnetization through vacuation and Maxwellization is how you get the speed of light.
More time, Adam. One more time.
Read the paper and then read.
Magnetization.
Sorry, what was that, Adam? It was the magnetization of what?
Of the toroidation.
No, it's magnetization through evacuation, because it's done in a vacuum, and Maxwellization, because it's then calculated that through Maxwell's equations is the citation from earlier.
What about the torridation?
Torridation is what's going to form. That's what you're going to measure, the rate of induction of the toroid through magnetization. That's what we've measured to define the rate of induction of illumination, or what you would perceive as the speed of a photon.
Did you get all that down, Adam? Or Nathan?
Shall I check? I've got the ether sensation is the manifestation of the vibration when viewing libration, and a perturbation in the variation of a background radiation when we view illumination. There is no prostulation in my verbal masturbation because perception of visualization of the rotation of toroidation is the magnetization in the evacuation that shows Maxwell's equation.
So the Maxwellization.
Oh, Maxwellization.
Yes. Now
I think somebody's going to be getting a.
I need you to send that to me after you get it down.
I'll type it up.
Thank you. No, don't I me, Adam.
Nicholson, Pearson, you would read that both Edward Morley made it very clear that the entire objective of the test was to see what the velocity of light was, right? Was it invariant?
Uh-oh. So Morley and those chaps, they're seeing what the velocity of light is there, Adam. You got that?
Or variant. And what they showed was
whether it is variant or invariant, the velocity. Go on.
The velocity is your perception of the rate of induction.
I'm going to slap this shit.
Was that obviously the propagation rate of light is variant because there was no motion detected.
So the propagation of light is variant. So propagation means travel.
Yeah. Because no motion was detected. Listen to the end of the sentence to get the full contradiction.
All right. I'll pull a J. So remember, folks, we got propagation in Michelson-Morley train wreck. That means to travel. Something's
just so I'm getting this down correctly.
Traveling.
Is this the propagation without motion?
Well, we're going to see.
Right? Was it invariant or variant? And what they showed was that obviously the propagation rate of light is variant because there was no motion detected. The assumed orbit wasn't detected, but there was still a difference.
Gotcha.
There was an interference path.
Got it down. Propagation without motion.
Yes. And what does this have to do with the Earth? Don't know. He didn't say he just stuck that in there. Who knows?
And they used the same beam of light, and they used a beam splitter, right? So that's how you know they're perfectly in phase because it was the same beam of.
So they're in phase. That means they have the same speed up to the beam splitter and
light.
Would you call that
a beam splitter?
Sorry, just
and
for
then
clarity, sorry to interrupt. Would you call that phase quantization?
You could call it that if you wish.
Opposite directions, gets reflected back off a mirror, recombines in the middle, and
so it went in opposite directions and then recombined back in middle. So there's a lot of light traveling here, propagating. Then what happens?
Comes back to the receiver on the perpendicular axis, which means that that light went different rates.
That light went at different rates. Well, rate is speed. So now we got light traveling, propagating.
Traveling.
Yes, it is. He said it's propagating.
No, it's the rate of induction.
It's not.
There.
It's propagating.
No. That's the rate of induction of your perception. The rate of induction of your perception. That's not a rate of
illumination.
You're not perceiving it until it hits the detector. Before it does that, it's propagating. He just told you.
It's still doing it. It's still doing it. If you intercept like halfway across the beam, you'll see it there. You'll intercept the rate of induction at that point.
Shut up.
Now, no, because there are considerations as to whether or not if you don't do that, it's a fully quantum effect. So there is some links to quantum mechanics there, QE. I'm glad you picked up on that.
Brian, how much to take a contract out on him?
Who, me?
Not Witsit. No, how much to take a contract on Adam?
Do you believe me that I know it yet or not? Or do you think I'm just constantly making it up different each time?
Are you saying, Adam, that if we can perceive the rate of induction to be different, that means they're two different speeds?
No, right. So what you've got to grasp is
I'm going to kill you, Brian.
Of why there is a different rate of induction, right? And when you understand from the Michelson-Morley experimentation, yeah, that the rate of induction actually it gives validation, yeah, to the way in which the toroid. I'm not going to do it.
I'm writing this down. I've got to get this clear. Yeah. I need to understand. The propagation without motion demonstrates phase quantization via quantum induction validation.
Yeah. And the Michelson-Morley experimentation. I need a glass of wine.
Mirror recombines in the middle and comes back to the receiver on the perpendicular axis, which means that that light went different rates. So
the lights went at different rates. That's different rate is speed.
Yes, we used the quote unquote speed of light to
quote unquote again. That's nonsense. It's not necessary. I don't know why he does it. It sounds stupid.
To come up with our predictions for Michelson-Morley, but it isn't.
There are no predictions for Michelson-Morley because Michelson-Morley didn't have a friggin' hypothesis, and predictions are scientific hypotheses. You glue sniffing fungus muncher.
A requirement. What the test actually saw was that the light didn't get there at the same time, which means one of them propagated.
Yeah, light didn't get there at the same. This is very important. Hopefully, Adam's listening. Let's do a 5 or we'll pull a whole J.
To come up with our predictions for Michelson-Morley, but it isn't a requirement. What the test actually saw was that the light didn't get there at the same time, which means one of them propagated faster than the other. So
there you go.
This propagation is pretty straightforward. It's just this propagation is fairly straightforward in its description. It's phase quantization via quantum induction, obviously.
Thanks. So what he's saying is that essentially that the two different beams went at different speeds. They traveled at a different speed. Essentially, is what the test just showed. That's what he just said.
If you take into account the rate of perception of the induction.
You want me to stop this, don't you?
That difference is fundamental here for the scientific proof in the ether. You don't recognize that different rate of induction, yeah? Then I'm not going to be able to prove ether to you, but I'm glad you do recognize it.
I recognize it.
So your rate of perception would be based on. So your rate of perception would be based on how fast or slow time is moving for you, relatively.
No.
Relatively.
No.
At that time.
No. You just look at Adam's been telling you. He's told you 5, 6, 20 times this show. Look at the moon. Just have to look at the moon. Adam, explain it again. They're not getting it.
Somebody moon Adam.
Look, when we view libration, right, we see this manifestation of an ether wave sensation.
Yeah, I mean, people seem to think that Austin invokes Michelson-Morley, but he thinks there's no speed of light. Ha ha ha! Like, no, C is pretty consistent. It's the rate of induction that is typical.
I wasn't laughing at you.
I'm not saying you are. I'm just explaining
in general.
I'm just explaining that
it's the speed of light in general. Like, you can't really measure it. How they measure it is they put.
You can't really measure it, but how they measure it. Wow.
These gears together, and they spun them around to where there's it goes 720 rotations a second.
Mm-hmm.
And that's not even close to even get to the speed of light. So it's just not even fathomable how they acquired the speed of light when it could be reduced. It's like an improper fraction in my book.
But we use the
speed of light is an improper fraction. Can you validate that? Idiot.
Permeability and permittivity of a vacuum, right? So like it's the dielectric permittivity, the magnetic permeability. And when we apply that to what people call
Did you guys get that? Let me rewind that so you can mark that down. There's some word jam in here, brothers. Let's go 10. Here we go. You ready? Better get the pen out.
Refraction in my book.
But we use the permeability and permittivity of a vacuum, right? So like it's the dielectric permittivity, the magnetic permeability.
It's the dielectric. Did he say dielectric
Permittivity.
Permeativity. I got it. The dielectric permeativity and the magnetic permeability.
Permeability for magnets, correct? Yeah.
Yeah. Let's go back. Let's pull a J. Just
stupid the other way around, wouldn't it?
It's all, Adam. It's all based on the perception gradient.
Perception gradient.
And it could be reduced. It's like an improper
Start taking the mic, Brian. This is people's heartfelt beliefs.
This is people's research, Brian. How dare you?
I'm glad you're liking this. Here we go. Just to make sure.
Book.
But we use the permeability and permittivity of a vacuum, right? So like it's the dielectric permittivity, the magnetic permeability. And when we apply that to...
Sorry, is there a word that's like permeantation or something like that I can get to rhyme with experimentation and ether sensation? Is permeantation a word?
Permeation will work. It doesn't have to be one, but it'll work. He just makes shit up anyway.
I could just make up permeantation.
No, don't put the N in there.
Permanentation.
No, permeation.
Permeation. No, I'm just going to scrub it out. I just don't like it.
To what people call the speed of light, it's pretty consistent. It's a very useful thing. To such an extent, we can use laser rangefinder.
No, it's pretty consistent, but before he said light was variant. Now, how can it be consistent? Is it consistently variant? Idiot.
You're not understanding how it's varying. So the light and its rate of induction of illumination, that isn't varying. It's your perception caused by the rotation proved in the experimentation of Michelson and Morley.
That's what I've basically got down.
Yeah.
That's point of order from earlier, please. So, Brian, can we have a rotating stationary plane? Because that doesn't make sense to me.
A rotation station.
Using this rate of induction, and we can accurately measure distances. The difference is that it does slightly change, and it changes with direction. The assumption is that...
So now it's changing. Now it's variant again. It wasn't variant. It was consistent, but now it's variant again.
Right. So if I fire something through a medium, and my rate of excitation, is going to have a deception based on the rotation of the medium that's being excited. Now, if I fire it in one direction against the rotation, then it will affect the rate of the rate of induction,
of the Maxwellization.
No, the rate of induction perception, because it's going to go away against the current and then come back to me with the current. Now, the one I fire perpendicular to that is just going to be traveling north and up and down in opposition to the current. And it's that phase discrimination that is the experimentation visualization.
I am so sick of you. Shut up.
Light's physically traveling. That's the first assumption, and that's incorrect. Light doesn't physically...
That light's physically traveling. Light doesn't physically travel, but just before he said that it did travel because he said it propagated. So which one is it?
It's not physically traveling, It's a rate of induction of the light that's already there. So all you're doing is inducing a transmission rate of the already existing medium, which is rotating.
I'll tell you what,
Think of it as
Adam,
being a journey. Think of it as being on vacation.
This is getting I'm going to stop this.
Why?
Okay.
I'm just getting a grips to this. It's a consistent variation in the direction when the light is on vacation.
Just a couple more. If Adam says anything, I'm done.
Travel from point to point, right? It just is already there. It illuminates at a certain rate. So I agree with you that the speed of light is pseudoscience.
You're saying it changes due to direction or atmosphere or elevation, but do you know that, or you just
elevation. That's a good one.
Hypothetically.
Oh, I'll get that down. Elevation, you say?
The rate of induction.
Shut up!
Of the radiation, it will be changed by elevation. No, seriously now. In all seriousness now, we've got thousands and thousands of readings from these experiments, thousands of them that prove this, as we go and increase in altitude, it changes the rate of induction, and we've got scientific proof of that.
Yeah, perception gradient.
Changes due to direction or atmosphere or elevation, but do you know that, or are you just assuming it, or hypothetically using your intellectual mind and saying like, yeah, it most likely does change?
No. We have done it. We've done the test. It's not about the atmosphere. It's just about, we use interferometry, which is the most precise measurement method that we know about in all.
Really? Weigh Brian with an interferometer. I want to know how much he weighs.
Yeah.
Clown.
436 megahertz.
Of existence, and when the light propagates faster in a preferred.
What did he say? Hold on. Let me pull a J. 1 second. He said something there.
It's about, we use interferometry, which is the most precise measurement method that we know about in all of existence. And
did he say in all of existence? He stumbled with that.
Yes,
sorry,
he did.
Yeah, it sounded really stupid.
The light propagates faster in a preferred direction. The
light propagates faster in a proposed direction. That means the travel time is faster in a preferred direction. What do you got to say about that, Adam?
I think what you've got to remember is this propagation is your perception of a rate of illumination.
No, this is just a failing on Witsy. He's only human. He's just misinterpreted his words. That's all this is. Don't make it mountain out of a
there's
molehill.
no misinterpretation. None at all.
Oh, so he didn't mean anything. He made a mistake when he said masturbation is illumination of the rotation, the radiation.
It's open to interpretation.
That is pretty much spot on there, Reg.
Based on the sidereal rotation, with the direction that the.
Sorry. To know if something is moving faster or slower, you would need to have a baseline, wouldn't you? A median. Then you could base that off. Like we have zero horizontal, and we can base slope rate above that off of that zero slope horizontal. But you can't determine if something is moving faster or slower if you don't have a median, so average. Do you know what I mean? To work off. How do you determine if it's moving faster or slower than what?
Than the standard rate of induction perception.
Oh God!
So it's moving slower than the faster and faster than the slower.
I'm going to kill you, Brian.
We need QE. You need to take a little J there because there's a new. We've got sidereal rotation, I think, coming up for Nathan.
Yeah, it popped in there. I heard it. All right, here we go.
And when the light propagates faster in a preferred direction, it's based on the sidereal rotation, with the direction that the sky moves. And when you take this interferometer and you go higher in the sky,
rate of propagation is based on sidereal rotation.
Okay.
Thanks, Adam.
Like a mountain, the light propagates even faster and faster and faster, and the rate at which it
No, the rate at which it propagates, that means the travel time of light gets faster. But just before he said that light doesn't travel, it's already there, and it doesn't have a speed. less than a minute ago.
Propagates
it's a
changes
direction
based
that's
on the time
illuminated.
of day and the time of year, and it directly correlates to the equinoxes, meaning where the sun is inside of this drift that we're measuring is affecting the light, which is insane. It proves that we're not measuring anything to do with the earth moving, and that we're actually, the light is being illuminated quicker in the vortex relative to the sidereal.
Hold on a second. Hold on, one sec. Go ahead, Reg.
I was just saying it's the direction of the illumination. I just think QE is just not understanding the eject.
The ejaculation. Yeah, you got that right. This is some stupid shit. Listen to this again. Listen to this one.
It proves that we're not measuring anything to do with the earth moving, and that we're actually, the light is being illuminated quicker in the vortex relative to the sidereal rotation around the earth, like the vortex in the sky or the ether. So yeah, it's been measured. It's not an assumption. It's just interferometry measurements that show that the interference pattern changes.
Do we get that? Right? Do we understand that, guys? This is important in terms of how you realize that the toroidal field and its very nature shape is going to affect the speed of light. And when I say affect the speed of light, it's obviously a perception of the rate of induction.
Oh, I'm going to punch.
It's going to affect.
He's right.
He's sniffing glue.
I have to keep this all coherent in my head. There is a prerequisition for intoxication.
The prerequisition of intoxication.
And it's all
It's got to, because we're into the Maxwellization.
Light, or are you talking about something else?
The propagation rate of light is how I say it. It would be more so the perceived illumination. You can use the phrase speed of light for intents and purposes, but speed denotes a distance traveled, and that's not real. That's just a
Yeah, it's not real.
Nothing's traveled, QA.
Shut up.
Misnomer. The light's already
The
there.
rate of induction is non-manifest, as you would perceive it, illuminated light that's already there, which is basically the ether, okay, that's rotating based upon the input from the toroidal field. Yeah?
No.
I need to challenge you on something.
Light doesn't move, but only the so-called light moves. Right? That's why he says so-called every time he talks about it moving. But the actual light doesn't move. Only so-called light moves.
It does move, but only in the field rotation. When you see your perception of illumination, that's not light moving, the bit that you're measuring there. That is literally just the rate of induction of the existent light that is already there, be it manifested, yeah, like at the water stage. Yeah, like I said, with the water. So it's manifested now like water. So it's there. You might perceive it as a photon, yeah, and want to ascribe a speed to it, but it's not. It's just the perturbation of the excitation of the already existent light that's there. Ether, you might call it.
I've got a Ken Wheeler definition. So this is definitions of nature and its phenomena with a primer on cosmology and ontology. First definition, ether. The ether is pure potential, non-Cartesian, counterspatial inertia, the essence of all field modalities.
Yes. Yeah. So, but at that point, there's nothing there necessarily. Yeah. That excitation is required for manifestation.
The attribute.
You people are freaking glue sniffers.
The attribute of the ether is the I don't know how to say this. AORISTOS. Aristotis dyad. Open brackets, so-called infinite dyad, or the attribute of the absolute. Close brackets. The attribute of the absolute QE. I mean, isn't this obvious?
I'm going to shut this down because I can't go anymore with the rate of induction. I hear rate of induction one more time. I'm going to hit something.
That's because you're trying to straw man.
No, hold on. Look, it was summed up by Tesla, right? And it's quoted here.
Because I'm trying to straw man the church.
It was quoted by Ken, and it's Tesla's own words. Light, this is a quote. Quote, light is a longitudinal disturbance in the ether. Light is a, quote, sound wave in the ether, end quote, Tesla. What more do you need?
Brother Nathan's getting it.
I need to ask Adam a question. If the ether is a white cotton sheet and light is raspberry juice absorbing into that cotton sheet, are you saying that the raspberry juice is always there?
Hold on a second. How many threads does this sheet have?
It has an infinite amount.
No, this is absurd. I can't answer a question. If I don't have a number of thread counts in this cotton, I can't tell you if the metaphorical grape juice was already there before the example started. This is absurd, Brian. How dare you? You've done nothing but mock this.
He said raspberry juice.
Yeah, but
don't be pedantic, Neil. God, like it's majoring on the minors now. It's just descended into absurdium. With that, I'm going to say a huge, massive, enormous thank you to both Discord and Jeepers Panels for making today's after show possible. And of course, a massive thank you to all of you in either Nathan Oakley 1980 or Nathan Oakley or Nathan Oakley 1980 premiering streams for hopefully smashing the super chat, liking, commenting, sharing, subscribing, joining as a member, and all that good stuff. I've been Nathan Oakley, and I will see you all in the next video.
What a lovely day!